An era of AfriCaribbean financial integration is dawning. The impact is generational. The vision is inclusive. The momentum is unstoppable. This is the promise of global Africa. This is ACTIF 2025.
My dream of becoming a doctor started when I was about 7 years old.
8 or 9 years old.
Since I was 3 years old.
My dream to be a doctor started when I was in middle school and I had a personal experience with my mom battling breast cancer.
SGU helped my dreams of becoming a doctor come true.
I was really impressed at SGU because the professors are very involved in your learning and they care very much about your growth as a medical student.
The academic advisors at SGU made me feel capable of taking on any challenge I had.
The support I felt from St. George's University has been incredible. I am where I am today because of St. George's University.
It's a busy world, and we all know the saying, time is money. Meet Candice and Oliver. They both have busy days ahead. Let's see how that goes. Candice is in a rush, off to the bank. Again. Oh, looks like she didn't plan for traffic. Or this long line either. Now let's check in on Oliver. His morning starts a little differently. Using his phone, Oliver makes a peer-to-peer transfer and pays his bills, all while having his morning coffee. At the store, Oliver checks his finances with online banking. Candice? Still waiting. Back to Oliver. He stops at the bank to meet his loan officer. While waiting, he schedules a payment and makes a wire transfer. Wondering about Candice? Yup, still waiting. Candice could be like Oliver if she uses Co-op Bank's e-solutions. Make your day easier with Co-op Bank's swift, simple, and secure e-banking platform. Bank on your terms, from anywhere, at any time. Click, tap, done. Banking just got easier.
Welcome home.
I'd like to welcome you all to the inaugural session of the Aquarian Consult's AfriCaribbean Investment Summit with a country focus on St. Kitts and Nevis. Everyone of African ancestry, wherever you are in the world, is an African. And as we are global Africans, we must always come together, regardless of our location, and remember that we are one.
Defeat and retreat are not options. For this story is being written, and the only choices we have is if we want to be proponents of the next paragraph of the middle passage, or we would like to fall away into the sea of non-existence and non-significance. On the 25th of March 2025, at the ACIS 25, which was 10 weeks ago, to put in perspective, I said, welcome to the beginning of our future, and today we are here.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to give you a few minutes, please. We are just waiting for some of our esteemed guests to take their seats. And I wonder if I could ask for the audience just a couple of moments, if you could just move forward, please. Just move forward, because a lot of people are coming in from the back and then seating. So if we could just make space for our guests to fill the seats. If the audience could just stand up, thank you. You're not in trouble if you come to the front of the room. Stand up and just move forward. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As I mentioned earlier, we have started slightly behind schedule, but we did have an important event to take place. So if we could now take our seats, and we will begin. Okay. Again, good morning. Good morning, distinguished delegates, honourable ministers, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols are observed. My name is Laquessa Burak, and I am standing in for my esteemed colleague who was your MC yesterday, Nila Etienne. She will be back with you later. She's just preparing following the event this morning, so she will be back in her place. So I'm just standing in for the time being. So welcome to day 2 of the summit, the Africa Trade and Investment Forum. Beautiful, beautiful Grenada. I hope you had a rewarding day 1, an informative day 1, but also a restful evening. I want to start off a very brief recap of what took place yesterday. For all Grenadians in this room will know exactly what I'm talking about. Ever conscious of God, we aspire, build, and advance as one people. And I want to underscore that, one people. That is the spirit of what is taking place here. So what better venue to be than Grenada? So just to remind you, yesterday we set the foundation. Actually, do you know what? I was here on the first forum of the AfriCaribbean Forum. I was here on day 1. And I can honestly say it is inspiring to hear the progress that has been made. Because as a journalist, I am one of the first people to say, talk, 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 where's the action? Boy, have we had action. We have had action. And I just want to say it is very much down to the partnership, spearheaded, as we heard yesterday, as to why this relationship began, and that was the pandemic, and the actions, and the just do it attitude of the good doctor, the good professor, Rama. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So in brief, what we heard yesterday were the projects that were signed, the dreams, the aspirations, centres of excellence, millions, hundreds of millions pledged and signed, not just talk, but actually signed on the dotted line to build on this relationship between Africa, the African continent, and the Caribbean. Now, I don't know, very quickly, if you all check your emails, and there was an email that was sent yesterday, I believe, and it was a summary of data between the African continent and the Caribbean. And one of them was called a heat map of trade. I don't know if you all saw it. Can I just have a show of hands, please? Anybody see it? All right. I would ask you to check in your emails and have a look at that map. That was a lot of hard work that has been put together by AfriCaribbean. And it details the trade that is done between the rest of the world, the Caribbean, and Africa. It's too pale. It's way, way, way too pale. And that data is key because I was also doing my research looking for summaries of trade that is done between the two regions. Well, it's one region, but you know what I mean. And of 3 sources, the first one was, please source a AfriCaribbean. So the work that has been done here is so important. I went to the World Trade, I went to the World Bank, I went to the IFC. Nothing. And that says a lot about the worldly regard of Africa and the Caribbean and the lack of foresight in terms of seeing the potential. So, what I would like to do then, please, is to begin our session today and to start off with our, let me just put my glasses on, our welcome remarks. I'd like to welcome to the stage Dr. Didicus Jules, the Director General of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States. Welcome, Doctor.
Esteemed Prime Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, President Orama, our gracious host Prime Minister, Deacon Mitchell, and illustrious colleagues and friends, protocol being voluminously established. Let me just say in relation to the remarks made by our colleague who just spoke, that gap, that vacuum about data on trade between the Caribbean and Africa is not an accidental thing. It was structurally engineered. And I think it speaks to the importance of what we're doing here, that we're able to cast light on that. It starts with a consciousness of the reality in order to transform it. So I want us to imagine a world where a student from Dominica begins her studies in Grenada, spends a semester in Nairobi, interns at the AfriCaribbean in Cairo, then returns home to build a startup that connects rural farmers in the OECS single market to markets in Lagos. That world is no longer a distant dream. It is within reach, and it begins with the decisions that we have been making here this week. So, yesterday we bore witness to what unity of purpose looks like. African and Caribbean leaders, entrepreneurs, and financial architects under one roof, exchanging not just business cards, but bold ideas and real commitments, as we've heard earlier. The energy in this room and the sincerity of our conversations makes one thing clear. We are no longer talking about possibilities. We are committed to activating them. We stand at a defining moment. And this isn't just about trade, it's about trust. It's not only about investment, it's about identity. For us in the OECS and the wider Caribbean, it is about scripting a future of relevance with Africa as our co-author. Day one laid that foundation. Today we build upwards with intent. We've seen deals inked in energy, logistics, finance, and manufacturing. But an implicit narrative in yesterday's discourse is that economic resilience is incomplete without cultural self-definition and systemic innovation. The orange economy is not a niche, it is a pillar. It is our response to the question, what do we export when the soil no longer carries more sugar or bananas? At the OECS, we've been crafting the OECS Orange Economy Development Strategy, and Grenada, by no accident, has been at the core of this, focusing on sectors such as film, music, immersive technology, fashion, and literature. Our goal is to foster a new class of creators and cultural entrepreneurs co-producing with African counterparts. Think Afrobeats meets bouillon and dancehall. High Life and Soukous meets Dennery segment. Blacks from Senegal, a combination of African rhythms with jazz and funk, finding fusion with Caribbean jazz. Think feature films that traverse Lagos and St. George's, telling stories of our shared resistance and triumph. Think streaming platforms showcasing Antiguan poetry and Nigerian comedy side by side. Visualize, and this is something we actually have been discussing with Martinique, a Creole comedy festival cultivating laughter between Francophone Africa and the Creole-speaking populations of the Caribbean. This is not sentimentality. It is economic strategy with soul. Through EC Innova, which is our regional innovation framework developed with the OECS Robotics Association that is actually residing in St. Kitts and Nevis, we are mobilizing the next generation of inventors and entrepreneurs. This initiative will provide micro-grants, mentorship, training, and link OECS youth with African tech hubs and capital. Here, the Creative Africa Nexus, CANEX, and AfriCaribbean's innovation instruments can play catalytical roles. We envisage Caribbean startups mentored by African tech accelerators, joint pitches at CANEX and ACTIF, and innovation not just in labs, but in everyday life, in how a Vinci farmer markets breadfruit flour, how a teen builds a virtual reality experience of a Kalinago village. So let me pose a challenge in terms of reimagining tourism, which is another huge sector of opportunity. What if, instead of promoting our islands individually, we created a single Caribbean Africa cruise itinerary with a cultural passport? As a cruise line that treats the Caribbean, not as happens now with the Western cruise lines, not as bus stops in paradise, but as journeys of discovery, navigating the geography of our identity, exploring the symmetries of our culture, building a new brand of tourism, not as explorations of curiosity, but as odysseys of consciousness. Or imagine virtual journeys through our heritage, rainforests, reefs, and rituals, developed by our youth, virtual journeys developed by our youth, powered by African capital, and monetized globally. We are working on this because when borders shrink, possibilities expand. Allow me to quickly point to 5 under-leveraged, high-impact opportunities that we see for Africa-Caribbean partnership. One is agribusiness and food security. Africa has 60% of the world's arable land. The Caribbean imports more than 80% of its food. Together, we can reshape global food systems through land-based investments, agro-processing, and supply chain integration. The second is institutional trade frameworks. Yesterday, we agreed on the importance of establishing an Africa-Caribbean Commission. Within that architecture, we need a joint Africa-Caribbean trade facilitation mechanism to harmonize policies, enable tariff alignment, and build shared regulatory ecosystems. The third is connectivity infrastructure. The charter flight that brought many of us here is a symbol. Now we must scale this through digital corridors, port linkages, and logistic networks, enabling billion-dollar trade corridors by 2028. Fourthly, joint access to development finance via AfriCaribbean, the African Trade Center in Bridgetown, and mechanisms like the Bridgetown Initiative, also the Nature Bank. We must unlock climate finance, concessional capital, and diaspora bonds. And fifthly, diaspora capital and networks. The diaspora, we keep saying, is our 6th region. Let us therefore mobilize its entrepreneurial, academic, and creative power as a unifying force between continents. The agreements proposed yesterday are the skeleton. The cultural and technological collaborations we forge today are the arteries, the muscles, and the heart. We need to go beyond transactional engagements, co-create value, co-own platforms, co-author a new chapter of South-South economic diplomacy. Let us move forward with urgency, not in panic, but with purpose. The North is distracted. The South must rise, and rise together. Welcome to Day 2, and let's make it count.
Dr. Didicus-Jules, thank you very much indeed. Before we move on to our opening address, let us just remind you of exactly what was achieved yesterday, and we have a video to summarise that for you. Thank you.
Welcome to the AfriCaribbean Trade and Investment Forum 2025.
And we are proud to host ACTIF 2025. We open our minds and our hearts to the partnership, to the dialogue, and to the conversation about economic prosperity and ultimately the dignity of African people everywhere.
Grenada provides the calm and serene environment required to concentrate our minds on the important issues that confront us today as a people.
Duty is what has brought us here to this city of St. George's. A duty dictated by our rejection of the state of world affairs.
Today we continue to live, or to give life to the vision of a global Africa.
What a fabulous day one. Absolutely amazing. And so we move on to our opening address, and we're honoured to hear from the Prime Minister of the Federation of St Kitts and Nevis, the Honourable Dr. Terence Drew. Welcome.
Good morning, all. It's a pleasure to see so many of you here this morning after such an active first day. But it shows that the energy of what we came here to do is propelling all of us. Allow me to recognize the Honorable Prime Minister of Grenada, my brother, Honorable Deacon Mitchell, and also to recognize, sitting right next to him, President of the AfriCaribbean Bank, President Benedict Orama, and also to recognize other esteemed heads of state and government, if they're here. Allow me to recognize as well the Director General of the OECS, Dr. Jules, who you just heard from. His address was indeed pointed and inspiring. Put your hands together for him. Leaders of industry, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and the residents and citizens of this beautiful island or islands of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. It is indeed an honor for me to have the opportunity to address this remarkable gathering at the 4th Africa-Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum, a forum that has grown stronger, more impactful, and more essential with every edition. Its very existence is a shining testimony of our shared resolve to reunite the African and Caribbean peoples through trade, investment, innovation, and purpose. The theme, Global Africa, Uniting for Prosperity, is both timely and transformative. At this moment in history marked by global uncertainty, shifting power dynamics, and rising demands for equity, this calls us to action. It reminds us that our destiny is not to remain on the periphery of global trade and development, but to stand together at the center of a new global paradigm, one that reflects our strengths, our values, and our aspirations. We as governments carry the responsibility to shape the environment where opportunity flourishes. We must be bold enough to tear down the bureaucratic and physical barriers that separate us, and be visionary enough to build the bridges of commerce, culture, and cooperation. And that is why I agree with Mr. Aliko Dangote. This is not hard. This is doable. What it requires is clarity of vision, consistency of purpose, and collective will. Let me share what is possible when these ingredients come together. Just about a year ago, following an investment summit in Bastille, St. Kitts, I met with the leadership from Aquarium Consult, Ms. Aisha Mina and her team. As a result of that, in just months later, I was on a direct flight with a contingent to Abuja for Caribbean Africa Investment Summit in Abuja. On that trip, I had the opportunity to meet many of the business shakers and movers in that city and across Nigeria. I even had the opportunity to visit with the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And in our discussion, we discussed how we can tangibly connect Africa and the Caribbean. It was a very fruitful and successful discussion. I then issued an invitation to him to the region. He said to me that he would come to the region. Months later, he was on a visit to St. Lucia, where he met with leaders from the OECS. I want to thank the President for standing on his word. But it didn't stop there. Just after having visited Abuja, Nigeria, putting on an African Caribbean forum with a private sector entity. This is why the private sector is so crucial and important in all of this that we seek. We had a return event in St. Kitts and Nevis, where an Airpeace, one of the largest jets that ever landed on St. Kitts, came with scores of people from Nigeria, which included business people, people in government, government officials. We even had sports members or members of sport teams, those who were from the cultural sector. And in St. Kitts, there was a real fusion, a fusion of the cultural expressions of West Africa with the cultural expressions, in this case, particularly St. Kitts and Nevis. A fusion that was so seamless that really speaks to our relationship building, that it can be as seamless as their bodies move, as they integrate cultural expression from one area with another. We also had a football game. We had a team from Nigeria. They played against the St. Kitts and Nevis football team. No need to say who won the game. But again, you see the young people battling on the field. The African continent meet the brothers of the Caribbean in an exhibition football game. And there the Nigerians brought their drums and they brought their way of how they celebrate football. And there those from St. Kitts the Kittitians celebrated how they celebrate football. And again, it was so natural and so seamless that out of that game, I'm sure that relationships have been formed that will be forever. Again, demonstrating that it is not difficult, it is really possible and can be done. And if that could have been done between us, imagine what all of us can do together. But not only that, as St. Kitts, we have Nevis, we have also fostered academic and technical exchange with institutions such as the Open University of Tanzania, and the Prime Minister was here. We have also forged relationship with the Technical Vocational School of the University of Kenya. These connections are preparing our youth not just to witness change, but to drive it. I say all of this to say that it's already happening, and we are here to ensure that we accelerate the process. But what I would like to say is that this has opened up avenues between the Caribbean and Africa. As I said, traveling to Africa must be as normal and accessible as traveling to Europe. Our people must be able to book a flight in any part of Africa and return within the same week. No visa hurdles, no complex routes, just connection between our peoples. St. Kitts and Nevis has already opened its doors to Africa. Now we need to build open skies, open seas, and open systems that allow for seamless travel, trade, and exchange between the continent and our region. The current level of Africa-Caribbean trade is far too low and was pointed out by our gracious host. But this is not a weakness. It is potential. There's only one direction from here, and we all know what that direction is. That is up. Africa has the people, it has the land, it has the resources. What we need now is the political courage and the operational know-how to transform that potential into shared prosperity. Let this be the century where global Africa rises, not just in rhetoric, but in results. Let us not be daunted, for in the early 20th century, the Honorable, His Excellency National Hero of Jamaica, Marcus Garvey, formed the UNIA and built a company called the Black Star Liner, whose objective was to link Africa to the Caribbean. At that time, there were no presidents in the room, there were no prime ministers in the room, there were no major banks in the room, there were no independent countries in the room, and he did this at that time. So if he did this at that time, with the whole world against him, just imagine now that we have presidents in the room, prime ministers in the room, major banks in the room, and independent people in the room, what can we do as we forge this relationship together? This is why I fully support the commission proposed by President Orama. And yesterday, we were all moved by the practical wisdom shared by elder statesman P.J. Patterson at lunch. This commission, if done well, can serve as the vehicle to help accomplish what we seek. Thus, the upcoming AU-CARICOM summit in Addis Ababa must be remembered not for its speeches, but for its deliverables. With a combined market of 1.6 billion people, we have the numbers, we have the talent, and we have the momentum to make history, to make our history at this particular time. We stand ready. St. Kitts and Nevis has already signed 3 agreements with AfriCaribbean. Well, 2, we'll sign the 3rd one today, 2 of which involve private sector investments. 2 of which involve private sector investments. Our size has never defined us. As I often remind colleagues, Singapore is no bigger than St. Lucia. It's not about landmass. It's about leadership, partnerships, and strategic execution. These islands once propelled the economies of Europe, not to our benefit, but to our detriment. Let us now do it for us. We must not only view the Atlantic as a passage of pain, but begin to see it as a bridge of opportunity, a bridge of commerce, a bridge of culture, and a bridge of collective renewal. Today, allow me to pay homage to President Benedict Oram, my brother and a partner on this path, one of the great visionaries of our time. I remember vividly our private meeting in Barbados after the public session. Only 2 heads of government were present, myself and another head. But your words were enough to shift paradigms. You touched me in a particular way with your clarity of thought and vision. And the very first agreement I signed as Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis was with the AfriCaribbean Bank. And the very first country to sign an agreement with the AfriCaribbean Bank was St. Kitts and Nevis. That is the level of faith that I had, and that faith has grown. What you have achieved, books will be written about. You have not only laid a foundation, you have built a legacy. Put your hands together for President Oram. And to the incoming president, I've had the honor of engaging with you. And I am filled with hope. Your passion, intellect, steady resolve reassure me. And I am confident that you are the right leader to carry the torch forward. So let us welcome. He may not be here, but let me acknowledge him. So as I bring my remarks to a close, let us therefore unite as one people, not as scattered states, but as one global Africa, bound not only by ancestry, but by ambition. Let us build the Atlantic Bridge and step boldly into a future defined by our own vision. This is our time. The march has begun, and it cannot be stopped. Let us all join in. Thank you very much, and I wish this success.
Honourable Drew, thank you very much indeed. Interesting that we're talking about bridges, aren't we? I don't know if you were in the room yesterday, and we were talking about how proximity matters and how to use the Caribbean as a launch pad to other markets. I don't know if you remember that. And this idea that strategy is what it's all about. It's not necessarily about size, it's strategy. So, before we move on, just to remind you that there is a side event that is currently taking place. It begins, or it will be taking place rather, at 11 o'clock at the Radisson Hotel in the Grenada room, and it is a PAC Capital side event. So if you had that in your schedule using the wonderful AfriCaribbean Bank app, that will be taking place at 11 o'clock. We are going to be setting up the stage for our first panel event, and whilst that is taking place, we'd just like to introduce a video message from our sponsors. Thank you.
My dream of becoming a doctor started when I was about 7 years old.
8 or 9 years old.
Since I was 3 years old.
My dream to be a doctor started when I was in middle school, and I had a personal experience with my mom battling breast cancer.
SGU helped my dreams of becoming a doctor come true.
I was really impressed at SGU because the professors are very involved in your learning and they care very much about your growth as a medical student.
The academic advisors at SGU made me feel capable of taking on any challenge I had.
The support I felt from St. George's University has been incredible. I am where I am today because of St. George's University.
It's a busy world, and we all know the saying, time is money. Meet Candice and Oliver. They both have busy days ahead. Let's see how that goes. Candice is in a rush, off to the bank, again. Oh, looks like she didn't plan for traffic, or this long line either. Now let's check in on Oliver. His morning starts a little differently. Using his phone, Oliver makes a peer-to-peer transfer and pays his bills, all while having his morning coffee. At the store, Oliver checks his finances with online banking. Candice? Still waiting. Back to Oliver. He stops at the bank to meet his loan officer. While waiting, he schedules a payment and makes a wire transfer. Wondering about Candice? Yup, still waiting. Candice could be like Oliver if she uses Co-op Bank's e-solutions. Make your day easier with Co-op Bank's swift, simple, and secure e-banking platform. Bank on your terms, from anywhere, at any time. Click, tap, done. Banking just got easier.
Welcome home.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our first exciting discussion today, and this is a showcase of Grenada's economic promise. So many of us are on a journey of learning about the potential of what we're trying to achieve. So, to set us off on that journey, in the context of Grenada, please welcome our moderator for this, His Excellency Dr. Richard Allen Nixon, Ambassador with the Government of Grenada. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. That's not working. Let's try this again. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Now we're talking. It's my pleasure to moderate this session this morning about a spotlight on Grenada. Please allow me to introduce members of my panel, the Honorable Lennox Andrews, one of our Ministers for Economic Development. And Minister Andrews, please join me, please. Second chair. Minister Andrews have the portfolio of economic development, planning, cooperatives, agriculture, lands, forestry, blue economy, marine affairs, and everything else. Second on my panel, I'd like to introduce Mr. Randall Dolland. He's the chairman of the Grenada Tourism Association. Third is Mr. Ronald Theodore, who is the CEO of the Grenada Investment Development Corporation. Fourth is Mr. Thomas Anthony, who is the CEO of the Investment Migration Agency, which is our CBI operations here. And finally, Dr. Marius Lucas, who is the president of St. George's University. I will also join them and take my seat as well. So again, good morning. And Minister Andrews, I've known you for a long time, and you carry a very large and wide portfolio. Can you share with us a little bit about the work of your ministry?
All right, thank you very much, and a very pleasant good morning to all. Yes, I suppose those ministries were given to me because of my area of study, having studied economics. of course, at a certain level. So presently, I am, and I'll take my time and call it out, I'm the minister responsible for economic development and planning, agriculture, lands, forestry, cooperatives, the blue economy, and marine resources. Okay? And I am actually joined by 3 permanent secretaries who assist me in getting the work done. Now, to share a little bit about what we do. In economic development and planning, essentially we manage the economy. And we manage the projects, the major projects that are to be implemented in the country. In a small island like Grenada, development takes place through projects. So if you want to build a road, it's a project. If you want to build a school, it's a project. You want to build a hospital, it's a project. So we train the public servants in the project management cycle, how to write a project, how to prepare projects, how to implement projects. Good? And so that's one aspect of our work. So we have what is called a public sector investment program, the PSIP, that pulls together all of the major projects in the economy. But as part of our work in macroeconomic in economic development, we also manage the performance of the economy. And we do so by looking at the performance of the major macroeconomic indicators. And these are your GDP, your gross domestic product, the value of the goods and services that, as Grenadians, we work and produce. We manage its performance. We manage the performance of government fiscal behavior. We look to see if government has surpluses, a current account surplus, does it have an overall deficit or an overall surplus? And we also look at the kind of fiscal and economic policies government should implement. We also look at the monetary indicators. As economists would say, we look at the broad money supply, the M1 and the M2, the availability of credit, and the country's net foreign assets. We look at the performance of the financial institutions, the banks and the credit union, and look at the interest rate. Are they stable? And of course, we look at the balance of payments, which is the country's relationship with the rest of the world. And our intention is to ensure that we have a positive balance of payments, especially on the current side. So we analyze these 4 macroeconomic variables. In the blue economy, which is itself is a maybe I should talk about, let's talk about agriculture first. In agriculture, we focus on increasing our domestic production of agricultural produce for domestic consumption and also, where possible, for export. So we go beyond the traditional agricultural crops like cocoa, nutmeg, and we focus as well on the non-traditional crops, yam, dashing, tanya, sweet potato, and the vegetables. Good? And we have been working very closely with the People's Republic of China in helping us to develop our agricultural sector. In the blue economy, and I want us to understand the blue economy. In the blue economy, the idea here is this. Grenada's land space is 344 square kilometers, which means that there is only so much you could get from an economic point of view in terms of income, employment, and output from a small economy with a population of about 109,000 people. But our marine space is 77 times more than our land space. And what that means is that there is a lot more economic potential to be had in our marine space. And since this government came into being, the government realized that in order to expand the economy, we can't just simply depend on the traditional sectors of agriculture, tourism, construction, manufacturing. We have to identify new areas of economic activities. And what the government has done since coming to office, first of all, it has created a new ministry, which was the Ministry of the Creative Economy, focusing on the creative sector. Good, so that was the first one that was done. And then later on, it created the blue economy. And in the blue economy, we are focusing on a greater utilization of our marine environment to generate new economic activity, which will mean new income, new employment, new output, and be able to have a much broader and a much wider economy. So in essence, I mean, that's the ministry as I outlined to you. These are some of the things that we do, and many of my colleagues here this evening, I mean, now, this morning, they are part of the major sectors that we identify that can lead the process of economic development. Shortly after taking power, our Prime Minister had what he referred to his Vision 75. And in his Vision 75, he indicated the major sectors that would contribute to the economic and social transformation of our homeland and of our people. And of course, our colleagues here are indeed some of the major sectors, and they will give you some more details in terms of how and what they have been doing in fulfilling that Vision 75 as expressed by our leader. And of course, the fundamental objective is that we have to be able to, over time, improve the lives of our people. So I'll stop here for the time being.
Thank you, Minister. Now you've had the epistle according to Minister Lennox Andrews. So, Minister, you mentioned about tourism, and on our panel today is the chairman of the Grenada Tourism Authorities. So Randall, tell us a little bit. You may want to introduce your agency to our audience here, and then we can get into a short discussions afterwards. I think there's a video from the Grenada Tourism Authority we'd like to share at this time.
While we wait for the video to play, I would like to again say welcome. Welcome to Grenada, all of you. So again, special welcome to all of you, especially those of you who have traveled from the African continent and visiting us here in our beautiful Spice Island of Grenada. I am Randall Dolan, the chairman of the Grenada Tourism Authority, and our mandate is to market the destination of Grenada. And while I have the privilege of joining my esteemed colleagues here on the stage, the fact is tourism is a common denominator between all of us, and it's sort of the economic engine that drives the development and the trade. All of the ministries that Minister Andrews is responsible for, they all have linkages in tourism, from agriculture and lands to marines, because of course the marine life is very important to us. As he mentioned, makes up more than 77% of the space that's Grenada, the state of Grenada. And of course, when we do that, we have to consider that we have to preserve our marine life, ensure that we do it responsibly, because as a small island developing state, we are prone to a lot of natural disasters. And while we also get our food from the sea, we also have to make sure that from the land, agricultural sector is well protected and is well developed. We are the spice island of the Caribbean, and the tourism authority is partnering with others, the other sectors, to make sure that we double down on that, double down on being the spice island of the Caribbean, double down on our agriculture, because food is a big focus of us, the culinary product of Grenada, and food is something that connects the diaspora, especially with our spices that flavors food across the globe and across the diaspora. And again, tourism, using that as a backbone to stimulate investment from IMA, from citizenship by investment programs, to the GIDC, ensuring that we have the right systems to attract investment coming into the country, and to SGU, where combined with traditional tourism and SGU, St. George's University, that makes up almost 50% of Grenada's GDP. So we are making strides in promoting the destination, and again, building that bridge, a sustainable, viable bridge between the African continent and Grenada and the Caribbean by extension. And even with our strides that we're making in medical tourism, we definitely look to accomplish a lot more. And I think that we have so much to offer. And once we are going on in that direction, we really start building a strong niche market that can sustain Grenada in the long term. Because the reality is, with the rate of climate change and sea level rise, we have to look to diversify our products and go in a route of medical tourism, ensuring that our agriculture is strong and ensuring that we have strong trade partners globally. That is a way to actually continue to incentivize investment in Grenada. And if you consider this conference right here, that's a key sector that the tourism sector is going after, which is called MICE, Meetings, Incentive, Conferences, and Exhibitions. So all of this is tourism. And I always say that in Grenada, our tourism products is not just the hotels, it's not just the beaches, but it's our entire island. It's the people, it's the food, it's the culture, it's everything that we do collectively. That is our way of life that we sell, and that is our unique selling point and a unique advantage globally. So with that, I'll pass it on to my colleagues to get introduction.
Okay, thank you, Randall. Mr. Theodore, you lead a very focused part of our development, the Grenada Investment Development Corporation. Can you give us a brief introduction about the GIDC and the work you do, and then keep it nice and short because you're going to get into some conversations after okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Ronald.
Dr. Nixon. So Grenada Investment Development Corporation, our mandate is to...
Ronald, if I may, I think you have a video to introduce the GIDC.
Yes, but I just do this and then introduce the video, yeah?
Okay.
So our mandate is to promote and facilitate investments within the growth sectors of the economy. So Grenada is indeed a dynamic place for doing investment. And let's show the video so persons will see what I'm talking about.
Discover Grenada, your next investment location. Discover Grenada, investment in action. Discover Grenada, your investment possibilities are endless.
So, Dr. Nixon, I do not need to say any more. The video said it all.
Point well taken. Point well taken. Mr. Anthony, you lead the Grenada Investment Migration Agency, and we see this new emergent trend as a source of foreign direct investment in Grenada, in not only on project or in individual side, but also on developing projects. Can you share a little bit about your agency, your work, and in 2 minutes, and then we'll have some discussions afterwards.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Nixon. I'd like to add my voice to those before me, welcoming all visitors to Grenada. Special welcome to those who are coming for the first time. I hope you would have built in a day or two to explore Grenada beyond the hotel and the airport. There's a lot to offer. But before I comment on the question posed to me, I'd like to show a brief video.
Woven into the very fabric of human history. From ancient wanderers to modern explorers, our instinct to move, to seek something greater, and to grow has always driven us forward. Imagine a journey into pathways of boundless opportunities and endless possibilities. A collective future where the vibrant rhythms of the Caribbean, rich culture, and welcoming community create unforgettable experiences. Beyond citizenship by investment, we believe in our collective investment of time, resources, and energy that fosters innovation, creates jobs, and enriches lives, driving the growth of an entire nation. The Investment Migration Agency Grenada boasts over a decade of exceptional service and remains committed to guiding you toward global mobility and economic freedom through investment. Your journey becomes our shared story of progress and prosperity. This is an invitation to be part of something greater, something enduring. Begin your journey at imagrenada.gd. IMA-Grenada. Unlock the possibility.
The Investment Migration Agency, formerly the Citizenship by Investment Unit, has responsibility for the management of the Citizenship by Investment program. Essentially, individuals can apply for citizenship on the strength of an investment through one of three vehicles, and I believe we'll talk about those in more detail. But fundamentally, we believe that individuals should not be limited simply based on the place of their birth. We believe that you can be fiercely patriotic whilst embracing enhanced global mobility. And the program also allows individuals who invest in the country to add another layer of protection for that investment. We also believe that you should be able to choose your nationality. You should be able to choose where you want to educate your children, where you want to live, and where you want to play.
Thank you, Thomas. Well said. Our last panelist is Dr. Mario Lucas, who has recently been appointed as the president of St. George's University, one of the pillars of our economy in Grenada. And we thank you and the university for continuing to stay in Grenada, and we look forward to you being here much longer. So can you share a little bit about SGU and why you think it's so special, why Grenada is so special to SGU?
Thank you very much, Dr. Nixon. My name is Marius Lucas, as you heard. Obviously, that name is not Grenadian. I'm originally from Greece, but I'm very Grenadian at heart, at brain, at soul. Everything you can see is Grenadian here. So as the recent president of SGU, we have a very interesting presentation for all of you that we can play now.
Going to St. George's was a great decision for me.
I believe that SGU has really helped propel me towards my lifelong dream of becoming a doctor.
I'm very confident that I wouldn't be where I am today. I wouldn't have gotten residency at Mayo Clinic if I had gone to any school other than St. George's. SGU was the best investment I've made in my entire life, absolutely.
SGU has now graduated over 23,000 students from the School of Medicine. These graduates have practiced in all 50 states and around the world.
We've been in existence for over 45 years, so we've trained tens of thousands of doctors. Probably one of the most unique advantages of going to St. George's is the amount of support that we give to our students. We attempt to make every student that we accept to med school be successful, and we can offer a wide variety of educational pathways leading to the MD degree. This is a comprehensive campus. We have 65 buildings. It looks like a U.S. campus. Our brand new dorm is spectacular. It has a view that would rival a resort hotel looking out over the beaches. We have our own new exercise facility. We cater to the unique needs of our students, and we create a safe and supportive environment on our campus.
I felt that SGU really wants you to be a family amongst your peers.
The key to medical education is the learning group size, because that's the environment where you're learning medicine.
One of the things we've done is set up a Department of Educational Services where our students learn how to learn.
We really focus on the individual. It's really student-centered education.
We work with students in workshops, we work with students in small groups.
They provide practice tests, educational material, all of that. And so when I took step one, for me, it felt like taking another St. George's test.
We're often judged by the success of our students on USMLE exams, and in being provided with a strong base of knowledge and skills, our students have performed well on these exams, setting them up for a successful transition into residency. But in addition to standardized tests, I think we're particularly good at preparing students to be lifelong learners.
The first 2 years in Grenada really prepared me well to succeed here in clinical rotations.
And I do believe that these clinical rotations are probably the most important aspect in trying to narrow down what you want to do for residency.
St. George's allowed me to do multiple rotations, to repeat rotations that I was interested in, and were incredibly encouraging.
We have relationships with over 75 hospitals. So it's really an opportunity for our students to think about, where do I want to train and where do I want to get into a residency?
I'm a second-year resident, and I know this is a privilege. It's a path that not everyone gets to walk, and SGU is really the stepping stone that enabled me to be here.
We're proud to say that throughout our history, SGU graduates have been successful in matching into residency programs throughout the U.S. I'm a big believer in the value of diversity, and all one needs to do is come to campus and walk and look around, and you will see diversity.
You've got students from, multiple different countries. You learn about their backgrounds, their customs, their cultures, and having that exposure is crucial, in terms of being able to take care of people down the road.
Our students have the opportunity to train in several countries. We have actually been working in partnership with Northumbria University in Newcastle, England. And one of the things that we can offer to students is to spend the first year of their medical curriculum in the UK.
It gives you a perfect combination of doing 1 year of school in England and 1 year of school in Grenada, and then your clinical rotations in North America, or to come back to the UK.
That type of medical education is not only extremely valuable, but it's quite unique.
Being a doctor in the 21st century, I think not only means being able to take care of patients, but also making sure that you continue to better yourself as a doctor. That's a really key point here, is that St. George's does a phenomenal job at getting you ready for your career.
I don't think that I would have been able to get the experience that I've gotten here at SGU anywhere else.
As soon as they drape the white coat over you, you kind of have that sense that this is the beginning of the journey.
You have to believe in yourself, believe in the effort that you have put in.
If you put in the work, doors will fly open for you. And I'm just very, very fortunate and thankful for that opportunity.
Thank you very much. So, Mario, since this is fresh on our minds, considering the audience we have here today, what do you think is going to change in SU's focus of attracting new talent, new partnerships and new students. Can you share a little bit about the future here?
Absolutely. Strategically, we have attracted over, I would say, 800 students from the Africa continent, with Nigeria being the first country with approximately 200 students, followed by Botswana, around 100, then Kenya, Ghana, and so on, with around 50 students in the life of SGU. But specifically for Botswana, we are the #1 provider of physicians to that country, which approximately accounts to 30 to 40%. So we have a very big interest of addressing the short numbers of physicians around the world. SGU, as you know, is the #1 provider of physicians in the United States for the last roughly 12 to 13 years. We have over 24,000 physicians, and we are really here to address a very big issue that we've seen it, I think, during the COVID pandemic, the physician shortage. There is a tremendous physician shortage globally, especially for primary care physicians, and SGU is here to address that for any country in the world. And that's why I mentioned Africa in specific. I think we have very strong ties, but we're looking forward to expand those ties and again, provide a really high-class education in this lovely place that's called Grenada.
Marios. And Ms. Anthony, you've been traveling quite a bit, especially to Africa, sharing the Grenada investment migration story. What has been the response you've seen, and what are the plans to strengthen those ties and links going forward?
So interestingly, Nigeria represents the largest demographic of individuals applying for the Citizenship by Investment program, followed closely by China. As you've mentioned, we have been exploring more African countries. More recently, we were in Kenya in collaboration with the Nairobi Chamber of Commerce. And at that event, we had over 100 individuals attending, and we believe that we will see some fruit from that event. We also had a private event with 42 individuals, and my understanding is that 25% of those have expressed an interest in applying for the program. We do have plans later this year for a West Africa tour in October, to be more precise, and to explore Ghana as a new market for the Citizenship by Investment program. So we're trying to grow the demographic coming out of Africa, but we are also playing our part in creating that bridge between Africa, Grenada, and the Caribbean at large, and allowing individuals to make investments into Grenada, but also, as I said earlier, protecting those investments by becoming citizens of Grenada. And it doesn't hurt that you then enhance your global mobility, your ability to travel to more than 145 countries.
Thank you, Thomas. And I think that the plan, I guess, is to expand these opportunities for our brothers and sisters across the pond, yes?
Absolutely. Yes.
So Ronald, as I said, you lead a very important agency, the Grenada Investment Development Corporation. Why would someone invest into Grenada? What incentives for different programs you have that can attract investments here? Can you give us a capsulized version on that?
Thank you, Dr. Nixon. So yes, we do have a very flexible investment incentive regime. We provide investment allowance, where the capital invested in the project can be written off against taxable income for a period of 15 years. One can benefit from tax credits. In addition to custom duty exemptions, there's property transfer tax reductions, withholding tax reductions. Yes, so these are some of the fiscal incentives, but there's also non-fiscal incentives where, there's non-discrimination, so foreign and local investors receive the same incentive support. You're able to repatriate your profits, and there's no capital gains tax and so forth. So we do a very flexible incentive package that is available to investors throughout the growth sectors of the economy.
So would you say that Grenada's investment package is very competitive with the rest of the world?
I think we are. Yes, we continue to make improvements to the incentive regime. We have made improvements over the years, right? We have considered the various compliance like WTO and so forth, and we have adopted our program to make sure that we stay focused and that we benefit investors. All right? So yes, we are competitive, and I will willing to have further discussions with anyone in the room to discuss our incentive package.
Realize I've just put you on the spot, right?
I'm ready. Okay.
Prepared to put him on the spot a little bit further. Okay, Do you want to talk about the Caribbean Basin Initiative briefly?
Yes, thank you. So, yes, there are some agreements that we have signed on to, and it allows for goods that are produced in Grenada to get preferential access into other markets, right? The Caribbean Basin Initiative is one of them. So goods that are produced, manufactured on island, can get preferential access to the U.S., Costa Rica, Colombia, and several other territories. Yeah. So this is something that I think persons should take advantage of. You manufacture a product on island, and you get preferential access. Yes, we look at the global dynamics at this point, and we see there's so many changes with tariffs and so forth. But the Caribbean Basin Initiative remains, and it's an opportunity to produce and to get access into markets.
And if I were to add to this, the formula is 35% of the value added of the end product has to be produced in Grenada, 15% from the United States, and the product or the design engineering can be from any part of the world. And with this formula, you gain preferential access primarily into the U.S. market, yes? For example, Dominican Republic, they do a very aggressive work with Walmart. All of the undergarments in Walmart are made in the Dominican Republic under this program. So I think this is a very good avenue to invest into Grenada so you can take advantage of these trade policies we have in place, yeah?
Definitely.
So, Mr. Donald, you've been quiet for a little bit. So can you tell us, where is GTA going? Based on this audience and this initiative that's being explored, do you see this as a catalyst to expand into new territories? And how do you plan on doing that?
Yeah, of course. This conference actually has, continued to highlight Grenada as a top destination. And again, the reasons for panels like these are to discuss the incredible opportunities that exist. And again, with everyone here in our beautiful Tri-Island state, they get to see the beauty of this country, the warmth of the people, and try the food that we do have. And I think that now, from the next steps going forward, we have to sort of figure out how do we build a sustainable air bridge that connects the continent of Africa to Grenada. But again, it has to be sustainable, right? Because airlines are not going to just fly for losses. They have to make sure that they're making profits, obviously, and they're at least having proper yields. However, when we build airlift to the destination, we are always cognizant of ensuring that there's right connectivity globally. So as of now, right now, we're able to get cargo into Africa within 36 hours. If it leaves Grenada today, and that's using British Airways. As of last week, we started negotiating with the other partners to start moving cargo into Africa, and then with Delta coming in, is actually going to reduce the time that we can actually get cargo into both Accra and Lagos, again, within a 26 to 30-hour time frame. And in addition to that, what we need to also do is start stimulating the demand for travel between both regions. So with the centers of excellence that we're growing here, that we're partnering with, and the work that AfriCaribbean is doing in the region, we want to continue to highlight Grenada as a top location for investment, again, on the back of tourism, which is creating that vehicle of opportunity. Because again, as both of gentlemen here would talk about, it's like the arts and crafts, agricultural, the products that we make here. The Tourism Authority does a great job exporting all of that, because we pack these in our bags when we are traveling globally, when we're meeting dignitaries or our counterparts overseas. We're a large consumer of these items, and the idea is to continue to create organic demand for these items because it will continue to then funnel growth and continue to funnel investment. So, and then of course, when you're looking at the hotel developments and all of the developments in all sectors, a lot of that is funneled through tourism.
So would the GTA be interested, or would you be open to arranging travel agents' fam trip to Grenada? So the travel agents in various parts of Africa can come and experience Grenada so they can actually help promote Grenada to their customer base.
Yes, because coming again from the back of this and having same-day connectivity from Accra and Lagos via Delta, via Atlanta, and also the connectivity to London, we're now going to start, engaging. Like we've just signed an MOU. We're going to be signing an MOU with Premier Invest, and I think that's a great opportunity for us to sort of engage the travel agencies over there, engage the market sector over there, and understand the demand and the needs for the travelers, and understand that, because at the same time, we talk about Africa holistically, but each country may have different needs. We're looking for different things. So it is important that we engage, we continue to invest in that, and continue to find a way where we could now go direct to developing a sustainable air bridge.
And I think the goal for the air bridge is to have direct connection between the Caribbean and the African continent. Going through the north and all these passages create, some challenges. Time, cost, money. You may not be able to get a visa to transfer. So the goal is to have these direct links, and that's one of the purpose of this conference, is to get to know each other. So, Minister Andrews, in your portfolio of ministries that you manage, what tools do you have and institutions you have under your purview that can help drive the things we're talking about here?
Let me answer it this way. Essentially, we focus in our ministries, we focus on training, ensure that our staff is adequately trained to carry out their duties. So just last week, we've completed the training of about 45 public servants. Some of them are also with the statutory bodies and public enterprises, and they were well trained in the project management cycle. So that's, if you can say, it's an institution that we have in place, and we are also planning other training as well for our staff in issues like financial programming, in issues like cost-benefit analysis, and so on. But I just want to speak a little bit about how in the ministries that we work, we link with tourism, we link with the creative economy, and how we support each other. Now, if you look, for example, at investments in the tourism industry, you will find that a lot of the investment is in the area of hotel construction. But there isn't that, if I may say, corresponding investment in the other sectors that support the tourism. So, for example, there is insufficient investment, if I would say, in the creatives. And we need to invest more to give more support to the tourism industry. So the performing arts, the visual arts, the music, the design, we need to do some more investment in that area so that we can provide more support to our tourism industry. In agriculture, for example, we need to be able to establish a much stronger linkage with tourism. And the thinking, there are many views in terms of how this can be done. One view is that you can get the hoteliers and the hotel owners to establish contracts with our local agricultural farmers so that they can produce the yam, the dashin, the tanya, the sweet potato, the tomatoes, and the lettuce, and so on, that the hotel needs. And in that way, you establish that link with the industry, so that when a tourist comes to Grenada, what he, in fact, is getting is that he's getting what we are in fact producing. But having said that, I also want to, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, I also want to refer to what we are doing in the blue economy to encourage more economic activity. The view is that in the future, one may be tempted to say that most of our economic activities will take place in our maritime space than in our terrestrial space, given the large potential that exists there. And presently, we are exploring private investment that can take place in our maritime space. So we're looking, for example, at maritime biotechnology. It is understood that in our seabed, there are some very important minerals that are useful for the pharmaceutical industries, and they're also useful for the cosmetic industry. We want to see some investment taking place in those areas so that we can produce certain substances that help to fight cancer and that also are important for skin care. We're also looking at our mariculture, and in particular, we're looking at increasing our production of sea moss and also our what you can call our sea crayfish, our shrimps. And that's another area where we want to see more investment taking place. Linked to that, of course, is that we are considering utilizing our fresh water to produce not just shrimps, but tilapia. Tilapia itself is a very good source of protein. Most of the 9 amino acids that the body needs come from tilapia. And I want to say to the gathering here, if you so desire, before you leave, we can take a trip to the countryside and we can identify for you a particular area where the studies have shown that that area is very good for shrimp production and tilapia production. And if you're interested, all the incentives to which Mr. Ronald Theodore make reference to, all those incentives can be made available to you if you so wish to invest in tilapia and shrimp production in Grenada. So that's one area where you could look at sometime during this week before you go back. We have that one for you. All right? So I'll stop here for the time being.
Yes, I have one more question for you, Minister. What is the role of the Grenada Development Bank that I think falls under your ministry? And would the bank be open to unlending funds into critical areas of the economy? Let's say if AfriCaribbean or some other financial institution is willing to help in our development, would the bank be open to getting a loan or some help and unlend it to small farmers? And so at the end of the day, as the Prime Minister said yesterday, it's all about money. So we have to show the money. We have to find ways to monetize our creative arts, the various sectors. At the end of the day, it has to make economical sense. So do you see GDB playing a role in that transformative agenda that the government is on?
Indeed,
you have 1 minute.
1 minute? No, indeed, GDB is playing, or it has been playing that role, and it has to continue to play that role, and I would even say in a much bigger way. Presently, GDB has a total loan folio of around 53 million. This is around 27 million US dollars. And they have over 11,000 beneficiaries, yeah? And they lend to all the different sectors of the economy, services, agriculture, tourism, and so on. And that is very good. That is very good. We need to see more financing being available to GDB for lending purposes. I think to make it easy, if AfriCaribbean Bank can provide, if I may say, more concessionary resources to GDB so that they can on-lend to our respective producers at a much lower interest rate, that will be fine. And that will reduce the risk. And I think what we really need is, put it that way, cheap money, right? And when I say cheap money, I mean money with a very low interest rate, so the cost of loans would be low, and therefore it becomes easier for you to lend and to invest.
So I see this is where the public-private partnership would help, where government also has a role to play in maybe buying down some of the interest rates, so it makes it more affordable. So let's try to tie all this together. I think we have 15 minutes to go. So we spoke about education, investment migration, investment development, tourism, and government policies. I think there's a common thread between here. I think every one of these institutions are linked together, not only because it's Grenada, but Ms. Anthony, you spoke about your investment migration work. Can you share on what role the agency does in developing tourism, education, and working with GIDC and making sure the proper incentives are provided to make the investments tangible and sustainable?
Yes, thank you for that. So I mentioned earlier that there are 3 investment pathways. So I'll just talk about this for a little bit before I go into a substantive answer. The first is a contribution, non-refundable contribution to government. Second is purchase of a real estate in a private development approved by the government and the Investment Migration Agency. But more interestingly, I think, as we talk about creating that link between Africa and the Caribbean for investment purposes, is the significant investor option. And this essentially allows an individual to either purchase an existing business in Grenada or to locate a business in Grenada. And based on the capital that is invested in that business, you can apply for and receive citizenship. So it gives you the opportunity to locate a business here and to benefit from those incentive packages mentioned earlier, including the CBI opportunity, so that you're looking at not just a $45 million people market, but you're now expanding that to over 400 million potentially. As it relates to the direct question, so currently, most of the approved projects that individuals who apply for the program are allowed to invest in are located in the hotel sector. And so over the last decade, the program has contributed to increasing the hotel room count in Grenada. And we continue to do that with projects that are under construction, such as the Intercontinental, projects that have opened recently, such as the Six Senses Hotel. In the education sector, there's Hideaway, which provides residence for the individuals attending, some of the individuals attending the SGU. So we contribute in that way in building out the tourism sector, in the education sector. But in terms of education, I think what's more interesting for me is that recently we have been contributing in a significant way to the youth, culturally, educationally, and sports in particular. Sports is a big deal in Grenada, and we've been playing our part in sponsoring many of the events that youth participate in. And sorry, as we talk about GIDC, there's a continuous dialogue, a working group between the GIDC and IMA in terms of looking at where do we want to see the sector, various sectors, where do we want the investment pointed to, the various sectors. And recently, we amended the legislation to allow local entrepreneurs and businesses to benefit from participating in the program, and that's a collaboration between ourselves and GIDC.
So I think this is all good information. Considering the direction Grenada is going, like building this new hospital and so forth, do you think there is room and capacity from IMA to provide or help subsidize scholarships for Grenadians to attend SGU, which will benefit us later on? Do you think this is a discussion that can happen?
So this is a policy decision. But what I will say is we are prepared at the agency to provide such a support for individuals attending the SGU, as well as the hospital that is envisioned to happen in the not too distant future.
Yeah, because I think capacity building is important, and we have institutions that can build that capacity. So as part of our national transformation, I think it's a discussion that can be had, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. We have the revenue, we have the income capacity.
You have what?
We have the income capacity to be able to provide support for students if government so wishes.
So Randall, we see SGU as a very critical part of our tourism sector, and it's not short-term, it's long-term tourism, and the impact on the economy is tremendous. Do you see GTA getting more involved in the support services to SGU, whether it's through designation of residences or some forms of support? Because as I said earlier, there's something that ties us all together. So I'm trying to bring out in the conversation what ties us together.
Thank you for that. And I think that we have to understand, on island, what is our niche? What do we do well and how do we do it better? And how do we sustain the development that we have here? How do we create the demand for that economically? Because it has to be viable for the banks to want to finance it, for it to make sense for IMA to get behind it, for it to make sense for GIDC to give the concessions. But what gets visitors to Grenada? Essentially, what makes them decide that instead of going anywhere else in the world, they're going to go to school in Grenada? And that goes back to what we do here, who we are in Grenada, to the point that the minister was making, right? If you look at culture, if you look at agriculture, marine sector, it all has to come together and sync, because that's all, again, tourism, in effect. And tourism is what would ensure that you have a sustained demand going forward, because the investor is coming in and he has to make sure that he has a reliable food source, a local food source, a natural food source, and that he can keep his costs down. And then you create demand by having the visitors coming into the island. We are an island of about 120,000 people. But imagine that we have over 400,000 people coming into the island annually. So that means there's a lot of food, there's a lot of people to feed, and there's a lot of things to see and things to do. And that goes back to creating a safe environment where there is entertainment, there is culture, that would then attract more visitors coming to SGU. So holistically, everything that we do is sort of ties back into our Grenadian way of life, which is the tourism product in itself. But we already work with SGU ensuring that their processes are seamless, because SGU's been actually a very well-oiled machine. They're pretty much almost 50 years existing on the island, so they're as old as us, as our independence. They've been along for that long. And ultimately, we would then lend all the support that we can, ensuring that their students are resourced and their students continue to want to come to Grenada, and they continue to get more of that happening, especially as we now start marketing in Africa, on the African continent, to try to holistically gather more students, getting them more interested in Destination Grenada. So we do work with SGU. We do a lot with them. We continue to work with them, continue to ensure that Grenada remains top of mind when they're going out on market, because that makes it collectively a much easier sell.
Thank you. And I hope you're seeing the linkages crystallizing as we have this conversation. And what does this mean? And I'm opening it up to the panel. What does this mean in how we can engage Africa to be part of our development? And it's not just about money. It's about building relationships, building friendships, building the ties that we have in common. And I think these conferences is a good stage for doing this stuff. So, Marius, I'll start with you, and we come back down, and with the minister, then I'll make some final comments. Yeah?
Yes. So, we as an SGU, and I like the comments of my friends here, what they said. So, it's about trust. Being a medical doctor or training students to become medical doctors creates an enormous amount of trust. That's why, for example, many of our physicians across the world, they have their diploma in their wall. They can see Grenada there. And many of the patients, they will say, where did you go to school? And the answer is, I went to Grenada. Oh, tell me more about Grenada. And then those physicians, they will say, it was a great opportunity. I have the best years of my life. I really enjoy being down in the island. And of course, patients, they trust physicians. At least most of us, we do. As a result, the tourism is getting a huge boost just because all those physicians have become ambassadors to this very pretty island. And then it becomes a very positive spiral. But to your question, I think for us in the medical education arena or veterinary education arena that we are also very, very strong, we try to fill a specific gap that exists in all the countries. Now, we do it, I think, in the best possible way, and our results speaks about that. You don't get accidentally the #1 provider of physicians in the United States for the last, I will say, 10, 15 years. But it's not in isolation. That always happens with collaboration with all the partners we have in Grenada, the Grenada people, the Grenada culture. So I'm more in the begging situation here in our African countries. Please bring your students in this place. It's a great, great place to educate everybody. And we educating in something that we have a need. Doctors, they will not disappear because of AI. Doctors, they will not disappear because of whatever you can imagine. But I think it's an area that is very, I would say, financially for the doctors and for the countries and for the hospitals powerful and provides really, really a big help to the society. So that's
Thank you, Mario. Thomas, you have one minute.
1 minute. Okay. So the Investment Migration Agency is a significant contributor to GDP. And for most foreign investors, it's the first point of contact. And unfortunately, to date, we have not managed to convert many of those who become citizens to invest beyond the citizenship. And so we are building out what is called the diasporic desk in an effort to engage with our citizens living in the diaspora, as we do individuals who are born in Grenada and move to other countries, so that we can benefit from their expertise, their network, their net worth, as we do the work to develop the economy further.
Ronald, 1 minute.
One of the things that was critical and mentioned throughout this panel, that was mentioned by the minister on several projects looking, so you want investments in several areas, the blue economy and so forth. Randy mentioned several areas in tourism, and Thomas mentioned projects you're looking at. The common thread is that we are looking to promote Grenada as an investment location. However, our approach is going to change. It's going to be more targeted approach for investment, right? The process has started where we are compiling the investment opportunities, being clear as to the investment, being clear as to the return on investment, and targeting investors. As I said early on, it's all about the money, right? So the investor wants to know, what can I get out of this? So the process, the train has moved off the station. We are compiling viable investment opportunities for most of the projects that were mentioned, and we are targeted investors. 2023, we had the opportunity to visit Ghana and Nigeria, and we promoted Grenada as an investment location, but realized there's strong interest. And that interest is wanting to know about these viable projects. So we are getting prepared and we are coming, right? I also want to take this opportunity to invite persons in the room to tomorrow's session, held at 9, where we will be able to delve more into viable investment opportunities. So we have projects that are packaged and we want to showcase these projects to you, yeah? So we are coming, we are ready, and it's all about showcasing Grenada as an investment location.
Okay, Randall, you can thank your colleague for taking half of your 1 minute, but...
But again, like based on our conversations that we've previously had, imagine someone from the African continent coming to SGU, getting citizenship or residency through IMA and through our wonderful policies that we have with the government, investing in our country. That could be in the marine sector, agricultural sector, or directly into buildings. And that is, again, why we're all up here together speaking about this, because we speak in unison. We're speaking one voice. So collectively, Grenada has a lot to offer. And imagine the medical city that's going to be double the size of SGU. That's what we're aiming for. And that will create tremendous opportunity for GDP, tremendous opportunity for growth, encourage more retirement tourism, and attract a lot more, a higher net worth individual as well, or anyone else that wants to come and retire in Grenada, because you'll have the best of healthcare. So ultimately, I think that our future is very bright. We have a wonderful destination. We have a lot of things to offer, untapped potential, a lot of opportunity here. And the GTA has shown that there's a demand for hotel room stock. So it's an ideal time to invest. We can invest in Grenada, invest responsibly, sustainably, and make sure that we're resilient to climate change as we develop our niche markets. So again, I'd like to thank you for this time. And again, I'd like to invite you all to go out and enjoy our beautiful nation before you do head back. And thanks for coming.
Okay, Minister, 36 seconds.
So 36 seconds to say that from a policy point of view, our government focus is on developing our country and developing our people. And in that regard, we place major emphasis on education and on educating our people at the highest level. And personally, if I had my way, I would make education free, right up to university. Because in that way we can produce the varied human resource that we need to work in the different sectors of the economy that are important for the country's growth and development. But I want to say something about Africa. I went to Africa some years ago. I went to Mali, and I went to Senegal. And interestingly, when I landed in Mali, I felt as if I was staying there forever. I felt as if I was home. I felt as if I was in a place that didn't look strange to me. So I'm saying to myself, the history is correct. We know where we came from indeed. And what this is saying is that that bond and that trade and that relationship that we have to develop with Africa is well established. I mean, history has, in fact, determined that. And therefore, the task now is for us to work together and to find a way to establish that bond, that relationship, in which Africa, Caribbean, Africa, Grenada, we can share our wealth and improve the lives of our people here in Grenada and, of course, in Africa.
Thank you very much, Minister. So I think it's very clear of the linkages and how to invest into Grenada. For me, I prefer to call it partnership because it has to be symbiotic. It has to be mutually beneficial between both sides. And we look forward to having future engagements with you. I'd like to thank you for your time in listening to our panel. I'd like to thank my panelists. Minister, thank you very much. Okay. Randall, thank you very much. Thank you. Ronald, thank you very much. Mr. Anthony, thank you very much. Marius, thank you very much. And thanks to all of you for enjoying this session. Panelists, we've been asked to take a photo together. Panelists.
Can we have the panelists that have just left the stage back on the stage? Because we'd like to capture the moment for a panelist photo, just very quickly. Thank you very much. Thank you. And Dr. Richard Allen Nixon, thank you very much indeed. A very informative panel. And just a quick update, folks. If you're heading to the exhibition tour, we've had an adjustment to the kickoff of the PAC Capital Side event. This is now going to take place after the exhibition tour, if you were planning to go on that. So we're guesstimating around midday, so around 12 o'clock. After the exhibition tour would be the PAC Capital side event. And just a reminder of that title, it's called Bridging Funding Gaps Through Strategic Partnerships. And a reminder also, if you haven't already collected your delegate bag, you need to head to the B2B marquee. Now, this is located outside, next door to the exhibition. It's first come, first serve. And the reason I'm going to tell you that is I understand there is rum in these bags, okay? So don't forget to get your delegate bag. I mean, if you want rum, you're in the right part of the world, aren't you? If you want the real thing. So yes, the B2B marquee is where you need to head to. All right, to deliver our special address, please welcome a lady who has dedicated her life to impacting community, impacting lives, one project, one person at a time. That is her tagline. The Honourable Ginger Moxie, Minister for Grand Bahama, the Bahamas, for a special address. Welcome to the stage. Thank you very much.
With protocol already established, in his absence, the Honorable Prime Minister Mitchell, my cabinet colleague, the Honorable Frederick Mitchell, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, friends, and partners, good morning. I extend warm greetings on behalf of the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the Honorable Philip Edward Davis, KC, the Government of the Bahamas, and the resilient Bahamian people. It is such an honor to be here with you today to discuss the exciting trade and investment opportunities between Africa and the Caribbean, a partnership that holds tremendous promise for both regions. Last year, the third AfriCaribbean Trade and Investment Forum was hosted in the Bahamas, side by side with the 31st Afro-Exim Bank annual meeting. This year, Professor Orama has said the urgency for Africa, the Caribbean, and the wider diaspora to build stronger strategic partnerships and collaborations to navigate the global economy cannot be understated. This year's theme, Resilience and Transformation enhancing Africa-Caribbean economic cooperation in an era of global uncertainty is not only relevant and not only critical for our survival, but it's like history repeating itself. Our ancestors were resilient when they survived the Middle Passage. They were resilient when they toiled the soil to make a better way for generations to come. They transformed oceans of grief into oceans of still untapped potential, oceans of less than 3% trade with our own brothers and sisters. It's as simple as that. If we want it done, we have to do it ourselves. Now is the time for action. And as I've listened to the speakers over the last 2 days, from the immense pride in what has been accomplished, yet aggressive push for even more by Professor Orama, to the charge from Prime Minister Mitchell to transform shared history into shared prosperity, I believe that we are collectively ready for the task at hand. As we contemplate the historical ties that bind us, we recognize the significant role of trade and the immense opportunities that lie before us. Trade has always been the lifeblood of economies, and when two powerful regions of untapped potential with historical ties join hands to explore new avenues, great things can happen. And this is why my sister, Kanayo Owani, Executive Vice President of the Intra-African Trade and Export Development, and I connected so consistently, and why Professor Orama is committed to our special project on Grand Bahama Island, and why the incoming President and Chairman of the Board, Dr. George Ilombe, will take it to the next level. You see, the island that I am minister for, Grand Bahama Island, one of the 700 islands of the Bahamas, with its strategic location and well-established infrastructure, stands as a gateway to the Caribbean, and it is at the crossroad of two-way trade. This beautiful island has emerged as a major transshipment terminal, facilitating the seamless flow of goods and creating linkages across continents. Considered the industrial capital of the Bahamas, I believe that it is the island that will play a key role in ensuring that discussions held yesterday and those today lead to the outcomes of shared prosperity as charged by Prime Minister Mitchell. Since the historic signing between the African Export-Import Bank and the Caribbean Community in 2022, and the establishment of the head office in Barbados, our collective ambitions have unlocked over $3 billion in funding to drive sustainable development and economic diversification. Never have I been so personally invested in everything Africa and everything Caribbean, and spreading the message of the opportunities in trading and investing in our own. From OACPS in Luanda, Angola, with Prime Minister, where the significant contribution for the diaspora to economic, social, and cultural development were recognized, to leading a Caribbean delegation on an Africa trade and investment mission hosted by the Caribbean Export Development Agency, to Accra, Ghana, and Lagos, Nigeria, to representing the region along with the Minister of Tourism, the Creative Economy, and Culture of Grenada, Senator the Honorable Adrian Thomas, at Canix in Algiers, Algeria, and to soon return to Algeria for IATF 2025, Intra-African Trade Fair, the AFCFTA Marketplace this coming September. And just last month, attending the 32nd AfroExim Bank annual meeting in Abuja, Nigeria, on the heels of the historic 31st AAM and 3rd ACTIF held last year in Nassau, Bahamas. So I believe that it is fair to say that African presence in the region as well as Caribbean presence in Africa, has gained significant momentum. I wish to thank AfroCaribbean Bank for the significant role that it has played in this development, with special thanks to Professor Benedict Orama, who has been such an inspiration to us all. I personally took Professor Orama, as well as EVP Awani, on a journey with me, a journey on the establishment of an Afro-Caribbean marketplace and logistics center on Grand Bahama Island, the gateway to the Caribbean, with permanent pavilions representing all African countries and all Caribbean countries. I can see it already. With this marketplace, there is seamless connectivity for trading between Africa and the Caribbean through partnerships with CARICOM, the Africa Union, and the use of AFTICA, the 6th region of Africa. The diaspora has ignited the most progressive trade and investment regime in history. And with the tax concessions offered in the 230 square mile free trade zone called Freeport, just 20 minutes from Miami, strategic value-added manufacturing, transshipment, distribution, and logistics has never been more lucrative. Yes, the opportunity exists on my island, Grand Bahama Island, where AfroCaribbean Bank has partnered with the government of the Bahamas to establish the Afro-Caribbean Marketplace and Logistics Center, a world-class touristic experience of products, cuisine, music, film, festivals, and art, depicting the rich culture of Africa and the Caribbean. The marketplace will also serve as a conduit for B2B opportunities. It will become a promotional office as well as foreign affairs office for many countries that do not have a presence in the region. With Grand Bahama's over $3 billion in recent investment, much of this in the tourism sector, and we expect to have over 6 million annual visitors to Grand Bahama by 2028. This means that a great percentage of these visitors will traverse the marketplace. This home of all things African and Caribbean will feature folklore, folk art, festivals, and culturally immersive expressions that defines authenticity of each country. It is envisioned that with the focus of the African and Caribbean partnerships, the Afro-Caribbean marketplace will become the gateway to the Caribbean and become the signature destination in the world where you can get a taste of Africa and the Caribbean. With an amphitheater for performing arts, African and Caribbean flavored concessions, and unique architecture that speaks to Africa and the Caribbean in collaboration with AfroCaribbean Bank. This is a place where Afro beats collab with Junkanoo and soca, rake and scrape, calypso, and reggae, whilst hosting major festivals. This shopping village will be utilized as the sales outlet for authentically African and Caribbean product providers, and nearby distribution center between the air and seaports will allow seamless trading of goods through one of the largest container port terminals in the region, with the ability to accommodate new Panamax cargo vessels. This is the real opportunity here. Africa's permanent footprint in the region with an attractive destination that is destined to become one of the most exciting shopping and distribution hubs in the world. This marketplace will not only boost economic growth, but also strengthen the bonds of friendship and cultural understanding between our nations. In a nutshell, through the Afro-Caribbean marketplace, opportunities will become available to trade products for distribution in this region through the Bahamas. It will also allow African countries to establish a permanent presence depicting their opportunities to the region. And it will present an amazing opportunities for Caribbean entrepreneurs to get their products to market. To date, we are in the project preparation phase with AfroExim Bank. We are also proud to partner with Creative Africa Nexus, CANEX, to unleash the immense creative potential that resides within our nations, that intertwines creativity, culture, and commerce. Together, we can build a vibrant ecosystem that nurtures artists, designers, and innovators, fostering economic growth and job creation through collaboration. It is also an opportunity for us to embrace the use of PAPs, CAPs, Mansa, and other products to address some of our challenges. In closing, I believe that the trade and investment opportunities between Africa and the Caribbean are immense. I've listened to every speaker basically saying the same thing. Less talk, more action. So right after my remarks, I'll be in meetings to move the Afro-Caribbean Marketplace and Logistics Center forward. Intentional meetings, because we are all in this together. This project is for all of us. Meetings because strategic collaboration between AfroExim Bank and its Creative Africa Nexus, the Africa Union Secretariat, the CARICOM Secretariat, the AFCFTA Secretariat, so much more can get done. So when I show up in September in Algeria for IATF 2025, it is hoped that we would have achieved some significant milestones. And finally, meetings, because with the establishment of the proposed Africa-Caribbean Commission, as announced here at ACTIF 2025, we want there to be less talk and more action. Thank you.
Minister Moxie, thank you very much indeed. Truly inspiring words there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, how exactly do we go about unlocking trade and investment opportunities? We've been told what we need to do, but how on earth do you go about doing it? What are the key sectors that should be targeted? And how do we also ensure that the partnerships, the collaborations are sustainable? We've been hearing a lot about resilience, but also there was a word I heard yesterday, consistency. Things need to be consistent in order for trust to be built in, reputation to be included. So, to guide us through all of this and to provide us with some answers, please welcome your next moderator, Dr. Patrick Antoine, the CEO of the Caribbean Private Sector Organization. Thank you.
So colleagues, good morning and thanks for the introduction. We've had an excellent session so far, and I think we fit uniquely in the slot after the wonderful remarks we've had on behalf of the Honorable Prime Minister of the Bahamas. In the panel that we're going to have now, in the 1 hour, we want to focus on opportunities. We want to focus on the opportunities for trade and investment, and then we've assembled a panel that I think is most capable of providing us with that, if only because they are themselves on a day-to-day basis involved in the endeavor of trade and investment and building bridges between the Caribbean and the continent, and also within the continent and within the Caribbean. So without further ado, I want to introduce our first panelist, Ms. Kian Greenidge, who is the president of CAIPA, which is the Caribbean Association of Investment Promotion Agencies. Please welcome her. Thank you. Our second panelist is Dr. Amani Ashford, who is the president of the Africa Business Council, friend and sister, who began these engagements with us back in 2021, when the dream of having what has emerged as the marquee trade and investment event in the Caribbean has emerged. So Dr. Ashford, please welcome her. I want to welcome a very, very experienced banker, professional, and development economist, our own Richard Duncan from Grenada, whose reputation precedes him. Richard is the Grenada Investment Migration Agency's representative. I think he's the chairman of the IMA, and it's welcome to have him. Again, I didn't hear that loud enough. I want to welcome Dr. Tibor Christian, the Chief Financial Officer from the Guyana Office for Investment, a country that's achieved 2 years ago 80% growth in GDP, the fastest in the world. Please welcome him. I want to welcome Mr. Ugo Ikemba, Managing Partner at the Caribbean Venture Capital Fund. Very profound perspectives he has on how we drive these investment opportunities. Thank you. And I want to welcome an addition to the panel that's not on your program, but I'd like you to note and inscribe her name on your on the documents that you have, whether in French or English, Dr. Simone Vidal. Dr. Simone Vidal is a senior lecturer from UWI who is involved in pioneering cancer research in CARICOM, in a very, very unique field. Please welcome her. Fantastic. So we want to begin by asking Ms. K. Greenidge a question regarding what CAIPA has been doing to drive trade and investment opportunities, both in CARICOM, but also trade and investment opportunities between CARICOM and the continent, building that bridge. Give us a little bit of what CAIPA has been doing and where you see these opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And a good afternoon or good morning still to everyone. Yeah, so CAIPA is the Caribbean Association of Investment Promotion Agencies. So basically, we are the overall body which really seeks to promote investment for 23 Caribbean countries. There is a saying, we are better together. So sometimes we need that overarching body, and sometimes we need that group and that team approach in order to unlock various opportunities out there from the international market. And sometimes going at it alone will not just suffice. So that is really what CAIPA does. CAIPA is the voice that goes forward to the international organizations to seek assistance in terms of development for various projects, various sectors that any of or collectively the Caribbean countries want to promote or to grow at any point in time. We have been looking to promote the countries as a collective, as a Caribbean community, throughout various areas globally, because we do these promotions globally, including Africa. You would have heard of some of the things in terms of the visit to Ghana. Some of the CAIPA members were involved in that. So there are various activities going on. Of course, throughout 2025 and 2026, there will be an enhanced focus on the African market and South-South cooperation between Kuiper and the African continent, and looking to actually take the group of the 23 countries to the African continent to do an inward mission to that continent. So those are some of the things that we're looking forward to do.
Fantastic, thank you. And as we meet here, there's so much work taking place that will require the services of Kuiper and its knowledge base as we talk about CARICOM, Brazil, the South-South, the opportunities there to displace and de-risk what's happening in relation to the inflation pressures coming through the United States. There is going to be a lot of work for Kuiper. I want to go to Dr. Ashford, who, as I indicated earlier, in 2021, we had this vision and signed an agreement, the Afri-Exim Bank, CPSO, Africa Business Council, tripartite agreement, and we've been working under that. Dr. Ashford, if you could tell us what you've been doing as part of the work under the tripartite arrangement as an Africa Business Council. And I'll come back to you a little later because I want to know how we can really intensify the pace of work. But give us a good sense of the work under the tripartite agreement for the time being. Thank you.
So thank you very much, my brother, my dear sisters and brothers from Africa and the Caribbean. I'm so happy to be here because now we are materializing this MOU. So the Africa Business Council, established by the heads of states of the African Union to be the voice of the African private sector. And Caribbean being the sixth region of the diaspora of African Union, I'm happy to be here in our sixth region. So the vision of the CARICOM private sector organization and Africa Business Council, really supported by AfriExim, is to see how we have the Africa Caribbean Business Council to operationalize what we are talking about, trade and investment. So Africa Business Council, our founding vision is a competitive, borderless, innovative Africa for trade, investment, and industrialization. So those three pillars actually comes together with our vision as Africa Caribbean Business Council. So Caribbean is more than 45 million people. Africa is 1.3 billion people, being the sixth diaspora. How we together can make it happen, trade among ourselves. And not only that, but also we need to invest and to industrialize. So those three pillars comes with how we do it together. So Africa Caribbean Business Council is really based to see how we build capacity of our African and Caribbean private sector, including SMEs, women and youth. Because again, SMEs are the base of our economy. The second issue is really what areas and sectors, and we have heard together all the sectors, including from tourism, the healthcare sector, the fashion industry, the agriculture, the aquaculture. I mean, there is a lot that we have already identified as Africa Caribbean Business Council to work together. So while identifying this, we need to have a mapping exercise of what is existing on the continent and in the Caribbean, and how we mix and match business linkages together in each sector. So we build on our expertise on both regions, and we also build the capacity of the private sector in different, and then we open market trade among ourselves with a Made in Africa product and a Made in the Caribbean product, which is actually what we are trying to see to substitute what we're bringing from outside, whether the continent or Caribbean. So the whole vision of the Africa Caribbean Business Council is for the prosperity of both of us in Africa and the Caribbean, and to see the role of the private sector, including SMEs, women and youth, to see how we are going further with this vision of the Caribbean as sixth diaspora, but also have an impact on our daily base of our people of the continent and here in the Caribbean. So I'm so happy, my dear brother, that Africa Caribbean Business Council now have went through these stages, and I think we are now going to we have already identified sector, but putting now the plan of action of materializing this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Ashford. I'm going to turn to Richard Duncan, who, from his own professional sojourn through banking, investment projects, and certainly his very relevant positioning in the Investment Migration Agency. And I'm going to ask him in this time of turbulence, where there is no doubt a lot of questioning around the longevity of the investment migration programs. How is the Grenada Investment Migration Agency beginning to revision and reposition itself and its program to benefit from some of the opportunities that, Richard, I know you would be aware of, and those that are coming to the agency, those in the ether even? How are you repositioning yourselves to benefit from some of these opportunities? And where do you see some of these opportunities to the extent that you want to reveal that to the audience? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Antoine. Let me start off by following in the footsteps of Governor Timothy N.J. Antoine and Mia Motley, who in these times are looking to Robert Nesta Marley's philosophy for guidance. So Governor Antoine would turn to Buffalo Soldier, fighting on arrival, fighting for survival. Mia Motley has turned to emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. I have turned to I shot the sheriff. Sheriff John Brown always hated me. For what? I don't know. That has been written to Sheriff John Brown always hated me. For what? I now know. Every time I plant a seed, he says, kill it before it grows. Every time I plant a seed, he says, kill them before they grow. So the investment migration space, the CBI space embarked upon by the 5 countries in the ECCU is one that clearly is under siege by Sheriff John Brown. Our role, our task, is to protect, promote, and prosper these programs. So we all agree among ourselves that if these programs do not mutate over time, obviously, they are likely to perish. So we have taken a number of steps over the last 2-3 years to treat with some of the risks that they face and to work with our development partners to ensure that we protect and promote these programs. So when people ask how long do these programs will last, or will they last, my question is how long do you want them to last? And the philosophy is simple. Only that which mutates as the environment changes can survive. So for me, these programs are around for a long time as we improve their design and architecture. That said, as far as opportunities are concerned, there are 2 sides to it. First of all, the projects that we have embarked upon, the investment opportunities, to my mind, have been driven primarily by developers. And as we have heard, they were concentrated in the area of tourism mainly, and there are good reasons for that. However, I think that we need to design projects that we know are good for this region, that has the potential to transform the region and allow developers to compete for those projects, rather than they come in to say to us, this is what they want to do in the sub-region. As far as and we are on that trajectory. As far as where we look for the developers, clearly we have to look to Africa. I think CEO Thomas Anthony said a while ago the work we are doing, or did last month in Kenya. We have been doing a lot of work in Nigeria. We have several investors. It's a good source market for us. But again, those investments are going into projects in the hospitality, in the hotel sector. That we wish to change. From where I sit, unless we can produce things, we talk about industrialization, that are price and quality competitive, then we're not in the hunt. So for Grenada, a project that could result in the lowering significantly of the cost of electricity, which is our main ingredient in any production process now, we will be struggling. So for my mind, strategically, that's a big project that we should embark upon, and there are successful developers in Africa who have done it, and to my mind, that should be on the cards. The other side of the equation is to work with your, what I call your CBI diaspora, because the one-off investment made as a pathway to citizenship is just that. But if you can woo and negotiate and to encourage them to do second-generation investments in the space, it will be a good thing for us. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
I want to thank Richard for that, because I too believe that the fact that as a country, certainly Grenada and the region, many of our countries are becoming depopulated. If you look at Grenada in the 1960s, what our population was then and our population today, you get a sense of, again, you have even greater demands on the infrastructure, and the capital expenditures from governments, but you have a declining population to carry that. There are a lot of reasons why I think what we just heard from Richard Duncan is absolutely on point, and we ought to do as he's urged. I want to turn to my colleague from Guyana. So much happening in Guyana, so much opportunity. And I want you to give us a sense of where you see these investment opportunities. And again, I want you to have fun and you can show off and tell us about the wonderful things happening there. But where do you see these investment opportunities in Guyana? And how do you see these contributing to both what we want to achieve in CARICOM and what we want to achieve between CARICOM and Africa? I want you to also bring in that mix what's happening with Guyana and Brazil, but not to get stuck there. Yeah? Show off. Tell us about the bridge that Brazil, brings to all of this is really going to be an important perspective. Thanks.
Well, first of all, I'm happy that you told me that I can show off, right? But secondly, it's a little disheartening to have to speak after the only Grenadian on the panel, so that puts me in a kind of peculiar position. However, I was intending to take the risk of creating a partial bias for Guyana because, as we know, everything or most of the things we do or hope to do is underpinned by energy. There's no question. If you look at our recent central bank report, it shows a $3 billion US trade surplus, mostly because of oil and gas. Yep. But for us to have full context of Guyana, we need to understand where Guyana is, where Guyana was, and what Guyana hopes to be, not only for ourselves, but for the region. First of all, we're the only, one of the only CARICOM nations that are not part of the Caribbean Sea, so it puts us in a unique location. We're 83,000 square miles, and if you look at the geography, we could fit most of the rest of the Caribbean within our country. So that's an indication of a plethora of arable land for agriculture. So bear that in mind as I move forward. But if I can cast our minds before oil, before Guyana had oil, what were the strengths of Guyana? The strengths was agriculture, mining for precious metals like gold, diamond, bauxite, etc. We also have unique ecotourism. And what are we hoping to achieve? What do we want the legacy of Guyana to be? Do we want our grandchildren and great-grandchildren to say, oh, I'm from the petrostate of Guyana? No, we don't want that. What we are doing with the proceeds from the oil and gas is to modernize those industries that were there before oil and gas. And I'd like to say that's where the real opportunities exist. Whilst everybody's inherently excited about oil and gas, and we are too, the real opportunities in Guyana really exist in those traditional sectors that were there before, because we are adamant about creating a diverse economy that is, to use the word for this forum, a resilient economy. So, what do we do with all the arable land And we've already started to see the benefits of the byproduct of oil, which is the natural gas. We're currently constructing and soon to commission a 300 megawatt power plant that is going to reduce the cost of energy, for now, in Guyana by more than 50%. So your first opportunity will be large-scale agriculture, large-scale farming. Now, to give you some more context about Guyana, we only have 750,000 persons and 83,000 square miles. When we grow the food, and with cheaper energy, we hope to add value by manufacturing and agro-processing, there is no way that we can consume all that food in country on our own. So the next opportunity that exists is agro-processing, manufacturing, how are we going to add value? And obviously, the first thought process is to do that by way of collaboration with entities that already know how to do it. And later on, when we talk about how we're going to make these investments a reality, I can talk a little bit more about our relaxed investment regime. But moving forward, we're going to grow the food, we're going to add value, but then that creates another sector downstream, which is logistics. How are we going to move the food, not only around the region, but to places like Africa? So when you think through Guyana, the first thing that comes to mind is, double-digit growth in GDP for the last 3 years, oil. But when you look closer, you realize the real opportunities is way beyond oil. It's the modernization of the known industries where the real opportunities reside. Yep, I'd like to stop there for now.
Thank you for that, and only to say that I think you're speaking after Richard Duncan is well suited. Richard will tell you that this Grenada community has welcomed for many, many decades our comrades from Guyana, and many of them are integrated, deeply integrated in our Melu. So we view you as one of us, and I want to say that also it would be a missed opportunity not to say that your president has done an excellent job of leading on CARICOM agriculture, and I'd like the audience to applaud that, please. And only to say that this partnership that the heads of government created, which established the CPSO, has really borne fruit, because the 25 by 25 plan actually came from the private sector and the CPSO at the invitation of heads and was endorsed by heads, and it's now become a blueprint. But I want to go on to my colleague which deals with the Venture Capital Fund. And of course, you know, Mr. Teboa Christian, that this morning there was the release of a top 100 tech stocks, early stage. And many funds were celebrating whether any of their tech stocks were in that top 100. And certainly from your perspective, I wanted to get a sense of where you see, coming from, you know, venture capital and other financial instruments, not just VCs. I know you have an interest. Where you see the opportunities within CARICOM. Do we have institutions like yours in CARICOM that are fit for purpose? And where do you see the opportunities between CARICOM and the continent? I wanted you to give us a sense of whether you see other institutions in CARICOM that's fit for purpose like yours, and then how you see the opportunities and how you've been structuring yourself to assist in enabling these opportunities. Thanks.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Before I answer the question directly and specifically, I wanted to just give a little bit of background. Vision and execution. What we've seen with AfriCaribbean Bank has been vision and execution, even when it didn't seem to make any sense. AfriCaribbean Bank just kept coming. And they had one idea, which is to bring Africa and the Caribbean together. And they've come many times in many situations, and all of us have met so many times in the Caribbean, and now it's sort of time to do less talking and more execution, as you've heard so many people say. And so, by way of background, my name is Ugo Ikemba, and I'm a venture capital fund manager initiated by the government of Jamaica. I'm from Nigeria, and I live in Jamaica, so I guess you could call me a Nigerian now. And that's part of this process of bringing us together. The whole point of our fund was to create an AfriCaribbean fund, taking the lessons. I spent 20 years in venture capital, private equity in Africa, and bringing it to work in the Caribbean. And so to sort of pivot to the question you're asking, I see so many opportunities. So when you come from a land of 1.5 or so billion people, myriads of different, when I say a land, as in the entire continent of Africa, or from Nigeria, 200 or so million people, you see myriads of problems, but you see myriads of solutions. So when I come to the Caribbean and I see wonderful islands, wonderful people, I just see opportunity. So I was so glad to come to this conference to talk about the opportunity and the opportunity to sort of mind meld between the African people and the Caribbean people to come up with solutions that we can sell to the world. And the reason I say that is it doesn't matter what you do that you sell to 300,000 people, 1 million people. You need to sell to the 7 billion people on the planet Earth for you to make a dent. And that has to be the vision from day one. How do I conquer the world? And how do I do that? Through recognizing opportunity. Now, nothing happens without some financing and funding. So when AfriCaribbean came in with a power pack punch of funding, things are now starting to happen. So I would like to reference to you that there are many organizations. We work with the Inter-American Development Bank. We work with, actually, one of our investors is Burna Boy. So people have talked about, the creative industry. We thought partnering with Burna Boy and coming into the Caribbean could unleash a lot of partnerships within the creative industry. We're also looking at tech and tech-enabled opportunities across literally, there are inefficiencies everywhere that technology can handle. And I would put it to you before I sort of hand it over to the next person that technology, artificial intelligence, for example, is the new gunpowder. It's the new weapon that if we don't get control of, the world will put us back again where they put us several years ago that President Obasanjo talked about yesterday, back in the pit. Now we have funding, we have the people, as in, if you add the Caribbean and Africans together, there's a lot of people, and we have the technology to overcome. So maybe I'll talk a bit more in detail on the opportunities as we move forward.
I want to thank you for that, and I think, again, this panel was obviously well thought out when we pulled everyone together. I hadn't recognized that it was the Jamaican government that had pulled you in on this, and I'm really happy that that is the case. And I'm also happy that you meandered into the creative industries. I want to make a little shift because I think this panel has to be recorded as a panel that introduced a subject that we've not spoken about a lot in the conference so far. No downside on the conference. It's that it's typically not something we address in the investment space. But I want you to just allow me for 10 seconds to read this for you. In the Caribbean, the most prevalent form of cancer in women is breast cancer. It is the leading cause of cancer-related deaths among women in the region. And then I want to switch over. All of this is from AI and also from some research that was done. Switch over to the continent and what it had to say. So it goes on to say that in the continent, in Africa, breast cancer is the most prevalent form of cancer among women, that the trend globally is moderately downwards, but the trend in the continent is going up. And that by 2040, without interventions, and this part goes for both Africa and the Caribbean, we are looking at massive increases in the incidence of breast cancer. Why do I bring this here? I bring this here because at this time, we're having the process leading to the 4th high-level meeting on NCDs, where ministers will agree in September on a new NCD agenda. This agenda was brought to the global community by CARICOM. And I want to stop here by saying that this is why we've brought Dr. Simone Bedal, who is a senior researcher, senior lecturer from the university. She is the recipient of the prestigious Ansa McCall Awards when her work drew the attention of the community. And I think it is timely in talking about growth and progress to address this matter. Dr. Bedal.
Thank you, Dr. Anton, for having me here. Just to give a brief introduction to my journey as a cancer researcher. I wasn't looking at treating cancers for Black people. I was just looking at treating cancers. And I recognized that as a Jamaican, and I'm certain as a Caribbean, we are sitting on a lot of natural resources which remain unknown, untouched. And so my journey was, can we identify Jamaican natural products that can treat cancers? And at the end of that, we found several of our products that were more effective in killing cancer cells than known drugs, and several of them that were safer because they did not harm the normal cells compared to known drugs. So I was like, wow, that's interesting. So that's the first stage in drug development when it comes on to cancer research. The second stage is looking at the effects of these compounds in animals, and the final stage is in humans. So of course I was saying we need to go on to the second stage, and to do that we need funding. While I was trying to get the funding, I was able to sit with this data that we published, that we got awards for, and that I was in the clouds. Wow, you know, this is amazing. And realizing that all the tools I had used in my project, tools that any typical cancer researcher around the world uses, were all from white people. And so it stopped me in my track to answer questions. If I tested these natural products in cells from more people, would the results be the same? That was a fundamental question. And so I started to search for cell lines from more people, from the Caribbean. And at that time, I couldn't find any. And so it led me down to more questions. And I wanted to zone in on cancers of concern to us, breast and prostate. And what I realized was 98% of all prostate cancer cell lines, so these are tools that we use as cancer researchers in the first stage of drug development, 98% of them are from white people. Less than 2% from our own people, and none existed from the Caribbean at that time. None existed from Africa at that time. So it caused me to change my desire to go to step 2, to go back to step 1, and create our own cell lines. Why shouldn't we have that? That's the opportunity there. But when I tried to get help or assistance from persons overseas who'd done this work, they told me not to do it. They told me it was too challenging, that especially if I'm going to be doing it from a setting like Jamaica where I don't readily have access to reagents. And I, of course, did not listen, because I'm like, that's not a good enough reason for us not to do it. So I was successful in getting funding, and instead of going to step 2, I said, okay, let's have our lab, let's do this. And it took us 5 years, and that is why I got the award. We developed the first cell line from the Caribbean, which was a prostate cancer cell line. And since then, we've expanded that to 6 cell lines, 3 prostate, 3 breast cancer cell lines. They told us we couldn't do it. So here I am. We need to not sit and wait on the global researchers to do research that don't benefit us. Because at the end of the day, while cancer remains the second leading cause of death globally, it is on the decline. But in the Caribbean and in Africa, incidence rates are higher, mortality rates are higher. So the drugs that are being developed are not being used on our people. Clinical trials where you have persons who are enrolled to test these drugs, more than 90% of persons enrolled are white persons, less than 3% representation from our Black people. We need to have a center that does all this, where we can have our persons come and get tested on the drugs that we develop for us.
This is a call to our civilization. And I myself have made no secret of the fact, and I was surprised how many people around me made it a secret. But I myself got afflicted with cancer. And happily, I had early detection. But I lost my student, a friend of all of us in this room from Grenada, Brian Francis, who was an excellent economist, and so many others to this issue, that this is the call, this is the task of our generation. And I certainly wanted to put this here because we have to turn this into an opportunity. We have to turn this into an opportunity for financing, and hence I want to turn directly again to you, Mr. Christian, in asking you, having heard this opportunity, yes, both of you, Mr. Christian and also, yes, I know you're both confused because Guyana has a lot of what's happening, and Guyana is next to Brazil, and Brazil has one of the world's concentration in this hemisphere of people like us. I wanted to talk to both of you about how you see this emerging as an investment opportunity, both Mr. Ikemba and also Mr. Christian. I'm putting you on the spot because I think leaving this in the lead up to the fourth high-level meeting, this forum has to say something on what we intend to do about this affliction that can negatively impact and interfere with all our objectives for economic growth and transformation. So I want you to just decide who will go first, but I wanted to get a quick response from you on the opportunities that we see to fund this. Richard, I also want to ask you about what opportunity you see in us restyling some of what we do with the diaspora and with AfriCaribbean Bank to address this before I get back to some of the more earthy type issues, yes?
So how I can respond to that question from the perspective of how we can link ourselves to Brazil, because I think it's important to understand how the opportunity can become real, and then we can move on to how we can finance that opportunity. So the government of Guyana has already started a road from Region 10 in Guyana all the way to Letem, which is at the border of Brazil. So having access to Brazil becomes a lot easier. It may not be known to a lot of persons that Brazil is our neighbor, but we have to take at least 2 flights to get to Brazil if we don't want to go down what is primarily right now a way called a gravel road. So at the border is a town called Letem. We have intentions of creating Terminal 1 there, an international airport there, which will give us access. The road and the airport gives us easier access to northern Brazil, which is home to about 17 million persons. Now, having Terminal 1 at Letem then gives the Caribbean at large and everybody access to northern Brazil. Good. From the investment regime side, all investments coming into Guyana that are pioneering in nature has a wider scope for government assistance by way of fiscal concessions. So I wanted to point that out before we can talk about how we may be able to make it a reality on the funding side.
Thank you. Part of the reason we came to be as the Caribbean Venture Capital Fund was that the government of Jamaica recognized that a lot of institutions, dare I say banks, are risk averse, not just in the Caribbean, globally. The reason for venture capital is to take risks. And when you have something with a significant addressable market as cancer, cancer drugs, cancer research, that's of interest to venture capital, right? Like you said, probably everybody in this room, including me, has had lost a family member to cancer or has somebody going through cancer right now. So whenever entrepreneurs come to me with a transaction, I first look at what's the addressable market. So the addressable market here is 1.5, 2 billion African people. So it's a pretty decent market for that. And the impact of you solving cancer, when I say solving cancer, at least alleviating to solving cancer for the global African diaspora is immense. I think that's bigger than Facebook and Google and everybody else put together. Thank you.
Mr. Duncan.
You want me to come in now?
Yes, I just wanted you to give us a sense of whether you have any sort of brainwave on what we could possibly do with the diaspora in linking some of this to some of the new areas I think we could potentially drift into.
Well, before I go into that, I just want to put my hand up as a 15-year prostate cancer survivor. But also to say that I lost my brother at 57 from brain cancer a year ago. That said, it's all around us. So what we have done this year was to modify the thinking around the CBI program and created what we call an enhanced local developer participation option, because the programs are seen and viewed as something there for the big international developers with the mega projects. So by lowering what we might call the barriers to entry into the program and making it easier for local developers to come on board and access those resources, we believe we are opening up new opportunities, and I'm sure there are other things we can do along the way. Thanks.
Thank Richard for that. Colleagues, I wanted to just show your appreciation to Dr. Bidal, and of course to recognize that this is a massive opportunity for us on the finance side, including linking with colleagues in North America who have already indicated an interest, and I will hook both of you up with them in participating in this work. But I want to switch by asking my colleagues the last round of questions. What can we do to intensify and accelerate the progress towards increasing and enhancing and growing African Caribbean trade? Let me tell you why. Even within CARICOM, the opportunities that we have, and the most recent one was an opportunity led by the Minister of Foreign Trade and Foreign Affairs from Barbados. He really worked hard and got the support of the government of Grenada and others to make the CARICOM market fit for purpose for the investments that we have to make and the investments that are already there in paints. If you look at every single study, including those from North America, Canada, Europe, the paint and coatings industry in CARICOM comes up as one of the most viable opportunities for investments. Here's the thing. It took us 2.5 years to get the agreement in CARICOM, 2.5 years to drive this investment. And there are other opportunities in CARICOM that I see the Minister of Agriculture, Lennox Andrews here, for instance, on pork production, where we are facing subsidized pork from other countries, to remain unnamed, massively so. And we have the capacity in Suriname and Guyana and Belize and Jamaica and Brazil and Barbados, but we're dithering about doing what is required to put the environment in place to drive these investments. So pork and paints came on at the same time. Pork is still unresolved, and we're talking about agriculture. Paints took 2.5 years. Pork will take even longer. We can't wait for 3 and 4 and 5 years to drive one opportunity to have common CARICOM trade so the private sector can invest. And then you take the issue of how we deal with that across the divide. And so the question to the panel is, how and what can we do
to accelerate, to intensify, to drive what needs to be done in CARICOM and certainly on the continent side, so that we can get the kind of environment we need and anything else to grow this trade and investment opportunity that we see, to make this bridge complete. How do we make the bridge complete quickly without having to wait for another generation? Over to you, Kay.
When I was a banker, right, Richard, we had a saying, you need to fix the plane in the air. You're correct, we just simply can't wait. We have to push the agenda. Do not be distracted. Keep the focus. And most importantly, we have to continue to work together to build those relationships that we've already now put in place through forums like these and many other situations that are happening, whether it's Caribbean, on the Caribbean side, whether it's Caribbean to Africa, whether it's Africa to Africa. We have to understand that we are a great people, we are a deserving people, and that we can actually do it. For example, the wonderful work that Dr. Banal has done. And to take that work and to push it in the forefront, that now that can be global work and be recognized on the global stage. That is what we deserve, and we have to continue to push that.
Dr. Ashford?
So my brother, just let me put my other hat as a professor of pediatrics and the world president-elect of the Medical Women International Association. And coming back to my sister, because we need to do joint research. And I think Professor Dabi is the chair of the healthcare industry of the Africa Business Council, and the second panel will be also speaking for that, because he just signed to invest in Zambia, the first cancer treatment center in Zambia.
Absolutely.
So that is the kind of thing that we have to promote, our joint research from Africa and the Caribbean. That's why the healthcare infrastructure cluster is there. We have also to see how we invest in all the healthcare, whether it's cancer treatment center or other things. That's very important to have joint ventures. This is one of the identified sectors that we already alluded to with reference to healthcare, as I mentioned, other things like agriculture, tourism, fashion industry, all this. But I come back to the issue of how we accelerate it. So how to accelerate, I call it the triad of empowerment, 3 pillars. First pillar is private sector strengthening, including SMEs, women, and youth. So we have to empower our private sector in Africa and the Caribbean by information, by capacity building, by awareness about the ACFTA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. How can they trade under ACFTA within Africa and the Caribbean? All this is empowering the private sector. The second pillar is policy advocacy. Yes. What have the governments can do to promote our intra-Africa Caribbean trade, our investment? What are the incentives for the private sector to invest, whether in Africa or the Caribbean? Financial inclusion, how we come back for financing of our joint projects. All this really is about the policy. The third pillar, I call it the product development and partnerships, all PPP. So the product development is how we have a product, whether African or Caribbean, that is high quality, that is competitive, value added, beneficiated. My brother talked about minerals. We're under Africa Business Council, we're organizing the CAMRAD, which is the Congress for African Mineral Resources Development, how we make value addition beneficiation for our minerals. Because now all the multinational companies are taking our minerals, going with it, and we don't have beneficiation on the continent or in the region. So this is, again, what we say, we need to have a product that we can trade among ourselves, which is competitive, which is high quality, which is value-added, beneficiated, and standardized. Again, for standardization, we need to see how we have harmonized standards among ourselves. If we have pharmaceuticals, if we have medical consumer supplies, how we are going to register them. So I call it the triad of empowerment. I think this is how we accelerate our coming together for one destiny, one people, one culture. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Richard to give us a response to how we can intensify and accelerate this, both given his broad
development focus, but also from the IMA's perspective. So I want him to be liberal in giving us his own thoughts on what we need to do to intensify this. Richard, thank you.
I would not be as liberal as you think I should or could be. I think for us in the IMA right now and the CBI program in the sub-region, our key task is to stave off Sheriff John Brown. Don't let him kill the seed. Protect and promote the program, and I want to thank the governor of the ECCB for driving the Interim Regulatory Commission that will eventually see all programs properly regulated with common standards. That will help to lower the risk profile of the program, and to my mind, help. It would not be the only thing. Help assure its longevity. And again, we need to cooperate among ourselves some more, and probably come up with some regional strategies for acceleration after this phase of consolidation is ended. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Really, really very much on message. Mr. Christian?
I would say it's a little difficult for me to answer that question because we've kind of opened up Guyana to a place where we have made so many changes to our investment and tax regime. Imagine coming to one of the only territories on planet Earth that is an oil-producing nation, but still a carbon sink. Yeah. Just imagine that. One of the only places, if not the only places. All of the changes we've made, I think we've attempted to intentionally accelerate investment in the region. Now it is just a matter of sensitizing and how you can benefit from investing in Guyana, because the playbook for Guyana is not to benefit Guyana, but to benefit CARICOM and the wider community. That's the playbook. Now, one of the other things is we're one of the only places that you can still come and buy and own land. We've put a local content legislation in place, which a lot of persons perceive as a barrier, but actually gives you easier access to invest in Guyana. We do believe that there will be a second boom in Guyana. After the electricity price is cut in half, there will be a second boom in Guyana. And to take the best advantage of that second boom is by way of collaboration, by way of utilizing the local content legislation that's already in place. Thank you.
So I'm going to ask my dear brother, Ikembo.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's keep it simple. Copy what Professor Arama, President Elumbi, the government of Jamaica, and the government of Guyana are doing, which is you have the capital, raise the capital. So we raised a $50 million fund to invest in SMEs, because once you have capital, you can expedite. And then once you have expertise, you can expedite. The other thing is people give money to people they like. People in the North give money to people in the North. Why doesn't the South-South start giving money to each other so that we can also grow? So keep it simple. I play the role of a local partner. If you're going to do business in Nigeria, you need a local partner. If you're going to do business in the Caribbean, you need a local partner. So make friends. Make friends. So these forums, thank you very much, but these forums are for you to not just go away, get a number, call the person after you leave, and then arrange a virtual meeting, then arrange a visit. I'm going to Barbados after this. I'll probably come to Guyana and see. I will. And so keep it simple and then focus on execution and accelerate. Because you don't have time. Strike while the iron is hot. Whatever they're doing in the North right now is making us get together and start trying to do business. Get together, do business before they figure it out. Thank you.
Dr. Bedal, some final words from you on how we can accelerate, intensify, move more swiftly. Absolutely critical area.
Okay, so we're not really certain who said this, though most of us know this saying. Insanity is the definition of doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. if we want to address this issue of cancer, which we all have come in close proximity to this, we have to change our approach. And I have assembled a team. We have the know-how, and what we need now is the funding to execute.
I think that is an excellent way to wrap this panel up. But there's only one more thing I wanted to add. I think there's another area which is digital transformation, which we can't get into now because I think it really underlies a lot of what we're talking about here, including the opportunities for artificial intelligence, for early testing for cancer, because it's about repetition and building the data set, the metadata. But at the core of all of this digital transformation is our region's readiness to embrace it. And I think I didn't want this session to finish in Grenada without saying that the CPSO, we've been pleased at the leadership by Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell in this area of digital transformation in the last year. I think we are, I can't get into all the details, now starting to traverse new territory to bring digital transformation to the behest and to the sort of the tablets and the phones of youth and disadvantaged and groups in our society that we need to close the gap on. And I just wanted, as I wrap up, because of the leadership that he's been showing, including, I'm sorry his cabinet missed it, and my people, an excellent delivery at the Canto meeting in the Bahamas on digital transformation, which you should get a copy of. So I just wanted to applaud that publicly and to ask you to give him a round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Thank you for having us. It's been our pleasure. We look forward to engaging with you outside in the corridors. Thank you so much.
Can I just ask our delegates to gather at the front of the stage for your fashion shoot? Thank you very much. Just going to have your photo? Yes, please. Thank you. Wonderful. Big smile. Hello. Dr. Patrick Antoine and guests, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
It's back.
No. You are dismissed. Dismissed. Okay, folks, we're going to crack straight on. We're going to crack straight on because I want to introduce to you a woman who I earlier asked her, and I said to her, tell me a little bit about you. And she said, I believe in public service. I have been involved in public service since the beginning of my career. I think she was underselling herself somewhat. She says her passion is to serve. Our next guest, who is going to be giving us remarks, has served as Ethiopia's Minister of Transport and Logistics, the head of the Micro and Small Enterprises Development Bureau, the deputy head of the Trade and Industry Bureau, deputy head of the Capacity Building Bureau in Addis. She has so many, many accolades. She's gained so much reputation. She's a recognized advocate for women's leadership in Africa. She's been recognized for leadership in public administration, transport, and logistics. She was named one of the top 100 most influential women in African supply chains. Her work in transportation and logistics earned her the recognition as one of the 21 heroes of 2021. She has made outstanding contributions to urban mobility, but also sustainable transport solutions across Africa. And she's now in her role as the director of the Peace Fund Secretariat for the African Union. So why does peace matter when it comes to delivering all the aspirations that we are talking about here? Nothing's going to happen if there is conflict, if there is tension. Please welcome to the stage Ms. Dagmawit Moges-Bekele to tell us exactly why peace matters to business. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for the kind introduction. And it is an honor and a privilege to take the stage immediately after our distinguished panelists mentioned about the issue of funding and how it is critical when it comes to us to be able to realize our development ambition, to be able to realize trade is going to happen between Africa and the Caribbean and beyond. Excellencies, ministers, distinguished guests, it's a true honor to stand here before you in the beautiful city of St. George, Grenada. Let me begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to AfriCaribbean, to its visionary leadership in convening this AfriCaribbean Trade and Investment Forum 2025. This forum is far more than a business gathering. It is a powerful statement of unity as well as purpose. By bringing together Africa and the Caribbean, AfriCaribbean has reaffirmed the Caribbean indeed is the sixth region of Africa. This is not just because of the will, but this is because of the dedication of the leadership of AfriCaribbean in recognition of our common heritage, shared struggles, as well as collective future, which we believe that we're destined together. Excellencies, as the director of the African Union Peace Fund, I represent an instrument dedicated to promoting peace and stability across Africa. But let me be unequivocal. The peace and security of Africa is intimately connected to the prosperity and resilience of the Caribbean. We must work together to preserve and protect the peace that makes development possible. We are here today to call for greater collaboration with the Caribbean states and the business community in the peace and stability agenda of our continent. We must partner not only to trade and investment, but also in securing the foundation that makes them possible, peace. Together, we can build initiatives in conflict prevention, mediation, youth engagement, and regional cooperation that benefits both Africa and the Caribbean. Since its revitalization in 2018, the African Union Peace Fund has made strong and tangible progress. We have raised over 400 million USD and supported by robust governance and transparency and long-term strategy for sustainability. Yet, we know this is only the beginning. The scale of our challenge demands bold partnerships and broad participation. In this spirit, we are spearheading a robust resource mobilization campaign that includes the private sector of our continent, multilateral financial institutions like AfriCaribbean, state-owned enterprises, billionaires, and other stakeholders at large. Along these lines, we are witnessing encouraging results. With the view of diversifying our resource base, we are finalizing a technology-based platform that enables citizens across Africa, the diaspora, and our sixth region, the Caribbean, to contribute directly to the continent's peace and stability. This inclusive digital tool allows everyone, regardless of the location, to support the Peace Fund. Every contribution, large or small, is a vote for peace, a sign of ownership, and a step toward self-reliant and resilient Africa. We believe in the power of global Africa that includes the Caribbean. Let us harness our collective strength and shared identity for the cause of peace. Let us unite our voices and resources to build a future free from conflict where every African on the continent and the diaspora can live in security and dignity, respectively. Once again, I commend AfriCaribbean for leading the way, and you are not only connecting economies, you are connecting people. Under the leadership of Professor Benedict Orama, this bank, as it has been said repeatedly, this bank has redefined what Africa-led development looks like. You have been a true Pan-African visionary, and your legacy will benefit and will be left for generations to witness. As His Excellency Professor Orama completes his distinguished term, our heartfelt thanks for your service and your foresight will be extended. And as we welcome the new incoming president of AfriCaribbean, Dr. George Elombe, we look forward to working closely with strengthening the foundation of unity, peace, and progress that has been established very recently in the partnership with the AfriCaribbean and African Union Peace Fund particularly. Excellencies, distinguished guests, allow me to leave you with the words of Professor Orama himself, where he shared us his thought about peace when we engaged with them, with the team, with the management, back in 2024 in their office in Cairo. He said, without peace, there can be no business. We have to finance peace. And after saying that, AfriCaribbean committed close to 200 million USD for the African Union Peace Fund, in addition to the amount that we managed to mobilize, which is the 400 million. And still, we believe that there is a lot to be done, and the challenge is huge, and we need to mobilize more resources, not to manage conflicts, but to prevent conflicts from happening in the first place. Because conflict prevention is very much cost-effective when we compare it with that of conflict management. And we don't want to go through that phase, and we want to work ahead of time to manage conflict prevention issues by partnering with the multilateral financial institutions and by engaging the people of our continent and the diaspora, and of course, the 6th region of our continent. Let this be our collective mission. Let this forum be a turning point, not only for trade and investment, but for solidarity, for shared responsibility, and for the peace and stability of our continent and beyond. I thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Do you know what? I get goosebumps when I come across, and I know I'm being, very biased, but when I come across women that have achieved so much, it really does genuinely give me goosebumps, particularly as a mother to a daughter. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to crack on. I know the programme does say that we have got a tea break, but because we want to try and hit lunch as close as possible to the time, we don't want food sitting there, and I know how hungry people do get. So I hope you agree that we just move on. We've got 2 more sessions, and the last session of this section is yours truly, so you better be in the room. Okay, so I've got a session coming up. We've got a session coming up now, and then another session as well. So let me take you to our next session. And for that, we are going to be looking at Africa-Caribbean partnerships. And we're talking about infrastructure for development. It's going to focus on the role it's taking and the importance of it in trade and development. And to guide us through our next panel session, please welcome to the stage Dr. Kari Grenade, the Caribbean economist and also macroeconomic advisor. Welcome to the stage. Thank you.
Pleasant good afternoon to everyone. How is everyone doing? Let me warmly welcome you again to my beloved country, the land where God lives. I'm sure you've experienced that in the short time you've been here, yes? Very well. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome our distinguished panelists. First, Honorable Stevenson King, Senior Minister for Infrastructure, Ports, Transport, Physical Development and Urban Renewal. Welcome, sir. Give him a round of applause, please. Next, it gives me great pleasure to welcome Mr. Daniel Best, President of the Caribbean Development Bank, and I crave your indulgence as I clap a little bit longer for him. My dear friend and colleague, we joined the CDB together in 2009, and I'm exceedingly proud of him. Welcome. Let me warmly invite Ms. Oloronti Duarte, Managing Director, Export Development, AfriCaribbean Bank. Welcome, madam. Mr. Vina Zimberg, he's not here. Mr. Vina Zimberg, Chairman, Grenada's Hydrocarbon Technical Working Group. Welcome. All right. Next up, the Honorable Boss Mustafa, former Secretary to the Government of Nigeria. Welcome him, please. And Mr. Fred John, Managing Director, the Dominica Geothermal Development Company. Welcome. Stand. Okay, give me the mic. Okay. All right. So what a good occasion this is. Africa and the Caribbean united, not just by our history, but I would dare say a bold vision for resilient futures for both of our region. We are here today to talk about infrastructure for development, and a crucially important topic as we navigate issues of climate realities, digital frontiers, new industrialization, the issue of infrastructure. We need to rethink, not just as a physical asset, but as a strategic instrument for resilience, for inclusion, and for generational progress for the peoples of both our region. So I've organized the panel in 3 segments, 15 minutes each. We'll talk about infrastructure challenges, infrastructure financing, importantly, and then infrastructure resilience. So let me start with President Best. President Best, we know that there are many challenges, but give us your top 2 infrastructure challenges in the Caribbean as you see them, and how do they impede trade, connectivity, and sustainable development more broadly. And I will ask the same question to Honorable Mustafa in the context of Africa.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Carrie. Thank you for having us here as CDB, and it is indeed a pleasure to share the stage with you, my sister. Look, the 2 main challenges as we see it at the Bank for Infrastructure would be, 1, the infrastructure in the Caribbean is built for a climate reality that no longer exists. That is the fact of the matter. Most of our infrastructure was built during colonial times. The climate reality that we currently live through is far past that. We see that in 2017, we had 4 1-in-100-year events over a 6-week period passing through this neighborhood. 7 of the top 10 most vulnerable countries in the world are in our neighborhood in the region. That is the first thing. The next one would be access to adequate and affordable financing at pace. Yeah. We cannot, within the Caribbean, continue to rebuild our infrastructure after every hurricane season. If you ask any of the ministers of finance, and we have some very distinguished Caribbean financiers here and former ministers on the panel, they will tell you that majority of the debt burden within our economies is from taking on financing to rebuild in the post-disaster period. So it is not a nice to have for the Caribbean. This is our survival we are speaking about. We need infrastructure that is able to respond to the weather events that we see. And to do that, we need concessional resources to build back better and faster. I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator and members of the panel. The story is the same because we are products of a historical disadvantage process. The infrastructure on the African continent, as much as we want to see it look better, but it's an infrastructure that has been inherited and it's in a state of disrepair. When you talk about roads, transportation, marine, dealing with ports, and all other vestiges of colonialism that have been left behind are in a state of decay. So governments keep spending money in trying to revitalize and rebuild this infrastructure. So in terms of what are the infrastructure that are needed to ensure that this bridge we are building remains efficient, remains a path for the generation of wealth and prosperity for our people, the whole thing has to be disruptive. I'll give you an example. When you talk about a situation where you want to change the order of trade through the maritime corridor, what you have inherited does not allow for that. You have archaic laws in your statute books that would not permit you even change. So when you're talking about infrastructure, you're not only talking about the structures that need to be built. You also have to consider the issues of the structure of governance, certainty of policy, credibility of policy, the rules of engagement. Most times in our climate, the policies are opaque, and it does not give room for comfort for investors to come in and rebuild even that infrastructure. So we have a complex issue, and that's why I'm quite happy about what President Orama has done. He's been very disruptive. I worked with him on one project, and I know that he's very relentless when it comes to ensuring that the project is accomplished. So going forward, we must imbibe that attitude of being disruptive to be able to turn the tides against what has been foisted on us. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable King, we have to be disruptive. What are your thoughts?
Well, you know, I was amazed and amused by the fact that when we sat here, you recognized that there was one chair missing, even though I said early on that I was called on Sunday afternoon to indicate that I had to be here for this panel. But it just shows one of the challenges of ministers of infrastructure. It takes us like a hurricane, and then you find that you've got to respond. I responded. But let me just endorse what President Bess indicated early on, and that is climate change, the effect of climate change on our infrastructure, the issue of financing, concessional financing for our infrastructure, and what I call the human resource capacity within our ministries of infrastructure and the country itself to be able to rise to the occasion to build strong and resilient infrastructure to face today's challenges as we have it now. And so these are the factors: finance, human resource capacity, and the ability to be able to build that resilience that is required in your infrastructure. Many times what I do find is that we build from project to project. So we build a project, and in the minds of those who design and construct, there is the feeling that if a road is built with a pavement strength of 15 and 20 years, that they should build it and forget it for 20 years without having in place a maintenance regime that can keep that road for 20 years and probably 25 if only the right protocols are put in place to maintain that road. So these are some of our challenges, and I would assume that each and every island in the Caribbean experiences that situation, and I'm sure Africa itself experiences that situation.
Absolutely. I think you've surmised it quite well. Let's move to sectorial infrastructure issues. Renewable, what are the top 3 challenges as you see them with respect to renewable energy infrastructure? And I'll ask the same question to Mr. Burke with respect to oil and gas infrastructure, challenges in that space.
I think, first of all, thank you very much for having me on the panel. We may not do 3 because I think there is an overriding one, which is cost of infrastructure. And I'm speaking from the perspective of some works we've been doing in Dominica for the last 5 years, developing our energy infrastructure with geothermal power. And there are 2 aspects to cost, which probably are common to the Caribbean. One of them is what I call the budget cost, what you think this is going to cost at the time of designing this. There are certain factors which inflate this cost in a significant way. The obvious one is obviously the risk of weather. You can mitigate that with insurance, but insurance is not free, and in some cases it's not available. But then there is the cost of things that you never realize, how people perceive you. I mean, do you know that you are a remote island? That's how we are perceived. So the people who are designing the projects look at you as a remote island. And in some cases, with good reason. So pardon me for going into the weeds, but this is important to understand the true sources of cost inflation in these projects. You need, if you're building a power plant in a large country where there is an industrial base, the level of spare parts, for example, that you build into your capex is not the same as if you're doing it in a small island in the Caribbean Sea. So there are lots of these factors which we have to contend with when we think of infrastructure for renewable energy in our small islands.
Absolutely, absolutely. Mr. Burke?
Thank you very much, Dr. Grenade, and pleasant good afternoon to my colleagues and to the audience. If I had to point out 2 particular challenges, I will start with finance, because to my mind, that is the heart of the problem that we're facing. How to finance and investment, yeah? If you have money, you can solve the problems. Of course, it would be inconvenient to have to do rebuilding every year after a hurricane. But if you have the means to do so, it's less of a problem than if you don't have the means to do so. And I think one of the fundamental challenges that these small economies especially face is that we simply do not have the means to finance much of the work that is to be done. And it is particularly, of course, exacerbated when you have these frequent climate events happening time after time. So I would put at the top of my list finance and investment. The second thing is the dependence on fossil fuel, because I believe that too is a major constraint in everything that we do. We find ourselves, many of us, depending on something which we do not produce, and even if it comes from our country, somebody else controls it, and we still have to turn around and buy it from them at a price well beyond our financial possibilities, yeah? So the high dependency on fossil fuel I see as a major constraint, and of course finance and investment as the second one.
Absolutely. Ms. Duarte, I see you nodding. You want to add anything?
Yeah, I was just listening to the conversation and the fact that financing has been one of the bane of the issues in terms of infrastructure. For us at AfriCaribbean, we've taken a deliberate approach to sort of, catalyze the infrastructure needs of our member countries. We've done this by, deploying most of our resources in supporting and scaling up infrastructure. When we look at even within the energy space where Africa is sort of constrained in terms of providing its own energy needs, we've taken a keen look at this in terms of supporting local value addition. We've also taken a keen look. I know former Secretary of the Government said we've been disruptive. Yes. We've tried to also shift away from traditional extractive models to ensuring that, we build value addition and we domesticate value chains in certain key sectors. And one of the key sectors we've tried to do that is in the energy sector. And AfriCaribbean in the last few years has deployed over 30 billion in terms of financing to support that. And not only on the continent, and we are even doing it in Caribbean. And our focus is to shift energy security into the hands of our member countries for us to be able to provide our resources ourselves, for us to be able to play a keener role or a bigger role in the infrastructure development. And we do this through various modes. We do this through financing. We do this through advocacy. For instance, we know that Africa as a continent has 9 billion annual infrastructure financing needs. But guess what? Most of the people who are deployed to support us in putting this infrastructure in place are people from outside the continent. And one of the things we've tried to do is capacitate African EPC contractors to be able to support the development of projects on the continent and to be able to build these projects in ways that fit within the needs of the countries. Resilient infrastructure. We've tried to do this. And we hope that we can extend that also across to the Caribbean in trying to shore up our own capacity in building our infrastructure and also in financing it together with the likes of the Caribbean Development Bank. Thank you.
Absolutely. Daniel, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Dr. Grenada. Look, I think we have a distinguished panel here, and we've been having quite a civilized conversation. So you permit me to be perhaps a little controversial, just because we're here. You asked what are some of the challenges to certainly renewable energy and sustainable energy infrastructure. If we have an honest conversation, we have, as CDB, we have 19 borrowing member countries. That's 19 different sets of regulations that we have to deal with. A private investor seeking to come into the region, whether from Africa or wherever else, and wanting to put resources into sustainable energy, and looking for scale, so you may want to, he or she may want to do it across 6 or 7 countries, needs to deal with 6 or 7 different sets of regulations. No, that is untenable. And we have in the region, we have to take a sober look at it. So what are we doing at CDB? Well, we are in the process, we've started, of designing something called the Minimum Regulatory Function, MRF, right? An actual data set which will present potential investors into the renewable energy space, specifically with the suite of interventions they need to undertake to invest in country X or country Y or country. Because we need this. If we want to attract people into the region, they need to know what they are coming into, and especially if they want to work across jurisdictions. So that's the minimum regulatory function. The second one, very quickly, I'll say is, we in the DFI, in the multilateral development banking space, we need to step on. I'm happy to hear my sister speak about what AfriCaribbean is doing, and I can attest to that. Because commercial financiers want to get into the renewable energy space, absolutely. But you know the saying we have in church, everybody wants to get to heaven, but nobody too keen on dying right now. So how do we in the multilateral development space de-risk projects to make them attractive to commercial investment. That's another thing that we're doing at CDB, certainly in St. Kitts Nevis, where we designed something called an innovative product called a contingent recoverable grant for the geothermal project, whereby we provided grant resources to the country to do the exploration and prove the resource. If the resource is not proven, it remains a grant and therefore does not add to the debt overhang of the country. If the resource is proven, it now becomes a viable resource that can be moved into commercial production. And if it moves into commercial production, then those funds convert to a loan and is paid back from the revenue. These are the things we need to do to make the renewable energy infrastructure space more viable for our people in the region. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think we brought out a lot of issues here in terms of the challenges to infrastructure, whether it's financing, capacity to implement, regulatory and policy framework, the policy coherence that underpins all of these things. That's important. I mean, there's a lot of challenges we could talk. We can have another panel for that. But let's talk about solutions. So we've identified problems, and once there are problems, there are solutions. There's never a problem without a solution. So let's talk about financing. Let's take a deep dive there. We have the president of the CDB. We have AfriCaribbean Bank. So let's talk about financing for infrastructure. So, President Bess, how do we unlock private capital to support trade infrastructure? How do we do it?
Yeah, so I mean, what I just mentioned with respect to the CRG is the contingent recoverable grant is one, and certainly the minimum viable function is another. Look, what investors are looking for is predictability, right? They want to come into a space where they know what is going to happen. The next thing is, of course, is not that private investors are averse to risk. What they're averse to is unmanaged risk. And so in the multilateral development banking space, this is where we need to provide some cover. This is what we are set up to do. We can't sit on the sidelines and continue to watch what many may call a palpable distrust between governments and the private sector. We have a role to play. We have access to concessional resources. We recognize that we have capacity gaps in our country, so we need to step up. So how are we doing that? Well, we have recently launched a trade finance guarantee product. Well, our board has approved it, and we'll be launching it in a couple of months. That provides, it is a guarantee scheme that provides cover to commercial banks to further de-risk SMEs and private actors who are seeking to do intra-regional and international trade. Why is that important? Because we hear our private actors complaining about the high thresholds that they have to overcome to access commercial financing. So, I mean, we speak quite fondly of our AA+ rating as CDB. So we need to bring that to the market and provide them with a guarantee. And the second thing I'll add before handing over to my fellow panelists, the reason I'm sitting on this stage at AfriCaribbean Bank's ACTIF meeting is because I believe firmly in MDBs operating as a system. We cannot speak about capacity constraints in countries and then on Monday they deal with AfriCaribbean, on Tuesday they deal with World Bank, on Wednesday they deal with IDB, and on Friday they deal with CDB, right? And maybe Thursday's a rest day, or CAF may be there. We have to operate as a system, both in dealing with the public sector, but also in developing innovative financing solutions for our private sector actors. This is the way forward, I firmly believe. Thank you. Thank you,
Absolutely.
Chair.
This is so good. We can talk about this all day. Ms. Duarte, same question to you. How do we do it?
Thank you very much. And for us at AfriCaribbean Bank, we've developed some tools to sort of unlock private capital investment. One of them include our AfriCaribbean Bank Guarantee Program. And that that is already deployed and launched and operational. And through our guarantee programs, we provide investment risk guarantees, we provide country risk guarantees, because one of the key things we tend to hear from people in investing in Africa is, perceived risk. And I know it's the same also in the Caribbean. And through our AfriCaribbean guarantees program, we call it AfGAP, we are able to attract private investments into the continent and our member countries on the Caribbean. But apart from that, we also realize that some of the major issues that hinder infrastructure development happens to do with even having these projects in a bankable state. And one of the key things that AfriCaribbean did earlier on in 2017, 2018, was to set up an AfriCaribbean project preparation facility program. And with that program, we provide early stage financing to projects and project developers, be them public sector, private sector, or public-private partnerships, to be able to take these projects to bankable state. And as at the moment, we've been able to catalyze over 10 billion into private sector-led projects in terms of equity and debt financing. And that is one of the things we do. But apart from that, we also provide project financing facilities, trade financing facilities. And one of the things we've tried to do is go into areas where nobody wants to go into. For us, industrial development is key. Infrastructure to support industrial development has always been key to us as AfriCaribbean. And that's why we've supported the development of industrial parks and special economic zones across the continent. To date, we've supported about 5 industrial parks that are operational in Benin, in Gabon, in Togo, in Chad, and even in Rwanda. And within these 5 industrial parks, we've been able to unlock private investment capital to the tune of 2 billion. For instance, we were able to attract investments from Switzerland to support the development of an integrated industrial cluster focused on textile manufacturing in Benin. So these are some of the things we have done and continue to do. And we deploy these using financing instruments and also trade facilitation instruments and our advisory services too. So at AfriCaribbean, we have a bouquet of financial solutions available. And we look forward to working with a lot of development finance institutions on the Caribbean, even commercial banks within the Caribbean, to be able to quickly scale up infrastructure investment, not just in the renewable space, but also in the industrial space, because we do need this across the Caribbean region. Thank you.
Great. So we've heard that there are financing instruments available. Minister King, is enough financing being channeled to green infrastructure to support the green transition? Is enough financing being channeled in that area, in your view?
There's quite a bit of financing available, whether it's from the CDB, World Bank, etc., for green financing. In many instances, I believe the most challenging thing is being able to zoom in on the projects necessary and to be able to develop the project concept for consideration with the narrative that sells the project effectively to the institutions. But there's no, if I should say, dearth of financing. Financing is available. However, I believe that in some instances is the cost of financing. And can we improve on that part of it, that element of financing? And it's not just for green energy, but you take other aspects of infrastructure. For example, in St. Lucia, a few years ago, we were able to get a loan for the redevelopment of our international airport. We went outside of the region and got a loan from a friendly government for the redevelopment of our international airport. $175 million US. The rate of that loan is at 7%. There's some other institutions, it goes up to 12 and 14%. The question is, can our countries support and manage such rates of interest on developmental projects? So it is a concern, it is a challenge, And we really need at the OECS level to see how that collaboration, as President Best indicated, how we can collaborate an environment, a system that allows for a unique and streamlined process or framework for managing some of those critical sectors in our national development. And that is important now as we are engaging Africa down the road. In terms of that bridge we speak about for the last few days, that bridge must be one which takes into consideration the improvement and re-engineering of our physical infrastructure, our telecommunications infrastructure, our ICT infrastructure, our resilience to climate change, etc., and then to be able to strengthen our regional networking and to coincide and align with that bridge, Caribbean and Africa.
Mr. John, you're directly involved in geothermal. Is financing available? Is cheap financing available? What has been your experience?
Financing is available, but it's not cheap, it's not free. And there's a certain capacity to absorb financing in our islands. I think that's really important, and you hinted at it, because these projects come with requirements for government support, government guarantees, land utilization. So there's a prioritization that has to happen within countries on infrastructure, not just energy. Every major infrastructure project is competing for the same set of human capital in our small islands. So it's really important that we prioritize and we focus on transformational projects. So not every project should be done, at least not now. It needs to be transformational.
So, President Best, tell us, CDB and green financing, and same with AfriCaribbean.
So, thanks for the question. I certainly agree with the two ministers in terms of financing being out there. Having said that, we have estimated at the bank that our countries, small island developing states, developing countries, require $212, but this is a global figure, $212 billion annually in development financing to 2030, $212 billion. Last year, the finance tracker reported that $56 billion was deployed. So we have a gap. We have a gap. That's a global figure. Now, we have a gap. The financing is out there if you believe all the pledging that's happening, right? I mean, there's a lot of pledging, right? And I could sit here and pledge right now, and I'm sure everybody would feel good and they would get an applause from all of you because it would be good, right? You know? But when I leave the stage and I go on to my next panel and somebody comes to me and says, but you, Daniel, you pledged. Did I? How much? Exactly how much was it that I but you know, things happened since then, you know? But it makes for great optics. Our people cannot survive. The fact is, and again, I'm not trying to be morbid here. I know we move into the solutions phase, Chair, but if, I'm not saying when, if we breach that 1.5 degree Celsius threshold, I'm a scientist, you're a scientist, the game changes entirely globally, but specifically for small island developing states, specifically for developing countries. We cannot survive on pledges and the promises of concession. Look, we talk about affordability. It has moved past that. This is about resilience and survival. As I've said on other stages, and you may have heard me say it, we don't have a plan B. We have to survive this. And there's a reality in which if we breach 1.5 degrees Celsius, we don't exist in the future. That is not a reality that can come to pass. So yes, there's financing out there. We need it to move faster and to the people who need it most, because they're counting on us for their very survival. Thank you.
Thank you. I would say that, yes, the funds are available, but they're not cheap, like rightly observed. Africa receives less than 5% of global green finance, less than 5%. How do you bridge that gap without concessions in the agreement? It's a Herculean task. I totally agree with Dr. Bess that we don't have a plan B with what is happening globally with climate change and the rest of it. But this is where the big actors in the field who are pushing for transition from fossil fuel to renewable energy, they have a vital role to play. We can't go begging. It's part of it. We can't go begging. If we receive, or we are receiving 5% of funds that are committed and devoted to renewable energy, then there's a major challenge. In both regions, we are dealing with issues of daily survival. So, as a matter of fact, on the minds of most of our leaders, renewable energy and transition from fossil fuel does not exist, because they have to extract the fossil fuel. Most of the budgets are drawn almost 75 to 90% based on resources that come from the fossil oil. So it's a major challenge, and I think there is definitely a need for a wider conversation on this, so that those actors, those big players in the field, would take substantial part of this responsibility in assisting us to transit to renewable energy. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. I know we're talking about energy transition, but we still have to deal with oil and gas and so on. Are banks still willing to lend to the oil and gas
Yes,
sector?
I'm sort of itching to say something,
Okay.
because I am so inspired by what President Bess and Secretary Mustafa is saying. You know, we are, in a way, some of us are sort of voices in the wilderness, yeah? Of course, there is strong reason to move towards renewable energy, yeah? No question about that. We all want to see the planet saved. We all want to do development in a climate responsible way, yeah? The issue that many of us face is, how do you finance green development? Because green development must be financed. It's not just an idea. It has to be financed. Now, some people say there's a lot of money out there. Some people are not seeing it. Yeah? The mechanisms that have been developed, the funding mechanisms, the financial mechanisms, are not as fluid, are not as open, are not as free-flowing as we would like to think, first of all. And then there's a difference between a pledge and money. Yeah? People make pledges. Yeah? They don't, after they make the pledge, they don't come looking for you to give you that money. You must now go look, chasing them to see if you get it. And if you chase them hard enough, you might get some. If you don't chase them hard enough, you may not get others. Which takes us to the question, what happens when a small country discovers that it has the potential for hydrocarbon development? Does it say, look, we're going green? Or does it say, look, we are probably on the doorsteps of the last natural economic frontier that is available to us, and we must now exploit it, yeah? And if we're going to exploit it, it has to be financed. So we have to engage the multilateral development banks, we have to engage the international development partners, we have to engage private funding, and some people are going to say, look, we want nothing to do with this because it's not renewable energy. And I heard with great excitement my two colleagues say, well, we have developed these facilitation instruments and these financing instruments. What I didn't hear is whether they're only for green development or whether they cross the board. They cross the border as well. This is a very important issue for us, because for us here in Grenada, and I think some of the other countries as well, we are seeing the possibility that something good may happen. And even as we speak about green development, we have to think in terms of, as Guyana is doing, exploring to the fullest what potential may be there, harvesting that revenue, and using that revenue to transition to a green economy, yeah? So that it is very important for us, I think, at this particular point in time, that the multilateral agencies, the banks, are sensitized to this imperative. We will need money in order to be able to finance, in order to be able to extract what we have, so that we can raise the revenue that we need to finance the green development that we want. It's absolutely important for us.
Absolutely. Absolutely, I couldn't agree more, because, we have a lot of our member countries who have immediate energy needs. And like you said, they're sitting on these hydrocarbon assets. And most of the Western financial institutions have moved away from supporting or financing this sustainable development of these assets. But at AfriCaribbean, I would like to just assure you that we are still supporting, to ensure that the immediate energy needs of our member countries are met. And that was why I mentioned that even as we develop this, we are doing it in a very different way. We are trying to move from the traditional extractive models that were handed down to us, where they come in, take our hydrocarbon, and then take it out, refine, and bring it back to us. We want to change that narrative, and we are doing that aggressively in AfriCaribbean. And what are we doing? Even beyond, and I would like to start with what we have started even within the Caribbean region. We, for instance, provided support to the government of Suriname. We were, a key mandated lead arranger in arranging 1.6 billion term loan facility for Start Soleil, that's the Suriname state-owned energy company, to also participate in the development of Suriname's offshore oil block. That is what we are doing to ensure that we are able to develop what we have, but develop it in a sustainable way and not in an extractive way where we get nothing out of this. In Nigeria, for instance, we've supported the refining of over 1.1 billion in refining capacity for Nigeria. We supported the Dangote refinery. We provided over 3.1 billion in supporting refining in Nigeria. Dangote now refines over 650,000 barrels per day from that single train refinery, which is the largest in Africa. But apart from that, we are also supporting the same value addition within the oil and gas space in places like Angola, supporting the development of Cabinda refinery, and also its associated infrastructure within the Lobito corridor. So for us at AfriCaribbean, I want to assure you we are still steadfast in supporting our member countries, but we are doing it differently. We want to do it in a sustainable way. We want to do it in a way where these hydrocarbon assets can be developed with the local value chains being domesticated, one, and then in the long run, for the wealth derived from this hydrocarbon to also be able to help in a just transition. I know we all want to say green energy, but we also have to remember that the transition needs to be just, and our member countries need to be allowed to be able to sustainably develop what they have. And we have a lot of tools that we have on offer, like I mentioned, from our project preparation facility, from our project financing facility, our trade financing facilities, and also our guaranteed facilities to assure investors who are in the audience who may want to invest in Africa or the Caribbean, be it Suriname, be it Guyana, we can offer you a guarantee product to give you assurance that your investment will be safeguarded and you can do that sustainably. Thank you.
Great. President, you want to add anything?
So
A bank still willing
Melody,
to? Yes.
I was hoping that the clock would have run down before you came to me on that one. But I think you would have been at the bank, Dr. Grenada, when we became fully Paris aligned. And we know what that comes with, right, as it relates to how much we can do in terms of financing oil and gas. So we fully support the clean energy just transition. But we also recognize that oil and gas will continue to play, certainly for our countries, will continue to play an important role in the near to medium term future of our countries to drive development. And in so doing, look, let's keep it real. The entire Caribbean, all of the islands in the Caribbean together contribute less than 1% of greenhouse gas emissions. Yeah. All of us together. Yeah. So there needs to be a sensitization around the use, certainly, of oil and gas. And while we may not finance it, as I said earlier, we are putting innovative instruments in place to drive a sustainable energy future. You see the Honorable Prime Minister from St. Kitts, Nevis, has joined us. I already certainly did the plug for the geothermal project. But it's things like this, working together with our countries to deliver on a sustainable energy future. We have, at the bank, launched what we call ACERT, Accelerated Sustainable Energy and Resilience Transition. And within it, we have certain assertives, whereby we provide concessional resources to support energy efficiency and renewable energy projects. So, this is how we have chosen to support this, recognizing, of course, not allowing, and this is important, not allowing our Paris alignment to be an albatross around our necks, such that we cannot continue to help the people of the Caribbean.
Great. So we've heard a lot. Let's move to the last segment. I'm mindful of the time. I'm not going to keep you beyond 1 hour. So we're going to talk about infrastructure resilience. But before I turn to the panelists, I want the audience to raise your hand. How many of your country have a infrastructure resilience plan or strategy? Are you aware of it? Can you raise your hands if you're aware that your country has an infrastructure resilience plan or strategy? I'm not seeing any hands. I'm not seeing, one person. Okay, interesting. All right, so this sets up the discussion for the last segment. Infrastructure resilience, transformative infrastructure. So I would just go around, starting with Mr. John, as we wrap up the segment. Give us one actionable recommendation to strengthen infrastructure resilience in the Caribbean.
For us in Dominica, this is a really important question, because those of you who are familiar with history, you will know that in 2017, over 200% of GDP was wiped out by one hurricane. So Dominica is very serious about resilience of its infrastructure. But the implication of that is things cost more. It's really that simple. Infrastructure is not, resilience is not free. In fact, Minister Henderson says there's a resilience premium, which comes with every project. And an actual case in point, this geothermal project we're doing right now, it's rated to withstand the Category 5 hurricane. The transmission network that we're building alongside it, over 76% of it is underground, buried transmission lines. Those of you who know electricity knows that's really expensive. Okay, so you can get resilience, but you're going to pay for it.
Great. President Best?
Since this will be my perhaps wrapping up intervention, I think on the panel before, one of the speakers invoked the spirit of the great Caribbean poet Robert Nesta Marley, in speaking to what the governor for ECCB and Prime Minister Mali and others have said. And I want to do that and continue to invoke his spirit by reminding us of the words he admonished us with. In this great future, you can't forget your past. Everything that we are doing as it relates to building resilience must be anchored in people. Must be anchored in people. We can do the big highways, we can do the coastal protection, we can do it. If our people aren't benefiting from resilience. And so, to your question, one thing that I think we need to focus on is getting into communities. Our people need to buy in to resilience. It can't be just the government over here. And in helping our people to buy into resilience, the private sector cannot be on the outside looking in. At the design of projects, at the outset, we have to get the private sector involved in the project, and together, governments, private sector, the IFI community needs to drive the significance of resilience and how you build your homes. It's not your father-in-law may be a carpenter, but can he design your roof so that it doesn't fly during a Category 3 intervention? So that is the level we have to get to ensure that our most vulnerable populace are, in fact, resilient, because development does not happen if we all don't benefit from a resilient future. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay.
Thank you very much. I think drawing on the team that I've had across from the first two speakers, I think collaboration and partnership is very important. And it's within the spirit of the ACTIF, where Africa and the Caribbean, we must reach out to each other. I believe there's a lot we can share with each other in terms of, experience, in terms of knowledge, in terms of skills, in terms of even financing, mobilizing financing. And we need to take advantage of the spirit of the ACTIF to be able to work closer together. We need to see each other as one. We need to see that we have the collective destiny to grow global Africa, the collective destiny to ensure that we develop ourselves, our people, have the sustainable and resilient infrastructure, but it's from working together. And even in terms of the financing we've all stated here that we know we need, attracting of this financing, and even in a concessional way, we will not get it from going to beg. We will get it from working together, standing, lifting our heads up high, and stating what we want. What we want is an Africa and a Caribbean that is sustainable, that will have sustainable and resilient infrastructure to support the development of our people. So partnership and collaboration is key. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. When you asked whether any country or region has put together a resilience factor into their planning, back from the country I come from, Nigeria, we have a national infrastructure master plan, 2020 to 2043. And inbuilt in it, we have decided that infrastructure will not just be roads and bridges. People are factored in. People are factored in. The infrastructure we put in place must be able to generate prosperity and wealth for the people. And it must be infrastructure that will not be subjected to repeated rebuilding and reconstruction. So part of what we have embedded in is some quite silent features that will help that master plan as it gets reviewed in the year 2043. But in closing, let me say what we build today must stand the test of time. It will determine how we trade in the future. It will determine how we interface across the Atlantic. And it must be generational. It should not be for the moment. And I believe that AfriCaribbean Bank, along with the managing director, the chairman and the president outgoing, and the entire management, have brought us this far to this stage. And honestly, at the next meeting of CARICOM and AU, something tangible that would endear itself to our people must emerge. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that capacity building is actually perhaps the most strategic area of what I'm calling infrastructural development. Because psychologically, we must prepare our people for whatever disaster, whatever catastrophe, they must be ready. Mentally and psychologically, they must be ready to face that challenge. And I think that a lot of what we experience, when it happens, if you don't know how to respond to it, you get into a state of depression, you feel disenchanted, you feel demoralized. What we have to be able to do is get up when we fall. And so what I would really like to see happen is that our financial institutions don't just invest in the buildings and the concrete structures, but invest in building capacity. And this is where, to my mind, the exchange of knowledge, the transfer of knowledge within our diaspora, ensuring that we, if one country knows how to do it, let the others learn how to do it. And perhaps as you develop financial instruments, facilitation instruments and techniques, one of the areas that we may want to look at is what instruments can we develop for capacity building and knowledge transfer? What commitments, what programs are we going to put in place to finance the exchange of knowledge, the transfer of knowledge, so that we can have the best for our people?
Thank you very much. Your question to the audience as to whether any of the countries have got an infrastructure resilience plan, up to that time, I would have said no for St. Lucia. What we have done, rather, we have developed a national strategic plan for infrastructure called Infrastructure 2030. That is to be followed by what I term as Agenda 2050, because it took us 3 years to develop Infrastructure 2030 in terms of a strategic plan. A plan that reviews the operations of the Department of Infrastructure, how it interfaces with the public, and how it provides services to the general public. It looks at their mandate, their responsibility, their mission, and also to review legislation, develop policies and review legislation. The existing legislation for infrastructure, what we used to call communications and works, etc., is legislation dated 1957. It speaks of horses and carts, donkey cart, etc., and pounds, shillings, and pence. It has not at all, or it does not at all address the situation as it is now. So now we have developed the strategic plan. It is to ensure that in that strategic plan, there will be the issue of, or rather the issue of resilience is already there, is in there. One example. Many times in St. Lucia, it is said that when Wasco smells asphalt, they dig the roads. So we are saying, no more smelling of asphalt. Let's build utility chambers or channels, as you call it. Let's build it on the shoulders of the road. Let's have it done in a way that if there are any faults, we can simply lift the slabs and do the repairs. But of course, as the Minister for Dominica indicated, it's a very costly exercise. But it must be considered an investment in the future. So resilience, the question of standards of road construction, and you spoke about the question of housing. So all of that will be taken care of, and the Department of Physical Development, which I also control, we are now completing their own physical development strategic plan, which looks at building codes, improving the building codes, looking at the issue of not just approving plans, but monitoring the plans as they're implemented. Because the Development Control Authority will approve a plan this morning, It is approved. The next day the contractor goes, he builds something totally different to what was approved. So we are saying we need to put in build the capacity, in-house capacity, to monitor such developments and to ensure that even the use of building materials. So when you are to build, you must bring your concrete mix to the laboratory, the materials laboratory lab of the Department of Infrastructure. So now we have invested some serious money into that lab to ensure that we provide a particular service to the general public under that policy initiative to be able to at least test your materials that no one would be shortchanged by a contractor. That contractor would have to bring the cubes as extracted from the site for testing to ensure that the contractor has given the quality of material necessary for construction. So it's a really broad and global, if I call it a global initiative. It's a strategic plan for up to 2030, what it speaks of. Where do you think the country will be in the year 2030? Let's build it to 2030. But even before you get to 2030, prepare your agenda for 2050. Otherwise, what we'll continue to have is what I spoke of, building our infrastructure project by project and not planning properly and accessing the best financing available on the market. Thank you.
Okay, great. So we have on the screen time's up. So we have ended the panel. Let's give our panelists a round of applause again. Very enlightening discussion. Thank you very much. Right.
Hello, everybody. Are you having a good morning so far? If you're having a good morning, say good morning. Well, it's afternoon, so you have to say good afternoon. So if you had a good morning, say good afternoon. All right. All right, so we're getting ready for some more deal signings. And this time, Prime Minister Drew, you're up. We're going to start with a framework agreement between the government of St. Kitts and Nevis and Evergreen Egypt United and Alliance. The signing parties are the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, and virtually we want to invite, he's already on, Evergreen Egypt United Alliance. Prime Minister. This deal is worth $50 million. The government of St. Kitts and Nevis and Evergreen Egypt United and Alliance are signing this framework agreement to express their consensus to advance the primary development process of the establishment of an aquaculture investment. The agreement will also enable Evergreen Egypt United and Alliance to undergo technical, environmental, and financial studies for the project, which will lead to the engineering, procurement of equipment and product lines and construction of the project. Evergreen Egypt United and Alliance will also be the exclusive operators of the project, leading its technical and administrative activities with the aim of maximizing economic returns to all stakeholders. Thank you, Honorable Drew and your team. And thank you, Evergreen Egypt United Alliance. Thank you. So the Evergreen team will speak at this time for a few minutes.
Okay, shall we start?
All right, Mr. Motez, you're here on screen. Everybody can see you and waiting to hear you, and Dr. Abdel as well. So you just have just a few minutes. You can have a few words.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, it's a great honor to be here to share this moment with you. Honorable Dr. Drew, it's a pleasure to start and kick off this project finally. I would like to start by thanking everyone involved, especially AfriCaribbean, for their great role into facilitating what we are witnessing today. And we are looking forward that this is going to be a cornerstone and a pillar to be replicated in other places. We look forward to bringing a lot of great things together into St. Kitts. The nice thing about this, we've been following the latest panel discussions and looking at investments and opportunities. And we seriously believe that we need to apply the oldest economic rule in the world, which is supply and demand. the more suitable, the more interesting the supply is, the greater the demand is going to be from investments and not the other way around. And this is what we're looking for unique selling propositions at St. Kitts and the Caribbean, and for competitive advantages that we can discover and we can create to be able to bring in prosperity and build along with all these projects that we're looking for. Our seafood initiative is merely a cornerstone, or let's say a kicking point, from which we want to start and creating a lot of other projects alongside, like water desalination, like solar energy, renewable energy in general. And it can only be applicable and profitable once there is an economic development backing it up. So that is what we're looking for. And accordingly, we're very happy to be here today with you all. And we're looking forward to being in St. Kitts soon, starting our job. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think Dr. Abdel is there, but I think you spoke on both of you, on behalf of both of you. Just to let you know that this journey with Evergreen and St. Kitts and Nevis started in 2022. That's almost immediately, I think, after the first signing in Barbados, the first meeting. And we have been on the journey to really put the project together. We have done a lot of work in putting it together: feasibility study, soil study, land allocation. All of these things have been done. So we are really coming to the final stages of getting the project off. I wanted to really put that forward for us to understand that it's not a project that is just starting, but a major project that is just reaching the finalization stages. And to also say that what Mr. Mortes said is a lot of work has to go into this, but this has given us a framework, and it has given us a pathway of how we can really develop these type of projects. And this is, of course, in collaboration with the AfriCaribbean Bank. And so this is the first signing, I think, of the AfriCaribbean Bank in the region. This was the first one. And it's, yes. And so to finally say that we are all happy that we have reached this stage and getting ready to break ground. Thank you very much.
Our second deal is between the Grenada Development Bank and AfriCaribbean Bank. Grenada Development Bank and AfriCaribbean Bank are signing a memorandum of understanding intended to facilitate their joint exploration of activities consistent with the mandates of both organizations to support Grenada's economic growth and development through the promotion of trade and investment flows between Grenada and other countries in Africa and the Caribbean. Together, the organizations will cooperate on several areas, including export promotion, and providing support to small and medium-sized enterprises. So we have parties are Chief Operating Officer of AfriCaribbean Bank and Caribbean Office, and Mr. Royston Cumberbatch, Manager of Grenada Development Bank. And we have Ambassador Andrea St. Bernard as well. Prime Minister Honorable Deacon Mitchell, you will witness the signing. So you'll join us on stage. We welcome you on stage to witness the signing in your African regalia. next deal is the Caribbean Telecommunications Union deal. The signing parties are the Managing Director Export Development of AfriCaribbean and Mr. Rodney Taylor, Secretary General of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. This is a memorandum of understanding between AfriCaribbean and the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. They're entering into a memorandum of understanding geared towards creating a framework of cooperation between both organizations towards the development of Africa and the Caribbean through promoting digital transformation of trade facilitation and fostering digital linkages. Under the agreement, AfriCaribbean and the Caribbean Telecommunications Union will collaborate on several areas of strategic importance to both regions. And the final deal of the day is the Bank of Bahamas Limited. It's a trade finance intermediary deal. AfriCaribbean is pleased to officially announce the significant and strategic development of the bank's ongoing mission to transform trade across the Caribbean and Africa with the appointment of the Bank of the Bahamas based in Nassau, Bahamas, a local financial institution as an AfriCaribbean trade financial intermediary. We have representatives of the Bank of the Bahamas Limited. So the Chief Operating Officer of AfriCaribbean and ministers from Bahamas, they will witness this signing. Thank you so much, Minister, and the AfriCaribbean team. Allow me to introduce the final panel discussion before we break for lunch. This one is called Building Bridges Amid Global Fragmentation, Practical Approaches to Creating Africa-Caribbean Air and Sea Links. Your moderator, you met her earlier today. Her name is Ms. Lukwesa Burak, news anchor for BBC News. Let's welcome her.
Sure, you heard that name before today. Okay, we are going to set up for the panel, but I just want to introduce to you what we're going to be discussing. Now, when I was getting this panel ready, I had the usual schmooze about why this is important, what we're talking about, the geography, the economic constraints, environmental, social issues. That was all fine. That was all fine. And then I met my panel. And all I'm going to say is I could very easily have taken my notes and just thrown them in the air, because they have got points, issues, questions that I'm hoping you haven't heard so far, okay? Just to give you an idea, when you hear one of your panelists say, we really need to have an honest discussion, you go, oh, okay. And I thought, this is going to be good. This is going to be good. And then another panelist says, does anyone in this room know what Trump's first comments were when he was given the presidency? And it is more than relevant to our conversation today. Can I ask the audience, does anybody know President Trump's first comments when he was appointed president of the United States? What were his first comments that mean everything to what we're about to discuss today? Anybody? There's a lady there. Please stand up. You've got the beautiful headdress. What did he say? That was one of the things. No, he actually made reference to a geographic location. So, I'm not going to try and soften up what we're talking, because what I'm hoping you're going to hear is really going to get you thinking. So let me introduce my panel today. I'm now referring them affectionately as my crew. Okay. So, please welcome to the stage Ms. Lerato Dorothy Mataboge, the AU Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy. Please make your way to the stage, Your Excellency. Also joining us today, Senator Barry Griffin, the Vice President of the Senate and Chairman of the Bahamas Trade Commission, the Ministry of Economic Affairs Department. Senator, welcome. Mr. Anthony Ali is the Managing Director of Goddard Enterprises Limited. Watch out for this one. This is the points and the stories. I'm hoping he has time enough to reference a story about a shipping delivery from Kilimanjaro to Trinidad that took 9 months. And that is going to illustrate the challenge that is facing us at the moment. Also joining us is Mr. Gabriel Edgal, who is the Chairman and CEO of Oakwood Green Africa, and also owners of Bloom Bank Africa. And finally, please welcome to the stage Mr. Darwin Telemac, the Chairman and Port Manager of the PMAC and Antigua Port Authority. I am so looking forward to this panel. Thank you very much, all my guests. Okay. Before I sit down, just to put it out there for everyone, the gentleman who made the comment or asked us in the room, what was President Trump's first comments when he became president, and why does it matter? Please put your hand up. Okay. Take it away, Mr. Telemac. What did Mr. Trump say, and why does it matter?
Good afternoon, everyone. One of the highlights of this event has to do with fostering the transfer of goods from one part of the world to the next based on commercial interest. And we are also looking at building social, political, and economic ties. The President of the United States made a comment that he wanted to take back the Panama Canal. And that statement, in my mind, as a port and transport buff, which I am, was quite confusing, because you can't just go take someone's thing. But when you listen to what has evolved, it wasn't about taking it. It was about controlling trade, controlling the economic and inflationary impact that the cost of the canal was having on American imported goods and the exportation of American raw materials. So an LNG tanker that would leave the U.S. competitively priced would go through the canal, and by the time it exited the canal, it wasn't as competitive as when it started. Therefore, on a global scale, the canal was posing to be a problem. Why is that important? Our ports are not simple spaces. Our ports are generally pushed aside in the back corner of our islands
as the little dusty place in the corner, and it happens, and it goes on, and very little attention is often flooded to it. Every day, customs takes all the money from the port, doesn't put any back in to help with the windows and the doors, and the port languishes. And so the point is, if you want trade to happen, if you want trade to be impactful, if you want trade to be efficient, you have to fix the ports. And so in the Caribbean, we have significant challenges with our ports. Our ports are not modern. They're not container terminals as they should be. Our ports lack the predictability that they need. Our ports serve, in some cases, as cruise ports, cargo ports, significant challenges. So one of the things we would like to see from the infrastructural discussion we had is the upgrade of our ports to facilitate the imports from Africa and the exports to Africa to be more efficient. That requires significant infrastructural development at our ports at cost-effective financing as well. So that was my part.
That set the scene beautifully, absolutely beautifully. So I'm going to bring in Her Excellency, because we've heard there some of the issues on this side of the Atlantic. So what about the African side, the challenges?
Thank you very much. I think let me also start and acknowledge and recognize the wonderful hosting in our 6th region. And on behalf of the African Union, we really thank you. You're honorable. On the African side, one of the priority positions we took was that, firstly, of course, we need to integrate. I think at the end of it, the logical response to globalization, global developments, is to integrate. But we're very clear on the continent that our integration has to be standing on 3 pillars. It cannot just be around tariff integration and non-tariff barriers elimination. So there's the tariff element, what we call the market integration. There's then the need for infrastructure development as a critical pillar. And the 3rd pillar then is about manufacturing capacity and manufacturing capability. Because our logic is that there's no use having world-class infrastructure, but you're not producing anything, right? And equally, if you're producing, you do need to have the infrastructure. And similarly, you need to then deal with the policies, the harmonization, the regulatory issues. So the 3-pronged approach to our integration is quite critical. So right now, basically, every program that we are implementing has to tick those 3 boxes. So we've made big progress when it comes to market integration vis-a-vis the African Continental Free Trade Agreement that has made headway when it comes to issues of tariffs and integration at that level. But we are still missing the critical gap of infrastructure. And it's not just the ports, it's our roads, it's our rail, it's our energy, which is going to power everything. And of course, then the manufacturing capability that we need to be building. So without those 3 ingredients, we cannot have meaningful conversations about even integrating with other regions outside of ourselves. So we have to accelerate Africa's integration.
Okay, so excuse me. So you said a key thing there. Oh, goodness me, everything's falling apart. Thank you very much. Conversations, meaningful conversations. Everybody's saying we are really past conversations. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Edgar, you are you've got a foot in both sides, in both camps. Policy, practicality as well. So when it comes to strategy and actually delivering and putting the money where it matters, what needs to be done? What is not being said about why we are not getting there? What can you share with us?
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. And first, let me just make a quick confession and declaration. I'm a Nigerian, but I'm also a Grenadan. Your Excellency, your citizen sitting up here. Those are some of the things we need to do to get trade moving. But for me, I think it's very important, coming from the large continent of Africa, and being one of those who try to facilitate trade between countries in Africa, working very closely with AfriCaribbean Bank to see how to actually get people, trading. We meet a lot of challenges. There are several challenges, but we are optimists. Okay, the fact that we're sitting here today and the PM is right here listening means we're doing the right things. So let me first thank, Your Excellency for hosting this. We need to get people moving. We need to just get people moving from the Caribbean, to Africa, and from Africa to the Caribbean.
But that's a whole long journey. I don't know anybody
Not
here.
so long. And I'll tell you, there are some quick wins, okay? Yes, of course, definitely the infrastructure has to be right. We need to get everything done, right, because we need to own our ports and all of that. But the truth is, who is buying what and who is selling what today? Can we deliberately look for the things that have been, food, for instance, 5 billion worth of food imported by the Caribbean. A lot of that can be gotten from Africa. Now, even though we need to own our ports, but there are existing routes today that move goods from Africa to the Caribbean. We can start there. One of the problems you have is the fact that sometimes you don't have, the shipping lines are looking at this commercially viable. We don't even know what quantities that we would be shipping, okay? So what we are doing, and when I speak about quick wins, that's on moving our Greek, it's people, it's just tourism. The strength of the Caribbean is tourism. And as Oakwood Green Africa today, we are actually going to have the first, maybe not the first, cargo airplane coming here, bringing tourists to tour the Caribbean and taking, Caribbeans to Africa. And we're choosing a time when, Africa has something to offer,
So
like Dirty December.
So you're chartering a plane in the same way Ethiopian Airlines
Absolutely. The problem had always
yeah.
been, once you do the one way,
okay,
it's expensive. You need to do both ways.
All
and
right.
So we're going to do that now.
I'm going to turn now to Anthony Ali. I need to hear more about this. Was it how many months? 9 months?
Yeah.
A 9-month shipment. How many countries?
Just 2, from Tanzania to Trinidad.
And in between?
But in between, South Africa, London, Jacksonville, Jamaica, Trinidad.
Tell us the story.
Okay. Well, let me start off with, this is the 3rd African Exim Bank Summit that I've been in. And every single time, we talk about these aspirational goals. We talk about these wonderful trade lanes and the opportunities that exist between CARICOM and the African trade unions. Here we are, and I hate to say this, but we've not made a lot of progress. Great aspirations, it needs to happen. So the fundamental question is why? What's not happening? And I think we need to be practical, and we need to understand that unless there's significant political will, unless there is significant financial capital, and unless there is a well-defined strategy that will articulate at least 5 to 10 years out how we build that roadmap and execute it, we're going to be here, I'm going to be here in another 3 or 4 years having the same conversation. And I hate to say that, but that's the practical realities of what we do. A simple thing like trade and logistics. There are traditional lanes that exist from Africa to the Caribbean. You either go up to London, England, you go across to Newark, New Jersey, or down to Brazil, and then here. They are built and designed for specific reasons. Most of them are political and economical. So in order to divert that, we need to do something different. We need to take control of our destiny, and we need to make sure that we control not just the port, but the entire strategy of how we get this done. And I think that's what's missing. And no one country is going to accomplish this. No one region is going to accomplish this. We're going to have to do it collectively as the African community and the CARICOM community. So I say that to start with. Now, I was visiting Tanzania on vacation and saw these beautiful, beautiful artifacts in a museum. And I decided, you know what? I'm going to buy them and take them home because I just fell in love with these wooden carvings and paintings and all sorts of stuff. So I paid for them, left, flew home, and arranged for shipment. It took 9 months. to get the products from Arusha, just outside of Kilimanjaro, to Dar es Salaam, South Africa, London, Jacksonville, Jamaica, and to my house in Trinidad. 9 months, a significant amount of money, and a headache like you would not believe. The customs, the documents, the wait times, the simplest thing, like the payment of the freight, not the goods, took a month because it had to go through all sorts of regulatory processes. What was I buying? Declarations. It is not easy. And so we make it difficult to do trade amongst ourselves. That's the reality. And unless we figure out, our communities, how we're going to simplify that, and digitization is one way to do that, the digital economies are a way to do that, we are going to continue to suffer and be our own enemies in developing what we should be doing, which is the economic prosperity of both regions.
Senator, I'm going to bring you in here because we heard Mr. Ali talk about political will. Yep. You are a senator. What can you do? Or what can't you do? Where are your hands tied?
So there's much we can do, and I share the sentiments of my colleagues here on the stage and yourself when I say that. Many of us feel as though we come to these meetings and we talk and we ruminate, but now is the time for action. And so in the Bahamas, there is major political will. We are very bullish on Africa. We've hosted many incoming trade missions from Africa. In fact, there's a delegation from Ghana in the Bahamas right now meeting with government officials. And we've hosted many trade missions outbound to Africa. I myself was in Ghana sometime this year, and just last year, myself and the Minister for Grand Bahama, who's here, we were in Nigeria and Ghana. So we're bullish in the Bahamas, and so there is the political will. But I sit in an interesting space. In my private life, I'm an attorney and I represent a lot of the trading companies in the Bahamas, and I'm the person the Prime Minister has appointed as chairman of our trade commission to make things happen. And from where I sit, having my feet in the private sector and in the government space, there are a few things that are missing. One, as my colleagues would have said here, there needs to be more control over our shipping. So we are working very closely with Ghana, in particular with construction materials. Construction materials in the Bahamas are extremely expensive now, and it has been an extremely arduous and difficult process to ship cement and wood from Ghana to the Bahamas. We wanted wood in terms of plywood in the Bahamas before the hurricane season started. We're in the middle of the hurricane season and we still don't have the shipment. And so the political will is there, but there needs to be more discussion of having control and ownership of our shipping routes. The other thing that we need to discuss in terms of the Caribbean is we need to be a little bit more real about our ambitions and how it relates to scale. My colleague and I were talking about this a little bit earlier, but the idea is that we have many small economies, each doing their own thing. And separate and apart, we're not attractive to a lot of the bigger players who want scale. When you're buying from China or India or Ghana or Nigeria, you need to buy with scale. And so we need to come together as a region to have that political will to say, we're not just the Bahamas or Barbados or Grenada, we are CARICOM, and together we have over 15 million people within our borders, and not just the 500,000 in the Bahamas, the under 200,000 in Grenada. And so the political will is there, but now we need to take it to the next level and begin to make practical realities happen.
Okay, I'm going to put this out to everyone. You bring up a point that I haven't heard yet, not just today, but over the years. Control of, ownership. So we're talking about shipping lanes, we're talking about ports, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
All of it.
All right, so why is it not happening? What's going wrong? This is to you. Take it away.
Well, my colleague spoke about that. We need the power of financing, and that's where our friends at AfriCaribbean come in. Because the reality is that you need that financial backing to make it happen, to own our port, to own our shipping lanes. We in the Bahamas are also in discussions with India, and India is one of the countries in the world who, as a country, take ownership of their shipping. A lot of it is state-backed. And we were discussing earlier, sort of history, and a lot of it has been state-backed, and so we need to have those discussions.
So what are the top shipping lines in the world? COSCO, China. CME CGM, France. Maersk, Denmark. Every country builds its own shipping for its own interest. The continent of Africa, 1.5 billion people, what is the shipping line that exists on that continent? Lack of ownership represents our greatest challenge and our greatest difficulty in solving this problem. Let me explain to you why. The Europeans have built the trade lanes to suit their own needs. So the ships that come from Africa are France CMA CGM, Hapag-Lloyd, which is a German ship. You have the South Koreans, which will come in with communique and the other shipping lines from South Korea. We don't have an African line, so we don't own the ships. That's a challenge, because if you own the ships, you go in a direction that you are interested in. I am not convinced that Africa should build ships for the Caribbean. Africa has the capacity to build ships for the world. So where are those ships, Africa? It is using Africa that helps us. We're too small to be that engine that energizes Africa. So Africa has to come alive and create its own capacity, and then it helps us. And then we can be that bridge that we're speaking of here that gives you access to a bigger, better place, because we are where we are. So God placed us here to bring the big thing home, which is you. Create the capacity, we will give you access. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, we don't own our ports. The African continents have been given away the ports to DP World, AP Moller, Hutchinson's. So our facilities, we first gave away the ships, and now the ports are being given out by smart men in suits coming out to pretend that they can operate a port better than us. If you want to start a terminal operating company, and I like what you said, stop talking, meet me in the back room. We will set up a company. We can start a terminal operating company that makes Africans own the terminal operations. Because guess what? If your ships can't predict the cost at the terminal, you have a risk, because you're not controlling that. Even in our little Caribbean, we have situations where our ports are so unpredictable because of high cost that we can't predict the outcome either. So getting that piece right means that if we do have African-owned entity which operates ports, and you're coming to us, the smaller pieces, you have a home that welcomes you to say, let's expand it because that's us, we can do it. So there's a big piece missing, that infrastructural piece on the carriers and the terminals is something that you are not going to be given, because wars were fought on the seas to control the seas. We're not going to fight wars with guns, but we can collectively amass ourselves to economically become a big enough force that we can fight economically to deliver goods to the entire world.
Your Excellency, AU Commissioner for Infrastructure.
No, indeed.
Is this possible?
It is possible. It is possible. I think for us on the continent, last month actually, we released a report with the African Financing Corporation that confirmed that Africa has the resources it requires to actually fund its infrastructure. $4.6 trillion that is sitting in pension funds, in our commercial banks, in some of our DFIs, not deployed to the real economy, not deployed to infrastructure or manufacturing. And just that realization alone has been a key catalyst for us to then say, let's have the conversation of how do we deploy the funds to our real needs, our ports, our energy, digital infrastructure, etc. So we, as a new commission, as the African Union, we're quite committed to saying, let's have new conversations around how we develop the continent and how then we can hold hands with our partners globally. But it starts with African financing and African participation and making sure that we deploy our own resources and our own people and the skills of Africans on the continent and in the diaspora to come and develop the African continent. That is how we're going to build the real bridges with the Caribbean and other regions of the South.
Just going to jump.
Yeah. Diaspora is us too, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're in it. You're in the advisory.
Gabriel, African financing. Come on, this is your field.
Yeah, I think things are already happening.
Okay.
Deals were signed here. Okay. AfroCaribbean just set up, an office. They've committed $3 point something billion to the Caribbean. The truth now is we need to create the activities. We need to create it. Now, I said before that I do understand that long-term, definitely, we have to control our ports. We have to control the ships. We have to do that. But we can actually leverage existing rails today to do what it is.
Such as?
So today, goods are moving, okay? Imports are actually moving from Ghana, but they go to maybe Brazil, and then they come here, okay? The problem you have today is who is buying what and who is selling what. I keep saying that. This is what we are doing, for instance. We are market makers for AfroCaribbean. So, I mean, it's not only the Caribbean markets that have that challenge. Even in Africa, for trade to happen, you need to find who is the buyer, who is the seller, bring them together. AfroCaribbean has created a digital platform, the Africa Trade Gateway. So what we intend to do as Okud Green Africa, first of all, is to see how all of the businesses can be onboarded onto this Africa Trade Gateway. Let's even know what is possible. Let's even see what is possible. With that, you now have aggregation to know that there's actually scale for you to approach the shipping company to say, you know what, we need to build that. And once there's some level of practicality, then we can begin to say, look, this amount of business can actually finance the ports. I'm a banker, okay? I'm not just going to give you finance because I dream that it will be possible. I want to see practical realities. I want to know how I'll be paid back for those ports. Are we going to have enough business to do that, okay? So that's the point. A shipping company, as an entrepreneur, I'm not going to put a ship down to do that. There are African shipping companies, actually, okay? I won't do that because I don't know the scale of the volumes that are possible. So once we start getting the buyers and sellers together, actual businesses who would come in here to say, you know what, I mean, you were here, I don't know if you were here, Dangote spoke about the fact that, you know
Yes.
what, exactly. Yes. People like that, we get them in a room and we get the entrepreneurs in the Caribbean, deals will come out, and it's the viability of those deals that will create the infrastructure.
So is it the private sector that is key here?
Yes.
It is? Okay. The reason I ask this is you mentioned something, the markets, get the markets together as a block. And the first thing that came into my mind was, well, we have a Continental Free Trade Agreement, the AfCFTA.
Yep.
What is their role in this? It's a huge, huge subject. If you could answer that succinctly. What is that?
Look.
To my panel.
Look, I'll take that. You see, the truth is that whatever the Africa Continental Free Trade Area has, it should be integrated with the CARICOM as well. So we have the same set of rules and regulations. That's one. We should also, and I'm glad that it was announced that we now have CAPS, which is the Caribbean Payment and Settlement System, and we have PAPS. Those two should be integrated. That's the second thing, so that payments can move easily between the two. So you now have uniform regulations. You now have that. It's now the people to start trading.
But to answer your question, I think you're completely right that the private sector is the most important part of this. We can sit around a table as policymakers all day as we wish, but it's the private sector that actually does business. And so for me in the Bahamas, every time we have these types of conferences and seminars, I'm sure to invite the private sector because we are now part of many trade agreements that are sitting there collecting dust. Those of us in CARICOM, we have an EPA with the UK, we have an EPA with the European Union, and many of our businesses are not taking advantage of it because they're not aware of what they can take advantage of. But the other side is certainly taking advantage and doing business in the Caribbean.
So whose fault is that?
You can, that's what I'm saying. We can create the policy, but we need to make sure that we bring the private sector along with us. In the Bahamas right now, in terms of trade with Africa, it's the sort of chicken and egg, the chicken or the egg that you're speaking about now. Businesses want to know, is there a reliable trade route and shipping lane that I can rely on to bring my goods here? And likewise, the folks who are doing the shipping and the financing, they want to know, is there reliable business? Which one comes first? I don't know if we have the luxury of sitting and debating which one comes first. We need to do both at the exact same time.
Shipping exists. Let's take away a misnomer. There is shipping available. Every week, a ship arrives in the port of Santos or on the west coast of Brazil from Nigeria. And every 2 weeks after that, one comes from South Africa. They're shipping. We ought not to be questioning whether they're shipping or not. Sometimes we like ships to go in straight lines, but logistics doesn't happen in a straight line. It goes in where it needs to go and it gets to you in the most efficient way. So, private sector, you have shipping. If you don't believe it, speak to me, I'll show you how to get it done. Or I'll show you how to find the people to get it done. The challenge is we are creating bottlenecks where there aren't. A Guyanese gentleman was sending wood lumber to Antigua and was preparing to load 4 containers of lumber on a ship to go to Trinidad to load it into a container to get to Antigua. $60,000. One conversation later, $8,000. The goods are in a container on its way from Georgetown, Guyana, straight to Antigua. Sometimes it is the misconception that you have a problem, which means data becomes very crucial. And that is an issue. It's true that sometimes the unknown overwhelms the reality. So you sit back not knowing that you can. Don't worry about shipping. If you want to move something, Senator, I can show you how to move from Ghana to Bahamas very easily. And if you're doubting it, Google Kestrel Lines, K-R-E-S-T-L. Give them a plug. Google them. They will show you how to do it. It's easy. That's one of the people who can do that. I don't think we have an issue with shipping. I believe, though, that if we are going to build the trade environment that we are discussing, the shipping piece is a small bit, because as a continent with the capacity that Africa has, it should be one of the leading transport hubs in the world, and it isn't, and no one can deny that. And this is what we have to shape here. So instead of having other people taking advantage of us, taking out the routes that we ought not to go, I think there is a real opportunity for the private sector to support the public interest, because it is not public policy that drives decision. It is commercial motives that pushes politicians to act. So private sector has to push, the Prime Minister was just said, to say, we want this, and he will get it done for you. So let's activate the private sector, I think, in a ways that is real. Don't create the boogeyman. There is no issue with shipping. Happens every day. Even the mistake that happened with you over 9 months, that happens from Miami, it happens from Trinidad all the time. Shipping can be done. It's not difficult.
So we're talking about trade between Africa and the Caribbean. And we can sit here and talk about logistics all day long. We will always have challenges. I think we need to be smarter than that. There are other ways to solve this problem. So one of those is, think about this for an example. One of the companies we own, we have about 50% excess capacity. I could put on a second shift and get to 100% excess capacity right now. I ship my products to 22 countries around Latin America and the Caribbean. And in most countries, I have somewhere between 30 and 60% market share. So this is an insecticide and insect repellent. Great product called Bop and Beep. Give it a plug. More importantly, if I were to enter the African market, which I'm trying to do, and I was hugely successful in, let's take Nigeria, and I got 5% market share, I would have to build a new factory.
You need only 1%.
So the point is, why am I shipping product from Barbados, a high cost, high energy, high labor, high freight location, to Africa? Why am I not exporting my intellectual property, my brand, my technology, my formulation, and having somebody in Africa build that product for me? So we've done this a couple of times. And that, to me, is how you solve your trade problems. I'm not going to get tied up in logistics of how I get a container from Barbados to Ghana. I'm going to put the product right where the market is. And I'm going to lower my cost, and I'm going to create employment, and I'm going to drive my economic success.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the truth about it is just what is said, even in the financial industry. So Bloombank, we're also planning to open a bank in the Caribbean. So we can give trade finance and act as correspondent bank between the countries there and the countries here. What I'm saying is I think we've all agreed that policy is there, the will is there in some way. The private sector has to drive this. Okud Green Africa, for instance, okay, is going to start implementing the ATG on the CARICOM Islands. The ATG is just a platform where buyers and sellers are there. and they're exposed to buyers and sellers from Africa, including shipping companies, insurance companies, and all of that. We just have to start linking both of them, and everyone has to be on that platform.
All right.
The trade would happen.
Thank you. You know what? The clock is just about 3, 2, 1, 0. But we have 2 more points that we're going to make. I do apologize. We actually shortened our time. My first point, and I'm going to, I think, Anthony
Yep.
and Mr. Telemaque, you're going to make the points as well. What happens for the other 6 months when we haven't got hurricanes? Just somebody, just please, somebody.
Do you want to take that, or do you want me to?
When we haven't got hurricanes?
Yeah, or when we have got hurricanes, what happens?
Well, I think we live in a land where we deal with everything that comes at us. We have 12 months of resilience.
Yeah, okay.
When the hurricane comes, the next day we're back to living our lives and picking it up. This is one of the reasons why we should not be concerned about the northern activities. We deal with challenges all the time, and we overcome, and we will. One of the things staring us in the face is the whole issue of climate, the climate adjustment by the IMO, where they have impacted shipping. Shipping has been decarbonized, and as a result, there's a carbon tax coming on very soon on everything that ships on any vessel that uses carbons. So we've been asking at the Port Management Association of the Caribbean, we also have the CSA, we have a number of agencies in the region, and I'm sure in Africa as well, asking how do we deal with that issue? And this is one of the things that I think Africa can help us deal with quite well. We need to have new investments in our ports in terms of green energy for electrification of ships and green energy in terms of bunkering ships. We need biomass to create biofuels. Africa must have significantly much more than we do. And guess what we have in the Caribbean? We have 45 to 50% of global cruise. The cruise industry relies on us. We have the largest number of cruise ships in any one geographic areas within 6 to 7 months. That means if we were to fuel these cruise ships with green fuels, we would displace ExxonMobil, Shell Oil. We would be a massive energy creator. We're looking for an opportunity that comes from our ports. And by the way, the ships have no choice but to buy that fuel. What an opportunity. We are open for that business, Africa. We're asking to see if you could help us in sourcing that problem. The creation of green hydrogen is another option that I'm sure Africa is doing. We are a market ready because the ships are here. They are begging for clean, green supplies. You can use our ports to facilitate a whole new industry and help in the process of transforming our lands, because the demand on the cruise ships is so significant that to supply the cruise industry decarbonizes every island in the Caribbean. That's a great way to solve a significant challenge.
Anthony, please, if you could bring us to a close.
I'll keep it short.
Yeah, sure.
So we talked about private sector. We talked about markets, who's buying and who's selling. One of the things I think that would accelerate the development of trade between the two regions is what I call special economic zones, where we create the opportunity for investors to investments in ports, investment in organizations, and economic development and trade. If we had those in Africa, and you can't have them everywhere, but one in the Caribbean that focused on Caribbean, one on Africa that allowed us to create these hub and spoke type opportunities, I think we could accelerate what we need to do.
Okay, and on that note, I want to say a huge, huge thank you to my panel, Ms. Loretta Dorothy Matabogo, Senator Barry Griffin, Anthony Ali, Gabriel Edgal, and Darwin Telemaque. Thank you. And I'm hoping, ladies and gentlemen, that you heard something that you haven't heard yet. Just very quickly, one moment. Okay. It is lunchtime. Please be back in your seats for 3:15. It's the final day. 3:15. Please enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit, and thank you for your patience. Thank you.
top notch. You made everybody.
Hello. So nice to see you. Where's your wife? Oh, wonderful.
You made us that was lovely. Let's give me your card. That was
Hello, everybody. We're getting ready to start our next panel in 2 minutes. So those of you in the room, there are lots of seats up front. If you can come closer before we start, that would be great. And then we begin with a very special panel discussion. The panelists are ready. The moderator is ready. Somebody was powdering their nose just now. I think she's ready as well. So we'll start in 2 minutes. Thank you. Don't be afraid of the front. My dance teacher used to say, Neela, dance in front. You'll learn more. Yeah? I might even throw in a gift for you. I have lots of gifts. Right, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. All right, so I want to do a quick check-in. Those of you who had lunch today, clap 3 times. All right. Anybody from Congo here? Oh, Lord. Any Congo? Might have some Congolese here as well. All right, so we're going to start. I want to introduce this very important panel because a few years ago we hosted Unleash, which was a conference for creatives, and our government has decided to put the creative economy on a pedestal. It is our priority for the next few years. So I really want to introduce this, a very important panel discussion. So those of you who are in the back, you need to come up front and soak it all in. Our moderator for this session, Canex Connect, Creating Markets from Culture, is Ms. Zalika Peter. She is a creative practitioner and the CEO of the Labukan Training Center. You may have seen her on stage yesterday performing with a group of cultural practitioners. So let's welcome our panel moderator, Ms. Zalika Peters.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this powerful conversation at the ACTIF conference. I'm truly honored to be your moderator for this panel on creating markets from sports and culture. Today, we're going to be looking at 2 of the most influential forces shaping our identities and our economies. That's culture and sports. For far too long, they've been seen as soft sectors, but make no mistake, these are industries that drive innovation, global influence, and youth engagement. Our panel today brings together leaders and visionaries who are not just participating in sports and culture. They are building ecosystems, creating investment pipelines, and defining what economic empowerment through identity really looks like. So we're going to introduce our panelists for today. We have Ambassador Orlando K. Romain, Ambassador, Special Envoy, Ministry of Tourism, culture, and the creative economy, with responsibility for ICT and the creative economy. Mr. Orlando Romain. Next, we'd like to introduce Mr. Temwa Gondwe, Director of Creatives and Diaspora of AfriCaribbean Bank. Mr. Gondwe. Mr. Nakampa Molewa, Chief Operations Officer for NBA Africa. Molewa. Then we're going to introduce Ms. Kenya Linton George, founder of the Designers Guild. We have with us today Mr. Andrew Llewellyn House, Executive Director of Afro Sport. Lastly, we're going to introduce Mr. Timi Adeyeba, the Chief Operational Officer of Amplify Africa, Inc. So before we begin today's panel discussion, I just want to give you guys the context of what's framing the discussion for this afternoon. So the commercial growth of the AfriCaribbean's creative and cultural industries typically include access to finance, weak branding and marketing, enforcement of intellectual property rights, and inadequate infrastructure. Concerted actions and investment to address these issues could vastly enhance the economic potential and impact of these industries across Africa and the Caribbean. So let's dive in with some substance, great conversation, and a little Caribbean African flair. Two, 1, 2. Everybody can hear me? Lovely. So, good afternoon once again, everybody. I'm going to open the floor today with the first question going to Mr. Temwa Gondwe. AfriCaribbean Bank, has taken a bold step by prioritizing the creative and cultural industries, recognizing their role in shaping the economic future of Africa and the Caribbean. So my question for you today is, can you start us off by sharing the bank's vision for the creative sector and how CANEX serves as a platform to unlock that potential?
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's been a long day, but let's keep the energy up. This is a very exciting conversation we're about to have on the creative and cultural industries. Thank you for that question. My president, Professor Orama, likes saying that a good banker smells where the money is, where the opportunity is. And for us, the creatives and cultural industries, looking at the vast pools of talent that are on the continent, let's face it, if we come to fashion, if we come to music, we come to film, we are the originators as Africans, as global Africans. Design, initiative, innovation comes from us. The world follows. But for a long time, what has happened is that we have not had the ecosystem around which we can commercialize and monetize our vast pools of talent. So you find, for example, that even when it comes to music, the monetization of music is taking place in other markets outside outside Africa and outside the Caribbean. If you're looking at fashion, value is not being created on the continent. Most of the value is being created outside the continent and outside this region where we're in the Caribbean. Why is that, is the question. And you find that what is missing is a structured market around these industries. So what we have done as AfroCaribbean Bank, looking at this gap in the industry, was to come up with a Creative Africa Nexus program, looking at financing, looking at capacity building, looking at policy advocacy, digitization, looking at partnerships and linkages and so on, so that we are intervening in a way that addresses this market failure in a way. So for example, when it comes to financing, we have a debt facility which was increased to $2 billion now from $500 million initially. And I'm glad to point out that even under this facility, the first transaction in the Caribbean was a $25 million reconstruction facility for the Barbados Kensington Oval, which hosted the Cricket World Cup in this region. We also have, on the equity side, our Fund for Export Development in Africa, in particular, our Canex Creations Incorporated, CCI Inc., that is investing in intellectual property. So it is like an IP holding company looking to make those investments in intellectual property. Why, though? Most of the work, the creatives, the workers of creation in Africa, have just been working and commissioning out their work, not owning it. So ownership is a big thing for us in the bank, owning the means of capital, but also owning the means of distribution. So this company is there to ensure that Africa is preserving its intellectual heritage. Africa and the Caribbean are preserving the intellectual heritage. We do a lot of capacity building. How many creatives are in the room, if there are any? If you can lift up your hand. Most creatives in Africa and the Caribbean, if you ask them, the university they attended is the University of YouTube. That is where they're getting most of their skills. And this lacks structure in terms of skills development. So we have done a lot of work to build programs like how to export, how to run your creatives business, how to do fashion, how to run your fashion business, skills development, and so on. So capacity building is a big thing for us. But we also work through partnerships, and I'm glad here we have the NBA Africa is a very important partner for us, Amplify Africa, of course, my brother here as well. So we work through partnerships, and these partnerships have enabled us to even extend market access. So we have fashion designers from Jamaica and other islands in the region who we have taken to fashion shows, fashion pop-ups in Paris Fashion, Tokyo, New York, and so on. What we're doing there is just being intentional. African fashion does not need to be announced to the world. You know, African fashion is as good as any fashion, and indeed we have proved it. We now have a pop-up store in Galeries Lafayette in Paris, which has got fashion, which has got African fashion. And these young fashion designers are able to secure orders as other fashion designers have. It's just that in their case, they have been very small and atomistic. They needed a partner like Canex to extend their capacity. And lastly, I know there are a lot of good ideas around this panel, but I must say also that we have been promoting creativity and creatives as an asset class, an export-ready asset class. Because many at the times when creatives are invited into a place, they are invited to provide the entertainment, not for a business conversation on the business of the creative industries. So you might have heard of Canex Weekend or Canexat Inter-African Trade Fair, which is taking place in Algiers between 4 and 10 September. The idea there is to bring the executives, the producers, the distributors, the financiers to deal with the issue of the business of the creative industries. And finally, we also involve ourselves a lot working with governments on the policy side. For example, we're working currently with the FCFTA Secretariat to deal with issues of intellectual property. Why does Africa, in this particular case, does not have an IP office? Because Africa does not have an IP office, you find that the enforcement of IP, if you are a creative, you need to file in that application in 55 different jurisdictions. Whereas your colleagues in the US, in Europe, in the UK, and other places only have to file in one office. It's too expensive. It is not practical. So we are hoping that from a policy advocacy perspective, working with the FCFTA Secretariat, we create an FCFTA IP office so that our IP is evaluated at a higher level and competitive around the world. I'll stop there, but again, glad to be on this panel and looking forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. We're happy to have you. So we just heard Mr. Gondwe touched on capacity building, and he mentioned policy as well. So I'm going to move to the topic of policy and government collaboration, regional integration, and I'm going to pose this question to you, Orlando. From your vantage point within the government, what policies or regulatory frameworks are most urgently needed to stimulate investment and market growth in creative sectors like fashion, music, the arts, etc.?
All right, Zalika, thank you for that question. But before I dive into my response, let me pause to recognize the work Temwa and his team at the AfriCaribbean Bank have been doing to advance the development of the creative sector by making strategic investments in that area. Just last year, they pledged $2 billion in financing for the creatives, and I think that is commendable. I want you to join me to congratulating Temwa and his team. From where I sit in government with regards to policy, I think the first step in leveraging any opportunity is recognizing the opportunity. And I think governments need to move beyond viewing the creative sector as simply soft power and reposition it as a core economic pillar. I think when we make that recognition and we start to develop strategies, only then we can actually begin to see and leverage the potential. So I know we've made a lot of progress, certainly in Grenada and in the Caribbean, in regards to acknowledging the value of the creative sector. And the task now is to move beyond just valuing to intentional strategies. And the focus then is on policy realignment. For me, one of the key policy realignments is how the creative sector is treated with regards to incentive frameworks. Most creatives don't have access to the same incentives as other MSMEs in the agriculture sector, in the tourism sector. And that's because those incentives weren't designed with the creative sector in mind. They were designed years ago. And a lot of governments haven't updated these incentives to integrate the creative sector more. So, for example, a film producer who is investing hundreds of thousands of dollars in equipment, is hiring local talent and paying good salaries, and is exporting his content globally, may not be considered an exporter, and so don't have that same access. So we need to look at recategorizing the creative sector and including categories that allow them to access these incentives. The second thing I would say is moving from IP registration to IP commercialization. All right, I know in the Caribbean, for sure, Grenada, we have an aggressive move to have creators understand the value of intellectual property, and we encourage them to register the intellectual property. But it's beyond that, all right? How can they monetize that intellectual property? And that's where I think governments play a role in shifting the role of IP offices from simply registration to now IP activation. So it means providing a support desk that can help creators understand the value of their IP, can provide template contracts for IP, and can help them negotiate deals around IP. So we have to evolve our IP offices a bit more to make them a bit more useful with regards to monetization. And I would say the third thing with regards to policy, and I think that goes across most MSMEs, is access to finance. All right, it's an age-old question. I think a lot of governments have, taken a lot of strides in implementing short-term financing programs, but we need to find more sustainable ways of financing the creative sector. And that certainly would involve commercial banks and development banks. And the role for government there is to help these financial institutions understand how to value intangible assets, which is what the creatives produce mostly. Most creatives don't have land. They may not have a house to put up as collateral, but they may have a record deal. They may have a towing contract. How can a bank take those intangible assets or take those collateral, value it, and provide that creative with the relevant credit? So I think, it starts with certainly recognizing and then taking those intentional steps to realign policy and to ensure that the creative industries is well integrated into the national development conversation and development agenda.
Thank you. I think you made some very important points in terms of recognition of creatives and ways in which we can go forth globally and the policy changes that can be made. So I just want to shift gears and we move to the topic of fashion and cultural branding and entrepreneurship. So I'm going to move to Miss Kenya Linton-George with my next question. So Kenya, I know that fashion is a powerful cultural export, right? But many designers seem to struggle to scale their brands beyond their home markets. So my question for you today is, what do you think is missing in the ecosystem that would allow African and Caribbean fashion brands to compete on a global level?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me on this panel. I would say what is missing, there are a number of things that are missing, and my other panelists alluded to some of it, and the main one being access to financing. And for the creative industries, we find that it's incredibly difficult to convince a banker that, we smell the money. But we can see with AfroExim Bank, they say they smell the money, and we see the investment in the fashion industry from AfroExim Bank through Canex, and we just want to commend them on that because we smell the money and we know now that they smell the money, but we still have not been able to tap into all of that money that is there waiting for the industry to bring in. And another issue that's affecting that is skills training. We do not have the skilled workforce to meet the demand that is there. And I can attest to that as a designer myself. And that leads me into also manufacturing. We can't meet the demand. So recently I did coterie in New York, courtesy of Canex. And I found that I had to shut down my local servicing of my local market in order to supply the international market because I honestly cannot meet the demand on both ends. So we're basically leaving money on the table. And if you speak to 10 designers, they'll all tell you they're leaving money on the table because we do not have the skills training, we do not have the manufacturing facilities to meet the demand for our creative industry. And it's easy to say to a banker, listen, I need to go to a trade show and I'm going to get buyers. And I came back with results when I did coterie. I could tell them how many buyers I got, how many pieces they ordered, how much money, and that's tangible. But when I go to a bank and I say, listen, I need to train 50 people to sew, when I say to them, I need a factory, I need infrastructure, I need sewing machines, they can't wrap their head around that. They don't understand. It's not a sexy, glamorous part of the business for them. So they're going to stick to the marketing side of fashion when what needs attention is the nitty-gritty foundation, the not-so-glamorous part, which is skills training and manufacturing.
Thank you. I think you made a very, very powerful point there. Developing your human resources, one of our country's best assets. And I think you highlighted how important that is. So I'm going to move to Timmy Adeyeba. My question for you today, Timmy, is the diaspora plays a powerful role in shaping global perceptions of African and Caribbean culture. How can we better mobilize the diaspora? Not just as consumers, but as investors, as distributors, and co-creators to help build sustainable creative economies back home?
Amazing. Hello, everybody. Are we sleeping? Hello, everybody. Okay, I'm sure we just had lunch and everyone should be energized. My name is Timi Adeyeba, co-founder and CEO of Amplify Africa. We're a 360 media and entertainment company based in Los Angeles, California. I'm of Nigerian descent, and literally the question you just asked is basically what we do as a company. But before I talk and really just dive deep into that question, I want to do a shout out to AfriCaribbean Bank for always putting their money where their mouth is. I think that's something that we can really... Yes, and I say that because they created a diaspora-focused arm of the bank. And, thankfully we have Temwa, who leads the initiative of everything about diaspora and the creative economy. The diasporans, as we always call it, like you talk about Africans who are either first generation or immigrants. And, for us, we see it as, AfroCaribbeans, Afro-Latin community who have not necessarily, been in wherever they are based on their own volition. And for us, the diaspora has always been seen as consumers. We look back and you think about the streaming of music, right? Most diasporans are listening to Afrobeats. They're listening to soca. And the money, is literally coming from there. I read about, when you think about remittances, right? Over $53 billion in 2023 was remitted back to the continent of Africa. And I think about $18 billion from the diaspora for the Caribbean was remitted back home. That's a lot of money for $53 billion. That's, when you calculate that, it's almost $70 billion. And less than maybe a fraction, less than 1% has really been traced back to the creative economy. How are we looking at that angle? Like, what are the opportunities that exist for the diasporans who are really eager to go back home and to say, you know what, I'm not just going for a music festival, I'm not just going for crop over, I'm not just going for Spice Mass. What are the opportunities that exist? What are we creating for, people who are, over there and have capital? When you think about literally the exchange, the finances, you look at the currency exchange and how much money exists and how much knowledge the diasporans own is so massive. So, I think some of the things, I'll give a shout out to Ghana. They've created a lot of opportunities for the diasporans who are eager to go back. And I know we have the newest citizen of Ghana sitting in the room here, the Honorable Prime Minister. So they created a lot of pathways, a lot of pipelines that helps the diasporans who want to come back home to create, investment vehicles. So it's not just going back home for Afrofuture or going back for the festivals, for Dirty December. There's opportunity. How many of you know about Dirty December? Just a few people. Okay. You need to go back home and experience Dirty December. But it's pretty much in December, and a lot of diasporans go back home just to enjoy, the festivities, beautiful weather, food, music. But I think the government is getting into a stage where they realize that billions of dollars are coming back home through this festivities. And what I've seen is that even in Nigeria, there's a Motherland Festival that is being created, and they're not just looking at it from just the enjoyment, not just from the food, not just from the fashion. It's really creating opportunities, whether it's creating platforms for people to come, build factories, right? Opportunities for people to become citizens of the country so that it's easy for you to be able to access capital. it's easy for you to have a lot of great exchange. And I'm going to do a shameless plug here because Amplify Africa, that's what we do. We have a conference called AfriCon, which is happening in September 18 to 20 in Atlanta. And proudly sponsored by AfriCaribbean Bank, again putting their money where their mouth is. And the whole crux of AfriCon is really to engage the diaspora and give them access to opportunities that exist. So we have several verticals, from technology to fashion to film to music and even to policy and trades opportunities. So we have workshops and deal rooms where you can actually access actual deals that exist. So if you want to create a film, we have practitioners and executives who are there to see what you have going on. We have pitch competitions and expo opportunities for the Caribbean to showcase the culture and to see what exists. But I think as I said, we're moving away from just like the consumership mentality. Really, we're going now slowly into like ownership and allowing people who want to be part of the movement and benefit from the culture to be part of it.
Thank you very much, Timmy. I think you made some very important remarks when speaking of the diaspora, because if we contextualize it in the framework of Grenada, there are more Grenadians living outside of Grenada than living in Grenada. So tapping into that market, I think it's a very, very, very good thing that we can do. So we heard about AfriCon. I also like that you underscored that there's going to be opportunities to access deals. And so, because a lot of the times when we're talking about the creative industry, it's a lot of talk. And it's great to see that people on this panel, as well as the initiatives that are going on right now, are putting their money where their mouth is, putting action to the words that have been spoken. So thank you very much. So we're going to move on to a sector that's often left out when we speak about the creative arts, and that is sports. So my next question is going to go to Andrew, to my left. And we're speaking about sports media, etc., right? So as I said, sports has often been excluded from the conversations when we speak of the creative economy. So my question is, how do we see sports as a catalyst for the creative sector?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Again, a great privilege to be here. A great privilege to be here. My thanks to AfriCaribbean Bank for the wonderful work that they have done and continue to do. And to speak about sport as a catalyst for pushing the creative industries, I think sport generally, not even just looking at the African and Caribbean sector, sport is something which plays a huge role in society, something which you will find on the front page of your newspaper as much as your back page. It's a reality TV drama played out on the field, but extends beyond the field. And I think that's even more so when we look at African Caribbean sport. I don't think there's anything else which speaks of global Africa, speaks of black excellence as sport has done. Afro sport, our mission in setting up was to shine a light on the achievements of Africa's sons and daughters over many decades to the world of sport, the impact that has been made through them in the lives of people throughout the world, enjoying their talent, the money that they've raised commercially throughout the world, and changing the narrative. This is something which has come from, as I say, the sons and daughters of Africa, and it's hugely widespread. I think it's something that we, maybe within our own community, have undervalued. I know growing up, the message from my parents would have been, you focus on your schoolwork, your academics, sports. Well, I did have aspirations to be a on-the-field player myself. Had to let that go eventually. But even off the field of play. It's an enormous industry. And so I think to see the importance for us to be convinced of how impactful sport can be throughout society, how it can, and commercially, what it can do, is tremendously important. I think I'd liken maybe sport and music as being two genres which extend globally. The influence will be beyond all boundaries, all demographics. And I think particularly with sport, sport has that capacity to inspire human interest and unites us in a way. Think of the Williams sisters, Serena Williams. You might not be a tennis fan, but most people of African heritage would pay attention when she was playing at Wimbledon. You'd have an interest. And I think that's one of the special factors of sport. Its appeal to a mass audience, the tremendous narrative that can be told through sports, which brings us all in. The typically stories of triumph over adversity, the underdog coming through, it grips us in a way that little else does. And so its potential and the opportunity through sport to impact a wider commercial discussion and possibilities, it's there. I don't know, many of you have seen there's a cricket documentary called Fire in Babylon, which charts the rise of the West Indies cricket team in the 80s and 90s. You don't have to be a cricket fan to be gripped by this. It speaks to a time when, it speaks of, say, a group of men from the different islands coming together and taking on a sport that was given to them by their colonial masters, mastering that sport and dominating the world. And the achievement, maybe there's been no greater sports team in the history of sports for a period of 10 to 15, they were unplayable. And I remember in this documentary, it talks about when they were coming to prominence in the late 70s, the outpouring of cultural expression and creativity that came in the islands. People now proudly coming out, expressing their culture. The time of Bob Marley, get up, stand up. This was all in one. The fusion that all came from the field of play, from sport. So it can be tremendously impactful. I look at something like the African Nations Cup. I think the last one that was last January, the audience figures were off the scale. It shocked everybody. The following that it had throughout the world. It was tangible through the TV screen, the passion, the joy, the how much it was something that resonated beyond the field of play. We've had the Unity Cup, was an event that we hosted in London 2 months ago. Similarly, it was involving Nigeria, Ghana, Jamaica, Trinidad, and again, it was something which had resonated globally. It wasn't just the local community, and it was more than football. There are people who had never set their foot inside a football stadium, didn't particularly like football, but they were there because of the music, because of the food, the cultural expression, all came together. And there's an initiative which is in development, the Global Africa Athletics Championship, being put forward by AfriCaribbean take this forward. Again, a coming together of many nations within global Africa to, around sport, bring in the best of athletes together, and a time of communal enjoyment of sport, culture, music, and fashion.
Thank you.
Everything.
Thank you very much, Andy. So last but certainly not least, I'm going to pose my last question to Mr. Molewa. And we're going to stick in the gear of sports. So my question, you are the person in charge of NBA Africa. So NBA Africa has been instrumental in transforming the basketball ecosystem across the continent. But from your perspective, what are the key ingredients needed to turn a sport into a viable industry in emerging markets?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Look, I think after running businesses on the African continent, at Coca-Cola when I was running East Africa, at Uber when running Uber on the continent, and then coming through to basketball at NBA Africa, the formula is no different, right? There is no secret, and it's a couple of things. The first thing, know your audience, know the customer, and if I look at both the continent and the Caribbean, so many similarities in the sort of person or the sort of people that we are trying to service. Africa has got a population demographic of 60% under 25%. In the Caribbean, it's about 50 to 55% who are under 30 years old. So both our demographics are super, super, super young, right? There's 170 million Africans living outside of the continent, of a population of about 1.2 billion. And of a population of 44 million here, there's 10 to 15 million Caribbeans living outside of the Caribbean itself, right? The remittances that come back to the continent, 53 billion for Africa, $12 billion in the Caribbean, right? So it's to know intimately who you're trying to service, right? And we spend a lot of time trying to understand who is that consumer. What makes somebody love basketball, right? What are those connections that we have? So the concept of a diaspora can't be an academic construct. It's got to be real. The second part of it that I would say is that once you find a formula that works, right? Have clear goals of what you want to achieve. And us at the NBA, again, we spend a lot of time trying to figure out what we want to do next. We have gone through 5 seasons of the Basketball Africa League on the continent. And we spend a lot of time trying to define what does success look like. And it can't be soft targets that we're talking about. These are hard, measurable metrics that we should be able to talk about. So, for example, in the first 5 seasons, we have contributed more than $250 million of GDP to the continent. We've created 37,000 jobs attached to that. We broadcast to almost 152 countries in 27 languages who watch the BL. If we fast forward those to 2034, where we have a North Star, right? That GDP figure then moves up to $5.4 billion. Those job numbers move to 635,000 jobs attached or associated to the NBA. And again, if we are thinking about the long term here, we have to think about our partners. The diaspora has to be part of that, has to be that part of the conversation. Third thing, choose your partners wisely. They must share in the vision. They must be like-minded people, right? Spend many a time talking to Tim over here. What are we doing? What's the flexibility? What are your plans? And again, it's good to have those partners that you can choose who are very, very like-minded and who share the same values that you have. The next couple of things are just the caveats that one should have at the back of their mind. So for us, it's about building the stars, not just the teams. The next person who's going to be here is going to be Pascal Siakam, who played in the NBA Finals right now with the Pacers. He's an NBA champion with the Raptors. Kaman Mawach, 14-year-old kid who got discovered in Uganda. They put a basketball in his hands, was drafted 10th overall last year. These are powerful stories that we need to tell, and we need to be able to tell to inspire people who want to get into this line of work. Own the culture. We have such a unique culture. If you guys watch a basketball in Senegal versus a basketball in the US, it's two completely different things. In fact, in Senegal, the first time I heard it, I thought I was going to go deaf from the drumming. I learned, bring some earplugs. Right? But that is our culture. The music, the drumming is rooted in the game that we play. Right? So it's nothing like what the Americans are offering us at the moment. Right? Go digital or you're going to go invisible. We have a young demographic, like I said, who want platforms. You have to give them platforms. You've got to understand those platforms. You've got to understand how they are consuming your product and how they're communicating. And then the very last thing for us that we absolutely understand, and I think this is where we love the partnership with AfriCaribbean Bank and where we intersect, it's more than just about basketball. So if you think about the infrastructure impact that we have at school level, at neighborhood levels, right? The biggest sports in the world is soccer. People, if you want to play soccer, I'm speaking from home, you find plastic bags or rubber bands, you put them together, and then you kick the thing around, open piece of lead, then you kick the thing around, you got a soccer game. Basketball requires more. It requires you to build stuff. It requires specific equipment to be played. Right. If we think about sports tourism, like I've given you the figures of 250 going to 5.4 billion, right? This is about more than basketball. And if you can articulate that vision to say, listen, this is not just about the product of playing basketball, but what does this have to offer for the African continent or for the Caribbean? I think those are the ingredients that I got.
Thank you very much. I think the point you made about how significantly the MBA has been able to contribute to the GDP, it further reminds us that sports and creative arts and culture are not on the sidelines, it is the main stage. This brings us to the end of our panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank...
Apologies. I have one thing I need to address. Not standing in the way of Pascal, which we're all looking forward to hearing him. But there's one issue which has to be addressed. As bankers, we don't think money is the problem in this sector, in the creatives and cultural industries. There are other things that are an issue, really. And I want to give you an illustration. So you want to woo this beautiful lady called access to finance or financing. There are certain things that have to be in place in order to attract this beautiful lady. So knowledge is one of them. Knowledge is one of them. You need to know understand how this lady thinks, what is the attraction. Representation is another. And with Basketball Africa League, we have invested in a program called Future Pros, which is you need lawyers who understand the industry. You need people who do marketing. You need people who do events management. So there has to be an ecosystem of representation around it.
Okay, Mr. Conway,
Then how you run the business as well. How you run your business, it has to run as a business. So what I wanted to put across was that there are other elements that we also have to pay attention rather than only access to finance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists and thank you to the audience.
That's how we creatively end the sessions. Thank you so much for the use of digital technology. Thank you, Zalika. Let's give the panelists a round of applause and our amazing moderator, Ms. Zalika Peters. All right, so we're moving right along. We still have 2 panel discussions left. This one, you do not want to miss this one. Those of you who wish to come inside at this time, we ask you to do so right now because we won't let you in the door once the panel discussion starts. I'll have my security at the door, I promise. All right, so we're moving along with our next panel discussion, creating markets from sports, culture, and innovation. Our moderator, you saw her yesterday. Her name is Mrs. Lisa Marie Mishtak, news anchor and moderator and event host. Let's welcome her as she presents the next panel discussion entitled Creating Markets from Sports, Culture, and Innovation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests. Now you're in for a real treat with this next panel because I've got an NBA star and I've also got an Olympian. So this session, the Canex Connect session, is creating markets from sports, innovation, and culture. And we're going to explore how these sectors can fuel collaboration in the global creative economy. Just going to check to see if they're there. Joining me on stage, and please do give them a round of applause as they come up onto the stage, is Ambassador Andrea St. Bernard, lawyer and Grenadian Taekwondo Olympian. She is also the Special Envoy for Investment and Development and an advisor to the Prime Minister of Grenada. Welcome to you, Ambassador. Next, we have up 3-time NBA All-Star Mr. Pascal Siakam, who plays for the Indiana Pacers.
Hello. Oh, mine works.
That's good. No.
Okay, are you sure?
Test. Okay, so that was me. I should have checked to see that it wasn't on. It's fantastic to have you both on stage. And before we get into the collaborations that we need for this creative global Africa, I wanted to come back to sport first because you're both sporting people. And success in sport is often seen in the accolades, the medals, or the headlines. But behind those achievements, you have that discipline, that sacrifice, that resilience. So Pascal, I'm going to come to you first because your journey from Cameroon to the NBA is incredibly inspiring. So it'd be great to just hear a bit about that journey and what it was like for you from your perspective.
Well, first of all, I want to say hi to everyone. Hello. It's an incredible honor to be here. And, thanks to the PM for inviting me, for, just opening his arms and making sure that, everything was great from coming in. And I'm super excited to be here on the island. And again, it's been awesome so far, amazing people. But yeah, I just wanted to get it out of the way. And yeah, I think for me, obviously my journey it's been a long one, it feels like. But just born in Cameroon, Douala, Cameroon, and was there, raised there, and then I graduated high school there, and then I had an opportunity to go to a basketball camp in South Africa. It was Basketball Without Borders, and from there, got interested in basketball. And I always remember my dad telling me, like, if you want a chance to study in the U.S., you got to play basketball, And for me, that was one thing. And through basketball, I was able to get a scholarship, going out there, studying. And after that, just got drafted to the NBA. And I'm about to get into year 10 in the NBA, which is pretty crazy. And to think about just...
Yes, round of applause for that.
Yeah, all the young players that's coming in now, and they call me old head, which is like crazy to me because I'm like, I feel like I'm young. But you know, 10 years, it's been a crazy journey, and it's so exciting. And I think obviously I'm blessed enough to do things like this, like that. For me, I feel like my younger self could never really imagine doing. And so yeah, it's an honor to be here, and yeah, it's been a good journey.
Amazing journey. Ambassador Andre, I'm going to turn to you next because you're the first ever Taekwondo athlete to represent Grenada at the Olympics. Few people train for the Olympics, but at the same time, you're also studying or practicing law. So tell us a bit about your story as well and how those two merged and worked for you.
Thank you, Lisa. I'll start also by saying thank you so much for having me on this panel and giving me the opportunity to share the stage with the likes of Pascal Siakam. It's quite a pleasure. It's a hard act even to follow to tell my little story following him.
Come on.
But the reality is my sporting story ends with an Olympic debut, which is an amateur opportunity. But it definitely defined my life, and the journey getting there is something that I think helped define my person. So for my story is, having been born in Grenada, my parents would have emigrated to Canada when I was young. And so I grew up mostly in Toronto, Canada, and had every opportunity that the first world could offer. So playing sports was a passion and a lot of fun, but also very organized with a lot of opportunities. And so through that growth and development, I became who I am by pursuing sport activities, events, and successes through sport that then transferred into my success as a professional. But really, I recognized the opportunities that had been presented to me as a child really helped to develop the person I became. And so I've had maybe a bit of a different, the opposite story, because I grew up in Toronto and did everything I could to come back to Grenada to be able to share some of those opportunities as well.
Thank you very much for that. Now, I want to stay actually with the heritage. Cameroonian, Grenadian, but born in Toronto. How has your upbringing or your Cameroonian culture shaped who you are in your career so far?
I think it's been everything. I always say, like, I'm super proud of where I'm from, being from Cameroon, and I think, from parents that really grounded me and taught me about just hard work and I watch my dad waking up every single day, going to work and working really hard, and I watch my mom do the same, and I think from that just watching that, for me, helped me, like, when I came into sports, and I had to, because I always tell people, like, with sports, this is just a consistency. You have to do it every single day, and that hard work, I think I learned that from my parents and from where I'm from, and just want to have fun and enjoy it, and I think all those things I learned from being from Cameroon and from my family, my parents. They always instilled that in me. I went to boarding school, whereas like I literally learned everything that I know, like make my own bed and like things like that I had to really learn, and it's so great to be able to have that, and I think it shaped me to be who I am today.
So it gave you that real work ethic, it instilled that within you. And Andrea, Ambassador Andrea, the same question to you as well. How's your cultural upbringing shaped who you are today?
So similarly, I think it's everything. Notwithstanding that I grew up in in Toronto, it was very much in a close-knit Grenadian community that was held together through such exchanges as sport and other exchanges that I always attributed back to the culture that we were coming from and maintaining that community exchange through the passions that drove us. And so those opportunities, those experiences where we looked to our community to help encourage opportunities for our families to grow together, I think it has been significant in helping me develop. And so really the Grenadian roots, all of the principles and learnings that we've seen, the hard work, the dedication from our parents, absolutely. Those are the sort of the old world, how we learned to grow and have developed me.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to turn to the bigger picture, the business of sport. And the NBA made over $10 billion in 2023, and African talent is a key part of the NBA right now. I think it's around 10% of players might be of African heritage. Yet many African and Caribbean sports still struggle to grow, whether that's commercially or they might lack that visibility. What has basketball, do you think, done right? And what can others learn to unlock similar success?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think obviously, like, there's a lot of people that follow basketball, you know, in the U.S. and basketball is a big part of, and especially the NBA, you know, a big part of what's happening, and now it's gone global. Like countries, I mean, like, remember with the Dream Team back in the day where it was like, you know, they went to different countries, and I think they brought the game to different people. And now it's like with technology, it's even more because, you know, you can just be on your phone basically, and you can literally see everything, and it feels like you're there. And I think that visibility and exposure, you know, I think like that's the way we got to look at it. It's our youth, for sure, like the young generation coming up, just continue to instill those things in them. And I think that visibility and technology and all those things can help just grow it. And that's the real way. And obviously you need more infrastructure and things like that, which for me, being from Cameroon, I know we definitely need. So I think all those things coming together like will help grow the game. And I always think it starts on the roots, like the young kids coming up, and you just got to have exposure. And I think sometimes we think exposure is just like obviously having millions of people watching you, but even just the people in your community, you know, like just continue to preach the things that you want to preach, and continue to be, you know, good people to people around, you know, and I think that all comes together to help. But I think in basketball, it was just, I think the NBA especially is just exposure. Like they're really everywhere, and technology, even for me right now, like, I have a media team, you know, like those are things that I really couldn't expect doing before. I have now like a production content team, and we really focus on just creating content, and because that's the way that we see everything now. Like technology has taken over, and I think that's the way we're gonna have to go about it.
And just staying on that point, do you think that people now, or young people who are trying to get into maybe a similar industry or sports stars, should be focusing on that exposure and creating that content? Do you think that that's the right way for them to go to the scene?
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I think like obviously it's the work, like we talked about earlier. Like that's the first thing. Like you have to be passionate about what you want to do, and it's gonna be hard. It's gonna take a lot of hard work. It's gonna take a lot of dedication to what you want to achieve. But also, yeah, like you have to take advantage of the technology and everything that's around you. Because again, you can work as hard as you want, like where you're at, and if people are not seeing it, like sometimes, and we hope that, like, you know, in the future, the opportunity is going to come here. And I think that's why you have things like this, because you can bring that opportunity here and find the talent here, because there is talent everywhere, you know what I mean? Like, and you just need someone to see them. And so I think that's all it takes. And for me, as a young kid in Cameroon, like nobody knew about me, you know, until I went to Basketball Without Borders and I had the opportunity to be in front of people and they saw the talent. And I think that's all it really takes.
Thank you for that. Ambassador, I'm going to turn to you because I want to find out what's still missing in the system that surrounds athletes, especially when it comes to fair contracts or mental health or that career transition like you were in both, doing taekwondo and law, but for many who then eventually have that transition to something else, what do you think's missing there in terms of the support that's needed?
So there's definitely a lot of more support that's needed to help grow and develop our athletes. Each athlete is like a startup, and they need investors early, and they need a support structure, and they need people that can show them the way to get them into the next level and the next level. And it's obviously not easy. And athletes are spending all of their time dedicated to skill development and learning the game and understanding how to excel. And I liken it to some extent to farmers who spend all their time farming and nurturing their goods, and then they're told, go sell it. But they're not marketing people. So they need someone to help bridge the gap. And we have athletes that are excellent, exceptional. They've become stars in what they do, and it hasn't been easy for them. They've invested all of their time, all of their money, all of their opportunity, and then we tell them, now turn that into a marketable commodity. And the systems are not yet there to just make that easy for them. And so few get through, and it's amazing, but we don't have a systematic way to show them how to use the amazing skills that they've developed, both to market those athletic skills to find opportunities for revenue, but also to develop themselves by using the skills that they've developed through becoming exceptional athletes to transition into other sectors in life and be equally successful in other areas of life.
Thank you. You've both touched on that exposure, I think, as well, or advice and support that's needed. And that brings me to the next question, because digital innovation is where real value is growing right now. Do you think that Africa or Caribbean can play a role in developing that sports-related digital innovation, such as streaming platforms or data analytics, or maybe even fan engagement?
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think we know that now streaming is like, kind of like taking over, and there's so many streamers that are super successful. And like I said, it's just finding a way to broadcast whatever we're doing so that other people can see it, and again, for me, there's so many things that I've learned that's just by, like, obviously going on YouTube or whatever, and like you can literally learn anything on YouTube nowadays, and I think that, if we continue to use those streaming platforms and have those avenues where, people can get in touch with the athletes or learn about them and things like that, and I think like that's how you're gonna find, those gems that are out here, all the talent that's out here, and that just feels like wasting away because nobody is really looking at them,
And Ambassador, you've lived and worked in those different regions, in Grenada and also in Canada. So how can we better leverage that diaspora, and not just as a cultural force, but for skills and for industry building?
So I'll start again by thanking Pascal for coming to Grenada to share his own experiences and to meet with many of our youth. And I think this is exactly an example of what we need to do and what we need to do more. I think in this regard, I would echo many of the panelists that I've heard throughout the 2 days here. We need to encourage more cross-continental engagement. We need to find financing to develop in the areas that we say are important to us. To me, sport and developing young people, not just through sport, but sport is an add-on. Developing young people, as Pascal would tell me, through education and sport, using sport as a driver. Really, creating markets through sport is about harnessing passion and enthusiasm to generate sustainable development. So we have youth that are passionate and have so much enthusiasm about sport. How do we harness that to make sure that we're developing them as individuals, but that we're also developing a system that helps us to continue to develop them? So the infrastructure. We have to prioritize. It's important for us to build sporting infrastructure because it's a part of nation building. So I would say that we have to just encourage all of the same channels of exchange between the Caribbean, Africa, opening those opportunities. Sports is a way to do that. So allowing for young people to have different exchanges, building the competitions between the regions, that is the type of exposure that opens their minds and grows their ability to even envision new and things that we haven't even begun to think about. So it's really, again, to echo all the other panels about forging these paths that we have better and more exchange, about finding the financing amongst us to put it into the areas that we say really matter for our own development.
So it's about that, finding that financing Indeed. And creating that exchange. Now, I want to come back to you, Pascal, because seeing Caribbean teams compete in tournaments like maybe the Africa Cup of Nations, is that something that you think could happen or you would be excited to happen? Or is there any type of Caribbean or Africa type sporting thing where you think there could be potentially be something where they could join up and take part in both of those?
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think that's definitely a good idea, and just having both kind of like merge, and I think that would be awesome. And I think like Africa is doing, like obviously with the NBA Africa and the BAL that they have now, and like there's like things like that can help, like just so we just don't look at like the NBA or like FIBA or whatever, there's something else that we can look at. And I think BAL is doing that, and I feel like we can incorporate, you know, the Caribbeans and into that, and I think that would be great for the sport, for the youth, and they'll probably have something to look forward to. And because I think as a young athlete coming up, like, you know, all you want is like a goal. You know, you want to dream and you want to be able to reach for something. And if they have those opportunity and they know that they can use that to maybe go into, you know, like Europe or the NBA or things like that, like that would be awesome.
And obviously, as a child, I know that you got into the NBA or basketball later in life. I think you were about 17, which is still young, but I think that's older for most people. But your dream then, once you got into that camp in South Africa, was to get to the NBA. I wonder, could there be something similar on the continent where the dreams are to stay on the continent because the infrastructure, the funding's there, that this for them is their dream, their goal?
For sure, and I think that's the goal, you know. Like, and you know, our leaders, you know, that should be the goal. Like, you want every young kid to dream to, you know, be great in the country and you know, achieve amazing things for their families, and because I think for us, you know, coming up, that's all we really dreamed about. Like my thing is, like, I wanted to take care of my family. I wanted to take care of my mom. I wanted to take care of my dad, like my siblings, like, and that always. Thank you. But that always drove me, you know, like, and I would do really anything for that. And you know, if there was some opportunity in Cameroon that offered that to me, like, I would go, you know, full force to that. And for me, I think now that I'm in NBA and I'm able to do the things I'm able to do, I always want to create that opportunity for young kids. That's why one of my goals is I want to build a school back in Cameroon, you know, where there's going to be basketball and kids are going to come in learning about, you know, like, we hope that we can have kids from the Caribbean, we can have kids from Africa, all over the world come to Cameroon, and get to learn. You know, especially we're going to be focused on technology and things like that can help them. And also we have sports. And for me, like, I think that's the way we're going to have to do it. Have those type of infrastructure, like you said, that's going to help develop the kids where we're from. And I hope that I can be a part of that. And, you know, for anyone that's here that want to, you know, come on that journey, like, I'll really love that. And, you know, because again, like we talked about, and I feel like everyone probably talked about, it's about the youth, the young generation coming up. There's so much talent, there's so much, they are so driven and they're so smart, and all they really need is an opportunity. And, you know, I hope that we can continue to look to create that for them.
Staying on that note of opportunity, you have got a foundation, the PS43. So tell us a bit about that foundation. What exactly do you do? I know it's education, so just...
Yeah, no, for sure. I think the PS43 Foundation, I started it because of my dad. You know, like, for people that know my story, my dad passed away when I was in college. And, you know, like, I think from there, like, that's kind of like why my life basically changed. Because I had, like, to me, I felt like, obviously it was a sad moment, but I felt like I had a lot more purpose in life. You know, like, everything that I started doing was because of my dad, or was to make my dad proud. So I think, you know, once I got to that point, I got to the NBA, and I was thinking as a young kid after I got settled in, just wanted to find something to help. And my dad was always that person that he loved education. He always told me, like, that's the most important thing in the world. And if you have education, people can never take that away from you. So I think, like, that's when, for me, I always thought education was where I wanted to be, educating our young people, telling them to dream big, you know, no matter where they're from, no matter, you know, if you're poor or rich or whatever the case might be. Like, if you have a dream, go for it. And I think that's what we want to preach at the PS43 Foundation. And for me, I just want to look back and know that if I help some kid have a dream and think about that dream and work hard to go towards it, you know, I think I did my job. And again, it's something that I wanted to make sure that my family is a part of, you know, and just honor my dad, you know, like, really, and help people.
Thank you for that. Ambassador Pascal's just spoken about education and the importance of that and giving back. You're also another aspect that's important, as well as education, is health in both regions. You're working currently on a health project. Can you tell us a bit about that project?
So I'll have to just cut myself short before I start, because there's nothing I would love to do more than talk all about the medical city that the government of Grenada is building in Grenada. Essentially, I'll say the government of Grenada has determined that health and wellness is a priority for our people. And again, as I was saying before, you have to decide what are your priorities, and you have to put your time, your money, your resources into what matters most. And so we believe in health of our people as one of the top priorities for this government. And so as a result, we have a huge project underway, which the cornerstone of which is the building of a new general hospital, which will replace our existing general hospital. So it really is key to improving healthcare across Grenada and really throughout the region. I'll maybe stop there and invite everyone to come and hear more about it tomorrow on the Grenada Day, because indeed it is an amazing dynamic project which will also be the basis for significant economic activity in Grenada for years to come.
Thank you very much. So you can hear more about that. Education and health are wealth, so they're both important topics, and you can look forward to hearing more about that tomorrow, as she said. Now, coming back to you, Pascal, in terms of your journey, which has just been incredibly amazing, it would be interesting to know when you moved to the States, that was the first time that you went there, you traveled there. What was that like for you when you first got there, fitting in, different culture? How did that work?
Yeah, it was extremely hard, you know. I think when I moved in, obviously being from Cameroon, my first language is French, so I didn't speak no English. I think that was the first thing, going to the US and having to, to speak and things like that. For me, that was the first thing that I had to learn, like that language barrier, and you kind of had to go through that. It was definitely tough. I had to really like focus in on just my skill and my goals and just work as hard as I can, because it's not easy, coming in from where I'm from to succeed at that level. And it's been a lot of failures, I think it's important to say, and for people to, when you watch the journey, and obviously you see all the amazing things that's happening and everything is great, but there's a lot of times where it didn't work out the way that I wanted to. And I think that having a great support system, my family, and great people around me to, just continue to push me to go forward no matter what, and I always say, with winning, there's so many days where I woke up and I didn't want to play. Like, I didn't want to go practice. I didn't want to do whatever, but I had to push myself, and just because I had something that was bigger than myself to kind of drive me, like I said earlier, like I wanted to make my dad proud, like that was my goal, and no matter what, like I would just think about him, and it would push me to keep going, and I think in those moments where things weren't really happening the way that I wanted them to, I just kept thinking about that, and yeah, I just thought about my dad and the tall, big man, and I'm just thinking like, man, I gotta wake up today. I gotta go. I gotta work hard. I can't let him down, So I think like, for us, we just gotta, that's to me, those are little things that I use as a young kid to kind of get me through those tough times of moving in a different country, a different place where you don't know anything about it, and those things really helped me for sure.
Thank you for sharing that. And Ambassador, I want to come back to a point that you made earlier on about how Pascal went from Cameroon to the US and you went from Canada back to Grenada. What was that like for you? What was it like, that process actually going back to Grenada, getting back, doing the Taekwondo and competing?
So that is a particularly pleasurable part of my story, I would say. What I had done Taekwondo was also something I took on a little bit later in life. And so by the time I began competing on an international stage, I knew that I wanted to be representing Grenada, and I knew that I wanted to be finding opportunities for Grenadians. And so it was when I arrived at an international level of competition in Taekwondo that I realized I have something to go back home with now. And I then made a very concerted effort to be back in Grenada, and started by going to every Taekwondo school, trying to meet every Taekwondo practitioner, opening Taekwondo schools, training children, connecting with what I had to offer. And I started there, and the journey has certainly accelerated since that point. with all the other endeavors and opportunities for, to me, doing what I can to see opportunities for Grenada and opportunities for Grenada to develop. So for me, it's been an amazing, awesome adventure and pleasure coming back home.
Thank you as well for sharing that. It's really interesting. Now, Pascal, I'm going to ask you a question that I'm sure many of people here would like to know. What is it like when you're, because you've won multiple games, you're really on a great streak right now. What is it like when you win and you just, that elation as an NBA player?
I mean, I think it's awesome. It's amazing. One of my best memories ever is always going to be like winning an NBA championship. Like that's like, I think it's like the most amazing thing you can accomplish as an athlete, or at least as an NBA player. And I think like just going through that and knowing that your hard work and dedication is like paying off, it's such an amazing feeling. And you know, like, and for me, I hope that, you know, like the Caribbeans and Africa, you know, get to win, you know, like, cause that's that feeling like I want it for us, for all the youth coming up, and it doesn't have to be in basketball, you know, it can be, you know, education, medical field, like whatever you really we want as young kids, you know. I think that's what I hope for every young kid coming up, and yeah, I hope they experience to feel that feeling of winning, and again, not just in basketball but everywhere.
Winning in life. We've only got about a minute or so left, so I'm going to come to you, Andrea, and I want to just ask you if you could give advice to a young person who probably wants to get into maybe taekwondo or another type of sport, maybe become an Olympian, go to the Olympics. What advice would you give to them if they just feel like, I don't even know where to start? What do I do?
So I guess the dream is the start, knowing what you have passion for, and then knowing that it's going to be hard work. Accepting that, acknowledging it, and getting up every day, even when you don't feel like it, and knowing that has to be done. Knowing who's your support system and making sure that you value them, because you'll absolutely need them along the way. And then do the work. Do the work. And again, something that Pascal said, whatever was the opportunity he would see, he would go to it, because he was driven by a noble cause to do well. And so basketball was the opportunity, and he drove himself to it. And so you have to open yourself to what are the opportunities that will present themselves to you, and do the hard work to pursue as best you can.
Thank you for that. And Pascal, knowing what you know now, what would you tell your high school younger self?
I mean, I would tell him to just keep going, and to me, it might look a little blurry. I'll tell him most of the time it might look a little blurry, but you know, just keep walking. You know, eventually the storm will end, and you know, there's going to be great things ahead. So that's kind of like what I would tell him: just keep going, no matter what, and you get it done.
Thank you, and please do give a round of applause to my fantastic panelists. I've learned a lot, and I hope you guys have as well. Thank you so much, and I hope we get to connect again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you guys for listening.
And a final round of applause for our ambassador, Olympian, and basketball star. How did y'all enjoy this one? Did y'all enjoy it? All right, let's get the applause to match the enjoyment. Did y'all enjoy this last one? All right, beautiful. So I have good news. We're coming, this is the final one. Is that good news? Yeah. So the final panel discussion, this one will be moderated by Dr. Patrick Antoine. He's the CEO and Technical Director of the CARICOM Private Sector Organization. This panel is entitled Exploring the Business Case for Advancing Trade, Investment and Growth Opportunities Between Africa and the Caribbean. I'm going to invite to the podium Mr. Dr. Patrick Antoine. He is the moderator for this session. My apologies, we do have a critical announcement at this time. We found a wallet in the name of Roger Roach. If you lost your wallet, did we find Roger Roach? All right. I'll direct you to where it is. So thank you for that. And those of you who need to check in with our protocol team, make sure you do so. We need to arrange your airport shuttle, unless you want to remain with us for Carnival. We can arrange that too. All right.
Hello, 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 hello. And so we have one more session to go. It's never an easy thing coming after an international basketball star. I see half of the room's gone to take photographs, but the rest of us who are here must persevere. We have the enormous task of doing what was planned as a 1-hour session in 20 minutes. So we will need your full attention as we try to navigate this. And I'm just going to say very quickly that this session is really focused on how we set the scene for the role of the Africa and Caribbean private sectors in building bridges. And we've heard a lot about that. But we want to focus on 3 key things before we invite the organizers to bring the curtains down on the formal part of the proceedings. I want to introduce you on the health panel very quickly to Professor Khalid Dabiz, who is the Chair of Healthcare at the Africa Business Council. I also want to introduce you, and I want you to welcome and to put your energy as well in welcoming Dr. Simone Bedal, Senior Lecturer, UWI. We spoke about digital economy and AI solutions, and I want to welcome Mr. Roger Roach, who is the President of Wisdom CRM International AI Solutions. On the fashion industry, I want to welcome Ms. Memory Kambucha, CEO of Africa Fusion. And just because I think we need to recognize the role of my colleague who wants to give up her time, as well as I want to welcome Dr. Amani Asfor, President of the Africa Business Council, who has worked with us on a lot of this. Thank you. So thank you very much. Without much further ado, we're going to jump directly into it. And I want to begin by asking my dear colleague, Ms. Memory Kambucha, you've presented now your talent, creative talent, which has been manifest in the lovely fashion offerings that you've had here at the conference. What is it you take away in terms of building your business, and what do you think we can do to accelerate firms like yours actually having a greater opportunity to benefit from what you've noticed in terms of and I can tell you what I've heard, the strong demand for what you've offered in terms of fashion and wear? Please.
Thank you so much, and it's also great to be speaking on the opportunities that I managed to get here. So the first one is really the need for having African fashion, African design, and particularly for understanding the market's preferences. I think it's learning what do the Caribbean market really understand and what do they need and desire for coming from the African continent. So having, number two, business linkages in terms of supplying the supply chain here. But I think importantly is also the growing awareness and the desire to wear African heritage, African culture. And I think having more exhibitions, more fashion shows to really raise awareness. And like the previous panel, which was really talking about design and fashion, the need to support the investment in the production and the quality, particularly for authentic African material, African design, the way that the African market actually has, but also having that exchange so that across the Caribbean, there can also be that market exchange. And I think lastly, working on the logistics in terms of how do we hasten supplying, which is smooth, if it's shipping by cargo, how do we make sure, as discussed in this conference, the chartered plane, the transportation, I think that is something that is really, really important. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to ask my colleague to join us. Youssef Dyer, who is the director of the AU, AFC, FTA Relations and Trade Policy. I want you to join us because I want you to round this up pretty quickly when we come to the end of the submissions by our colleagues. I'm going to ask the colleagues on the health sector. Tell us, what do you see the scope for collaboration or cooperation to be? This is, in fact, the season for it. As I speak with you, the G77 is actually in caucus trying to reach consensus on text to do with a lot of the things we've been discussing, how we deal with collaboration, cooperation, and financing of our global NCD agenda. Please give us a sense of what you're doing on the continent in relation to addressing some of these generational and civilization concerns that we have. And then I'm going to ask Dr. Bedal to do the same on the Caribbean side so we can hone in on what we see the scope for collaboration to be after you've spoken.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I enjoyed these 3 days in this lovely country. I think there is a lot of ways of collaboration between Africa and the Caribbean. Africa as a mainland has a lot to offer, and the Caribbean has a lot to offer. So if I divide into sectors, we can find first pharmaceutical and vaccines. In the African continent, there is more than 600 factories producing different medication under GMB, so they are to be exported to Europe and United States, and they should come to the Caribbean. The Caribbean mainly market for pharmaceutical is connected to the United States mainly, but we need the 45 million people in the Caribbean to use African medication, which by far is 1% cost-wise. Similarly, medical consumable and supplies. We met a lot of people here still using medical consumable and supplies coming from China and from India and from Europe and United States.
inter-African trade will not increase and be sufficient unless we use every possible means where Africa or the Caribbean is producing a product that should be consumed within us. Similarly, medical services, and similarly, doctors. Let me speak about doctors. Here today, good talks about the medical school here in Grenada, and they are exporting doctors to a lot of states in the United States and also in Africa. Egypt is similar one, which is producing extra doctors that go everywhere. And there is a lot of African countries that they lack doctors. Angola and Tanzania and Nigeria, they don't have enough capacity to have enough doctors. So exporting medical capacity is very important in order to improve the outcome of the healthcare. My company mainly focus on doing cancer radiotherapy and cancer intervention oncology for cancer. So we have a big problem for cancer in Africa. We have over 1 million people dying every year. Every year, 1 million Africans dying from cancer because of lack of radiotherapy equipment and intervention oncology. And in order to cover this gap, this is what my company do is try to invest in relation with different hospitals in order to have radiotherapy equipment in different parts of African country. To give some number, Africa have only 550 radiotherapy machines, while Africa need 2,500. So we are missing 2,000 radiotherapy machines. And even those 500 is in the north and in the south. Rest of Africa, 100 units in the 43 countries. 20 countries have 0. So every year, 1 million die because of lack of radiotherapy. And that's what we are trying to address. We just signed a collaborative with a hospital in Lusaka in order to build 3 centers in Lusaka, another one in Ghana. We are discussing several projects in Uganda and in Nigeria. And hopefully we can do the same here in the Caribbean. There is a lot of countries in the Caribbean that does not have radiotherapy. Maybe 4 or 5 have, but the rest doesn't have. So we need to put radiotherapy equipment in order to be able to stop the unnecessary deaths because of cancer. I have to add one more thing. It is not an easy death. It's not like war in Ukraine or in Gaza where the patient is shot. The patients that die of cancer have 1 or 2 years of severe agony and severe pain till he dies. So it is not a nice death. We are trying to compete that. Thank you.
No, thank you so much for this. And I'm going to ask Dr. Bedal, who presented earlier, really to just hone in on a couple of the issues that I think she finds common ground with, based on what you've told us this afternoon. Dr. Bedal?
So just to go over, we understand that cancer is the second cause for mortality globally. We appreciate that on the global stage, incidence and mortality rates are decreasing. But when we take a look at the Caribbean and in Africa, we see a different level or a different skewing of the statistics, where incidence and mortality rates are increasing. But interestingly, there are cancers, for example, breast, where incidences are decreasing in Black persons. So a Black woman is less likely to develop breast cancer compared to a white woman with a similar, situation. But nonetheless, they're 40% more likely to die from the disease. So when you understand where we are, who are the persons who are researching cancer? And whom are these persons who they're researching on? And the drugs that are developed, who are these drugs being developed for? You realize that the representation of our Black people on the global cancer research stage is next to none. And we are here to say we've started that cause. We've started to increase our representation of our samples to streamline that in the first stage of the 3-stage process in understanding cancer and in developing drugs to treat cancer. So we are here. This is a perfect forum for us to voice the need for us to stop depending on other persons, other institutions, other countries to develop for us, to fix things for us. We need to do it for ourselves, and that's why we're here today.
Absolutely. Roger, I'm going to pivot to you very quickly, and only to say that it's interesting we've just come from health, because there is, in fact, one or two companies starting to focus on developing a fund to fund the AI that would provide the test, the protocols, for early detection of cancer in black women. And I saw one of the funds, in fact, Dr. Bedal had to explain the importance of both early detection and also the treatments and the facility to me. But there is an overlap. And it takes me directly to what you're doing on AI as president of Wisdom CRM. But I want to take you into two other directions. Tell us what you're doing in relation to the stock market game, which is being taught to students in the United States, and it's the same quality of delivery that we're now getting in 5 or 6 countries in CARICOM. It's been just a wave of sign-ups, and I've been pleased to see that. And then take us very quickly into what you've been doing in terms of the AI tutor, both of which answer some really burning development issues as the World Bank's identified. I'd let you get into that before I come back to a final round from my colleagues, because we're conscious of the time. But I want my colleague from the AfriCaribbean Bank to start preparing himself, Youssef, for how we can address some of this, because I've had some dialogue with Rennie, but I want you to give us your own mindset on where we go with this as we round it up. Please, Roger.
Thank you very much, Dr. Antoine. First of all, let me say what a pleasure it is to be at ACTIF 2025. And as I look into the crowd, I see my university colleague who just happens to be the sitting Prime Minister of Grenada.
Just by coincidence.
Just by coincidence, my university colleague. And I think since he has become Prime Minister, this is probably the second time that we are sharing a forum together. He was the featured speaker at the President's dinner when I was the President of the Manufacturers Association. Good to see you, my good friend. So let me get into Wisdom CRM. At the core of Wisdom CRM is educational technology. And educational technology is very important at this time, because when you look at the world, the most important asset we have is not gold, it's not Apple, it is the human mind. And when we look at financial literacy, we in emerging economies like the Caribbean and Africa, we have fallen behind. The statistics show, and a study from Standards & Poor's will tell us that in developed markets, the average financial literacy among adults is about 55%. In our economies, it's between 29 and 33%. And that's because there are some outliers in the mix. So, for example, in Africa, there is South Africa, and in the Caribbean, there's countries like Barbados. What the stock market game does, to dive directly into it, is to try to bridge that gap. Bad news is there's a gap. Good news is we can bridge the gap with AI. The stock market game gives students in secondary school primarily, and in the case of Jamaica, they wanted to start in the primary school, $25,000 in virtual money to invest on the stock market. At the core of that is investing, is saving, is budgeting. What does that teach the student? Over a 3-month period, these students in 5 markets, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, Jamaica, and we're going into Turks and Caicos, are all participating at the same time in this game. And at the end of the 3 months, we do an evaluation of all these students to see where they are. So for example, they all start at the same point with $25,000 US. And at the end of the period, some students have been able to generate as much as 300,000 US by participating in this virtual game. The only thing artificial about the game is the money. Everything else is real. The data is real-time data coming from the Trinidad stock market and the Jamaica stock market, and the data from the US stock market. All of that data is real. And what we're teaching students is, you're wearing a Nike on your foot, purchase part of the company. You're reading about Elon Musk, purchase part of Tesla. You know about Answer McCall, and whether you're a student, you drink your Malta Carib, or you're an adult, you drink a Carib, purchase part of the stock. And then at the end of it, we actually get to see what students are interested in. So some students have a penchant for financial services. So you see you look at their trades. Some of them like manufacturing, you look at their trades. Some of them like tech companies, you look at their trades. So you can actually look at the data, which is the beautiful part. You have the data which can be used as a career guidance for students in their future endeavors. So that is briefly on the stock market game. The AI tutor, however, and I'm seeing some Caribbean parents, I don't know how it is in Africa, but there's something called SEA, and then there's CAPE. We spend a lot of money on lessons. What the AI tutor does is that it allows students, where there's a gap or a weakness, to use artificial intelligence to gain their own lessons. Meaning, they can use the tutor to develop additional skills in areas where they are weak. The difference between that and ChatGPT, briefly, is that it can be monitored by their parents and by their teachers. And that is what we're developing at Wisdom CRM.
I think we want to stay on message, please, audience. Thank you so much. I'm going to ask Yusuf to give us a sense of how a lot of this sits with you now that we are about to wrap up what's been an excellent two-day conference. And as you go away with your colleagues, we had an excellent opportunity to discuss with Renee the possibilities. But tell us how this hits you, because I think it hits you and then it sort of gravitates upwards to Renee and his team. Tell us how this hits you and how it fits within the mandate and what you're trying to achieve on building that bridge, please.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Antoine. And let me also just lend my voice of appreciation to the government and people of Grenada for their very warm hospitality and for hosting such a hugely successful event. So just by way of a brief background, Dr. Antoine, I'm one of the members of our team that curates the program for the ACTIF. So we select the themes, we try to select the speakers, and I must say, I've been sitting in the room over the last 2 days, listening to our leaders speak, listening to our experts speak, and it is absolutely amazing, because even when you're curating the program, you don't realize the wisdom, the opportunities, and the vast experience that will come to bear opening new channels. So we would talk about energy, we would talk about infrastructure, we talk about health, but when you sit on a panel and you get the experts coming in, it gives you new ideas, and it shows you that the opportunities are so much more than you may have originally thought. And that's why I think a forum like this is so important, that we continue doing this and we get the insights from the people on the ground. We bring the private sector together. We bring the African Business Council, CPSO together to unlock these real opportunities that will make a difference. We know that education is at the key of everything. An investment in education will never not give you a return. It will give you immense return. We know that healthcare is important for our people. The pandemic taught us this. It taught us a harsh lesson, but it provided an opportunity for us to take destiny into our own hands. We also see the global fragmentation has been a theme throughout our discussions the last 2 days, and the imperative of us building these new alliances and partnerships. The global system has never favored us. It was not designed by us. And it's never supported our development ambition. And it's initiatives like this, building partnerships with like-minded individuals, building partnerships with our brothers and sisters across the Atlantic, and using financial institutions like AfriCaribbean, which is an African financial institution, now increasingly a Caribbean financial institution, that will allow you to unlock these opportunities and ensure that you take your economic destiny into your own hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, so as not to overstay our welcome, I'm going to ask my speakers to give me literally, starting with you, Dr. Ashford, literally 1 minute summary, because I know the lights flashing and the organizers are getting nervous. Literally 1 minute wrap up on what you think is most important as we leave. Thank you.
So thank you very much, my brother. I think the way forwards, that's what we really need from these 2 days. And, you know, the private sector are the implementer of all what has been said here. The leaders talk, but the private sector is the one who implement. And I like very much yesterday in Grenada, I met the Minister of Implementation. That's very important. It's my first time to hear about the Minister of Implementation. Congratulations. Yeah, because we are the implementers, actually. We have seen different sectors, but what we really need to put now is a mapping exercise of what's really existing on the continent and in the Caribbean in different sectors. So we need to have clusters. And again, we need to do more business-to-business matchmaking program. We need to see what we are importing from outside and what Caribbean importing from outside, and then we can see this business linkages. We can put together a portal for our products of the continent and the Caribbean. So we are able, we're talking about digital economy. For the health sector, again, for the agriculture, for the tourism, for the aqua culture. We heard about the shrimps and the tilapia today. We heard about the tourism. We need to know about each other. That's most important, how we do it and how we build those linkages. And I am happy that this session organized by the Africa Business Council and the CARICOM Private Sector Organization is really the first cornerstone towards the real collaboration between Africa and Caribbean with reference to trade and investment. So thank you very much. Very happy to be here in Grenada.
So for me, I want Africa-Caribbean Trade Investment Forum to look and to speak it. So in the next forum, we should all dress African. We should all buy African. We must have a dress code, because it's only when we start embracing our Africanness and our relations, that's the way we can move forward. So we need to move forward.
Following on from the last speaker, I think the Prime Minister got your message. I want to use this opportunity to commend the CPSO, because we signed an MOU with the CPSO a couple months ago. And with your leave, I'll take this opportunity to say that we would like to roll out the virtual stock market game and the AI tutor in Grenada. And what we will do at Wisdom CRM is that, so this is a corporate sponsor type arrangement. So for every child that a corporation or a business sponsors, Wisdom CRM will match the sponsorship. So if we get a corporate sponsorship for 1,000 students, we will enroll another 1,000 students free on the platform to accelerate the program in Grenada and then the wider OECS. The last thing I want to mention is our export AI platform, and I will say it briefly. This platform is to bridge the gap with businesses wanting to export and to get actual, actionable, analytical insights to be able to select markets more profitably so that they don't make errors, costly errors, when they want to export their products overseas. And we will talk more about that at another stage. Thank you very much.
First, I would like to thank Grenada very much for hosting us. It is a marvelous experience for me, and I had big dreams. I discovered for the first time that all the Caribbean is African, 100% African. I didn't know that. So I'm thinking, it's called the African Union. It's not the African Land Union, it's the African People Union. So I think the Caribbean whole should join the African Union, should be part of the voting member of the African Union. Not only to be an observer, but a full member of the African Union, and we next year when we meet, it is not the African Caribbean, we will talk about inter-African trade. Thank you very much.
Dr. Bedell?
The future looks bright. We're here, we have the team, we have the know-how, and you and your team will give us the funds, and we'll ensure that our people are taken care of who have cancer.
All that is left for me to say is that I want the records to reflect that this conference, that this amazing place that is Grandance, with our amazing people from the continent, from the Caribbean, diaspora, all, that this amazing conference did discuss the issues of health, cancer, as it relates to NCDs and our economic development at this important stage. There's so much to be done, but clearly all of the solutions are well within our grasp. The glass is not half empty. The glass is half full. I thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Antoine. And on that note, we want to continue with our program, and as we prepare for our communique and press conference, we have an award, a gift.
So on behalf of Africa Business Council, the voice of the African private sector, we'd like to give an award for the CARICOM private sector, Dr. Antoine.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. We want to this morning we had an exciting and a very emotional tree planting ceremony in honor of President Benedict Orama, and we want to give you a 2-minute highlight while we prepare for our communique and press conference, and then we close for the day.
So today we gather, not just to plant, but to honor a vision vast and grand. A vision carried by a man whose footsteps stitched across the motherland, from coast to coast, from boardrooms to global posts.
Professor, this is a short but significant tribute to your vision, your leadership, and your legacy. And they say those who plant trees knowing that they will never sit in its shade or reap its fruits are reflective of true leadership.
As already expressed, today's tree planting goes beyond ceremony. It is a living tribute to a statesman whose bold vision, Global Africa, owning our destiny for prosperity, has redefined the possibilities of unity, trade, and cultural reconnection. President Orama's legacy as a visionary, a unifier, and an architect of economic transformation will echo through generations, not only through programs and initiatives, but more importantly, through the countless lives he has touched across continents. Your leadership continues to uplift, to connect, and to inspire global Africa.
I will not start by saying that it is an honor. I will start by saying what a surprise. And today, as I joined the Honorable Prime Minister in planting this tree, I am reminded that I have now found a very deep anchor in Grenada and the CARICOM. Africa is the cradle of civilization. Africa gave the world life. So to use this tree planting to honor me means that you value the work we are doing to give life to our people. And I thank you again, and we hope that with successive efforts based on the foundations we've laid, our people will once again be great, be respected, and have their dignities restored.
Fourth AfriCaribbean Trade and Investment Forum communique. We, the African Export-Import Bank, AfriCaribbean Bank, and the government of Grenada convened the fourth AfriCaribbean Trade and Investment Forum, ACTIF 2025, from the 28th to the 29th July 2025 in St. George, Grenada. Under the theme Resilience and Transformation, Enhancing the Africa-Caribbean Economic Cooperation in an Era of Global Uncertainty. Recognizing the profound historical, cultural, and ancestral bonds that unite Africa and the Caribbean, and reaffirming our joint commitment to the advancement of a prosperous and self-reliant global Africa. Acknowledging the African Union's recognition of the African diaspora as the sixth region of the continent and its critical role in fostering trade, investment, innovation, and sustainable development across the two regions. Recalling the declarations and outcomes of previous ACTIF forums, ACTIF 2022, Bridgetown, Barbados, ACTIF 2023, Georgetown, Guyana, and the ACTIF 2024, Nassau, the Bahamas, which called for deeper political, economic, and cultural integration between Africa and the Caribbean. Recognizing the need to build resilience amid an increasingly fragile and uncertain global landscape, marked by climate crisis, pandemics, rising protectionism, debt vulnerabilities, and shifting geopolitical dynamics. Conscious of the persistent structural barriers to AfriCaribbean integration, including inadequate transportation and connectivity, limited access to trade and project finance, and regulatory misalignment whose resolution present opportunities for growth through regional integration in sectors such as energy, hospitality and tourism, agriculture and agro-processing, manufacturing, cultural and creative industries, health, financial services, transport, and logistics. Affirming the imperative of strengthening intra-African and intra-Caribbean markets, while simultaneously expanding African-Caribbean trade and investment to drive shared prosperity and transformation. We hereby commit to supporting the deepening of cooperation between Africa and the Caribbean, with a focus on building resilient cross-regional value chains in strategic sectors such as agriculture, tourism, energy, infrastructure, health, financial services, manufacturing, and the creative and digital economies. Welcome the endorsement of the establishment of of the establishment and operationalization of an African-Caribbean free trade arrangement to eliminate trade barriers, enhance regulatory coherence, and unlock mutual market access. Undertake to support and fast-track the implementation of enabling policies and instruments to establish direct air and maritime links between Africa and the Caribbean, and call upon the African Union Commission, CARICOM Secretariat, the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, International Trade Center, Africa Free Trade Area Secretariat, CARICOM Private Sector Organization, AfriCaribbean Business Council, and private sector stakeholders to collaborate towards sustainable and commercially viable trade corridors. Welcome the wide range of trade and investment deals amounting to over $300 million that were announced during ACTIF 2025, spanning infrastructure, manufacturing, logistics, digital services, tourism, and agribusiness, and encourage greater participation by SMEs, women, and youth-led enterprises. Support the continued growth of the AfriCaribbean Business Council under the partnership of the Caribbean Private Sector Organization and the Africa Business Council as a dynamic platform to catalyze business-to-business linkages, strengthen trade promotions, and resolve common private sector challenges. Welcome the endorsement of the Global Africa Commission to drive and strengthen Africa-Caribbean economic and cultural relations by the government of Grenada, St. Kitts and Nevis, and other leaders of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, and call on African and Caribbean heads of states and governments to endorse the Global Africa Commission at the African Caribbean Summit in Addis Ababa in September 2025. Commend the ambition of establishing a global Africa Athletics Championships as a landmark initiative strengthening youth development and sports diplomacy, between Africa and the Caribbean, and as one of the initiatives of the Global Africa Commission. Acknowledge the pivotal role played by strategic partners, including the African Union Commission, the Africa Free Trade Area Secretariat, the CARICOM Secretariat, the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, and the International Trade Center in advancing the shared vision of global Africa. Encourage both regions to speak with one voice on global matters, pushing for fair trade systems and economic reforms that reflect collective aspirations. Call for joint Africa and Caribbean action and advocacy for climate justice at the global level. Call for strategic studies to optimize Caribbean-African economic, social, and cultural linkages. Emphasize the imperative of eliminating visa restrictions to promote entrepreneurial movement and promote trade and investment between the two regions. Welcome collaboration to address digital skills shortages and capacity gaps in telecommunications and digital sectors that are hampering regional development and require immediate attention through skills and knowledge transfer programs. Commend the government of Grenada and fellow OECS states for showcasing concrete, bankable opportunities. Applaud 13 countries that have signed into AfriCaribbean's partnership agreement and urge remaining countries to formalize participation in order to fully benefit from tailored financing, facilitation, and advisory services. Acknowledge the urgent need to invest in infrastructure that unlocks Caribbean-African trade and investment opportunities in sectors such as energy and transport, ports, ecotourism, and call on development finance institutions to design targeted solutions for this agenda. Recognize the important role of the creative and digital economy including music, film, literature, fashion, visual arts, and sports, as a vibrant engine for growth, identity, and youth empowerment, and commend AfriCaribbean for its initiative in support of the sector. Congratulate Dr. George Ilombi on his appointment as the 4th President and Chairman of the Board of Directors of the African Export-Import Bank. Commit to the continued convening of the AfriCaribbean Trade and Investment Forum and reaffirm our full support of ACTIF 2026 as a flagship platform to accelerate Afro-Caribbean trade, investment, and integration. Express our deepest appreciation to the 2,106 delegates from over 80 countries across Africa, the Caribbean, and the wider international community for their active participation and contribution to ACTIF 2025, including 11 heads of state and government, senior government officials, business executives, artists, scholars, development partners, 85 speakers and moderators, and 102 exhibitors. Extend our gratitude to the former heads of state government, His Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, former President of Nigeria, His Excellency Isufu, former President of Niger, the Right Honorable Percival J. Patterson, former Prime Minister of Jamaica, for their wisdom and guidance in charting the course of global Africa. We thank the African Union Commission, Caribbean Community Secretariat, African Free Trade Area Secretariat, the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States Secretariat, the United Nations, and the International Trade Center for their continued support in building African-Caribbean relations. We express our deepest appreciation to the people of Grenada, led by the Governor General, Dame Cecile Lagrenade, and Prime Minister, the Honorable Deacon Mitchell, for their exceptional hospitality and seamless organization of the forum. We acknowledge the visionary leadership of Professor Benedict Orama, President and Chairman of the Board of Directors of AfriCaribbean, and commend the bank and its partners for their unwavering commitment to advancing the vision of a united and empowered global Africa through the ACTIF platform. 29th day of July, St. George's, Grenada. And now I hand you over to my colleague who will lead the press conference.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vincent Musumba, in charge of media relations at AfriCaribbean, and it's my great pleasure to usher you into the final official segment of this very important event that we've had over the last 2 days. Today's panelists are eminent sons and champions of global Africa agenda, and I would like to call upon them to grace the stage. And they include Honorable Deacon Mitchell, the Prime Minister of Grenada. Please come to the stage. Followed by His Excellency Professor Benedict Orama, President and Chairman of the Board of Directors of AfriCaribbean. And then he will be followed by Dr. George Elombi, Executive Vice President of AfriCaribbean and incoming President of AfriCaribbean. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, in the audience, we have members of the media from Africa, the Caribbean, Grenada, which is basically our host, and other countries. Basically, more than 15 countries are represented here in terms of the media who are participating in this press conference that we are going to have right now. And they have richly contributed to the discussions that we've had over the last 2 days of the AfriCaribbean Trade and Investment Forum. They have diligently worked to amplify the messages that we have come out with, from this forum. And they've sent me a couple of questions, which I'm going to present to you for your responses and for their satisfaction. So we have about 7 questions in total, and I'm going to direct each question to the respective official to respond to. So I'll start with President Orama. The first question is that we've had very dynamic and passionate discussions, and we've seen deals being signed. However, as you mentioned yesterday during your keynote address, and I quote, what we have done so far is to prove the concept. We now need to institutionalize it. But the question is, what's your idea of institutionalizing the concept? Over to you, President.
Thank you very much. Let me again thank the Honorable Prime Minister and all the dignitaries here, as well as the members of the press who have gathered here. Yes, for the past few years, we've worked on a number of initiatives in a number of directions, trying to drive home the concept we developed to prove that Africa, the motherland, can reintegrate with its diaspora in a meaningful, economically viable way. We believe that we've been able to prove it based on the kind of things we've accomplished within a very short period. But going forward, we now need to do many transformative things. We need to take the foundation we've built up so that we have a complete building. That requires that we have a sovereign institution that can take this forward, so that AfroCaribbean remains managing, driving it from a financial point of view and also from a historical point of view, but doing so with the support of others in a way that crowds in these similar institutions, our government and others, so that we push towards the same purpose. And that institution is the Global Africa Commission, which we discussed yesterday and which we are very pleased that the Prime Minister's endorsed. And we hope it will also be endorsed at the AU CARICOM summit coming up in September. This would then be a proper platform to do many other things, promote the integration of the youth into this movement through the sports championship, even go as far as beginning to talk about opening up discussions for a free trade agreement, helping us to also promote joint activities in the area of the creative industry, in the area of technology, and so on. So the Global Africa Commission, I think, would then be that institution that will alleviate the burden on AfroCaribbean today, while giving AfroCaribbean the opportunity to even be more effective in doing what they know how to do most, providing the financing to support the activities that that commission would unleash. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, President. And the members of the media have requested for the people who are moving around to try and be still, because that affects the camera quality. So if you could kindly try and keep still. Now, the next question goes to the Honorable Prime Minister. In the context of South-to-South cooperation, what specific outcomes would you like to see emerge from ACTIF 2025 to accelerate AfriCaribbean integration? And what role should Grenada play in this process?
First, let me place on record my own appreciation and the appreciation of the government and people of Grenada to both presidents who are here with me for partnering with Grenada to host this significant event. We truly appreciate the opportunity that has been given to us and the opportunity to share our hospitality with global Africa. I mean, there's a lot that we can talk about, but I think we can first start with the movement of people and the need to ensure that we continue to resource and support the ability of the Caribbean and Africa to get to each other. And we've done so by hosting this event. Many of you who are here because of direct chartered flights. I was in Abuja not too long ago. Again, it was via a direct flight. And as Professor Orama said, it proves the concept that if we are deliberate and if we are intentional, there is no reason why we can't begin, even if it's baby steps, to begin the process of deliberately traveling between Africa and the Caribbean. It took me exactly 8 hours and 56 minutes to fly from the Morris Bishop International Airport to Abuja. It's about the same time to get to London. And I can tell you the reception in Abuja was a lot warmer and friendlier. So I think ensuring that we continue to, even if it means hosting specific events or tying the travel around cultural events or specific tourism events, it is a start. For example, Barbados is hosting CariFesta in the last week of August. It's an amazing cultural explosion of Caribbean creativity. It's an opportunity for brothers and sisters in Africa to travel specifically for this event and also to be part of it. And so I think for me, even if it's that low-hanging fruit, we have Air Peace operating planes out of Antigua already. So we are beginning to see the seeds being planted. I think that would allow us in the next 3 to 5 years to in fact make significant progress when it comes to our people moving. And I want to give one example of something that I said at lunch today. Africa is the last preserve of the kind of natural, animal, wildlife that exists on the planet. And I can tell you, I'm sure every Grenadian, Barbadian, Jamaican child dreams of seeing an elephant or a giraffe. If we don't ensure that we give them that opportunity, first by preserving what is unique about Africa, and second by ensuring that they get the opportunity to travel, we will be lessening the experience as human beings. And so just on that basis alone, when we talk tourism, it is not just the Caribbean tourism of or beautiful Grandlands Beach or waterfalls or great hotels, but it's also the type of tourism that makes you as a human being appreciate the significant beauty of Africa and its natural beauty, and getting an opportunity to experience that, which to a large extent the diaspora has been denied of because of the displacement that we faced. So I think that is one issue. And then the second, I would say, is, as President Orama has said, we have to be very deliberate about institutionalizing and creating institutions that will, in fact, recreate the type of trade, investment, banking, and financial relationships that we want to build for ourselves. The reality is what was created to entrap us. President Obasanjo said it, I think, beautifully. If we don't accept that we have to continuously climb and stand on each other's shoulder to get out of the hole, we will remain in the hole. So I think for me, the second point is making sure that we continue to deliberately, intentionally, for as long as it takes, begin to build the financial, trading, shipping, both air and sea links that we need to create the kind of wealth, the kind of opportunity, and the kind of dignity and pride that global Africans deserve like the rest of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. Indeed, institutionalization. He's talked about people movement, he's talked about tourism, and many other things. I think the next question will be to Dr. George Elombi. And the question is, you've seen the implementation of the bank's diaspora strategy from day one. Now, what are the top two things that AfriCaribbean and CARICOM should do to keep it moving?
Thank you. I think the Prime Minister just said that the warmth was much better in Abuja than he would have expected if he had taken the 8 hours flight in a slightly westerly direction instead of further south. That warmth was there because on both sides, on the Nigerian side and on the side of his visiting delegation to Nigeria, there was something natural about it. You felt you were meeting the people to whom you belong, and they felt they were receiving those who also belong to them. So the further integration the further action that you expect the next phase of ACTIF to be is, to me, simply a question of more conviction, believing further in who we are, where we want to be, not always seeking to justify why we should be doing it. No one should justify why he has to get closer to his own. So those next steps mean we take certain steps to enhance the integration. That ought to come naturally. And in that integration process, one of those areas which we think we should reinforce is the payment system that we now have. You would see from what happened, what we now call the global crisis caused by the events in the Ukraine, that one of the very first actions that was taken by the global West against Russia was to cut it off the payment system. So that tells you that it is a very vital element of the trade. Payment itself, finance is the lifeblood of the trade. It is what drives people. So if we get that payment system fully integrated, the payments can happen easily, and we get the African investors to see the Caribbean as an opportunity. Then as they invest more, they drive towards our brother Wamkele here, they drive towards his African free trade area that includes the Caribbean will become more natural. It will happen on its own. The governments may not have to do anything again. The people, through their interaction, will drive that integration. And as soon as that integration has happened, on that institutional level, that structural level, then the rest would follow. The governments would have no choice but to recognize that it is there. So we think certain things like that payment system would help. Some other action in the direction in which Professor Rama has been driving it, not only in terms of the thought,
but also the practical steps he's taken to engage with specific, carefully targeted African serious businessmen to begin to engage here. When that is reinforced and they begin the investment, then obviously the integration that you're seeking or that your questioner was asking for would be seen as a very natural thing. It will not be something we have to justify. It will be there because that's just the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, AVP George. More conviction, us believing in ourselves, and of course, like you said, integration of the payment systems. The next question goes to the Prime Minister, and the question is, how do you plan to strengthen Grenada's trade relationships with other African and Caribbean countries, and what benefits do you see in regional trade agreements?
Well, thank you. We've already started. We've been pursuing a deliberate policy of lifting visas for travel between Grenada and many of the African countries. I think you heard it from Aliko yesterday on a presidential panel that really the visa regime was something that post-independence many of us imposed on ourselves foolishly, that has in fact hindered trade, economic growth, development, and the people-to-people movement. I will say so unhesitatingly, certainly between Africa and the Caribbean, I do not see any valid reasons for maintaining the visa system. That's one. Two, even if we try to maintain it, the fact is the technology is moving in the direction of biometrics, which means electronic travel authorization, certainly for security reasons, and I think it allows all of us the opportunity to actually invest already in the future, which is now, and move to a process where you either have visa on arrival if you still need one, or electronic travel authorization. There are countries which have done it. I think Rwanda, for example, in Africa. I don't know that it has had any negative consequences for them. I suspect quite the contrary. It has certainly helped to improve their economic chances. So I think that's one key thing that we need to send the message, that we are not here to prevent our people from moving. Second, I think it's important for us as well to pay attention to the things we need from a government policy point of view to do to encourage investment. I did not hear much conversations about at a government level ensuring that we have the type of treaties that we need to protect investments in each other's space. I have not heard conversations about ensuring we engage in double taxation treaties or information about data sharing or information sharing. So those are some of the things that we need to pursue to ensure that we can say to the private sector that when you invest in the Caribbean or when you invest in African countries, your investment will be protected. You'd be free from political risk of arbitrary taking, etc. Those things are important. Many of the Caribbean countries have these treaties with Western countries that have invested, and it's important, I think, for us to make sure that we, from a policy point of view, pursue this as well. And then I think, thirdly, from a CARICOM perspective, not just Grenada perspective, obviously scale matters. And very concrete examples were given as to how, because we have not pursued the scale intra-regionally, we are paying some of the highest prices for almost anything in the world. Our electricity cost is 30 to 40 cents per kilowatt hour. It is some of the highest in the world. It simply will not allow the kind of economic development that we need. It also makes our cost of living some of the highest anywhere in the world. So we need to be able to, at the intra-regional level, ensure that we can scale to allow us to then deploy and to lower the cost of living on some of the fundamental things that we need in terms of inputs for economic development. The cost of energy, fertilizer, the cost of food. Those are critical things for us. The cost of aggregates that we need to build our infrastructure. And we need to bear in mind the vulnerabilities of the Caribbean. We have significant flooding, landslide, hurricanes, volcanic eruptions. And so our infrastructure, particularly our public infrastructure, is always under threat. And so we need to make sure that the inputs associated with this
are available and are available in the quantities and at the cost that makes it sustainable. So I think just intra-regionally, there are significant opportunities for us to scale and then to obviously partner with Africa and use Africa's scale to allow us to buy cheaper, to get better terms, and be able to be more sustainable. You can look at Guyana, you can look at Suriname. There are significant opportunities just within those two markets to allow us to scale. So I think those are some of the areas we would certainly want to focus on from a Grenada perspective, but it mirrors what CARICOM needs to do as well.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. And conscious of time and, of course, the upcoming program, the last question is actually the last. And I'm saying it's the last because it's a question directed to Professor Rama. What next after AfriCaribbean?
It's always, it has been baffling me why people ask this question. When someone retires, what does he do? When he retires, he says he's tired, so he goes home to rest. And so what next is I will travel around the Caribbean and look for a nice place or nice places to call home. And so I can spend some time in Grenada, go to Barbados, go to Bahamas, and that will keep me very, very busy. And make it possible for me to join the Global Africa movement. So thank you.
I think it seems that Professor Rama was a little shy to tell you that the mantra is once AfriCaribbean, always AfriCaribbean. So he ain't go nowhere.
The incoming has said it. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That marks the official end of the press conference. May I kindly request the principals to be on stage and the photographers can come and take the last photo, and then we'll allow them to exit. Photographers, please. Please be upstanding, presidents. While this is happening, I'll request our first president, President Edodu, President Christopher Edodu, to come on stage as well for a photo op. Yes, and EVP Kanayo, kindly come on the stage.